Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Chaochu was burning through his demonic power, flying at super high speed while blasting giant trenches in the sand with his roar. Zoro and Sanji were in charge of drawing giant arrows at the end of each trench. Of course, Zoro immediately drew the first arrow pointing south instead of north, forcing Sanji to drag him back and fix it. By now, Chaochu was steaming like he was in gear second, but he'd found the last pit of the rebels. Roar! He let out one last massive shockwave, carving a 0.5-kilometer trench. Nami just shook her head. Chaochu, that's not long enough. Think of Ray, you can't say you can't do it. The demon's whisper hit him again. Chaochu raised his head and roared, squeezing out the last drops of demonic power from his kidneys and bladder, and extended the trench another 500 meters by, flying and relieving himself. Zoro and Sanji, covering their noses, jumped to the end and quickly drew the final arrow. With the task finally done, Chaochu collapsed onto the sand like a dead dog, barely able to hold his giant form. Just then, the demon's whisper returned. Chaochu, Nami said sweetly, your performance has greatly disappointed Ray. You have 1 hour to reach the capital, Alubarna. It's 200 kilometers away. Are you really this weak? Lord Dog Demon, tilde. Chaochu, on the verge of death, forced himself to stand. He couldn't let his master down. Roar! If he couldn't fly, he'd run. Charge, Dog Demon Chaochu. I am the best! He started running for his life, all to satisfy that woman. Zoro, riding on his back, looked on with pity. He glanced at Nami. I get why you're doing this, he grumbled, but sooner or later, you'll die a miserable death. Nami just snorted. Maybe, but you promised to solve the rebel problem. If my plan fails, you'll break your promise. Are you a man who breaks his vows? Zoro's face turned uglier than if he'd just eaten Chaochu's shit. Nami just smirked. Don't worry, he'll be fine. We have Ray. As long as he's not dead, he can be revived. Chopper, get out the adrenaline, give him a leader. We can't let his sacrifice be in vain. Nami looked like a ruthless boss pushing her employee to the brink of death. Chopper and Vivi shivered, but they could also see the genuine worry and guilt in Nami's eyes. 2 hours later, in an alley in Alubarna, King Cobra followed Nami into the shadows. You said you had news about my daughter Vivi. Nami chuckled. Yes, it's about Crocodile and the dance powder. Cobra's expression froze. Crocodile, he's behind the drought. Yes, Nami said, pulling an envelope from her chest. The details are in this letter. As Cobra approached, her expression turned sinister. The king was in grave danger. Almost simultaneously, Chaochu, running on pure adrenaline and fumes, arrived at Alubarna. He'd caught the scent of Cobra and, squeezing out his last drop of power, leaped into the air, flying right over the alley. He saw Nami about to attack the king. Chopper, riding on his back, was shocked. Nami, what are you doing? That's Vivi's father. The others just looked at him like he was an idiot. They all instantly recognized the fake Nami as Mr. 2. Sanji, seeing it was Nami's face, said he couldn't bring himself to attack. So he and Zoro did a combo. Sanji kicked Zoro downwards, accelerating his descent. Two-sword style, blazing lion song. Zoro's slash interrupted Nami's attack. Bon Clay retreated, realizing the plan had failed. After a brief clash, he leaped for a high wall to escape. That was a mistake. Climb attacked, Thunderbolt tempo. Special attack, Explosive Star. Lightning and explosions hit him at the same time, reverting him to his original form. Despite his skills, Bon Clay was outnumbered and quickly collapsed, foaming at the mouth. He was then gifted Nami's Asian bondage and a scheduled lightning strike reward, the same treatment Jin and Hina got. Chaochu, his mission complete, reverted to his small form and passed out cold. Chaochu-san flipped over. Chopper panicked. Doctor, where's the— Oh right, I am one. Led by Cobra, the crew snuck into the palace. Vivi explained everything. Zoro and Sanji were impressed by the king's calm resolve. Cobra immediately ordered 100,000 troops led by Pell to follow the coordinates which he'd get from the Marines he was about to call to rescue the rebels. He overruled his guards' protests, insisting the people were the future of Alubasta. He also agreed to go to the peace talks himself as part of their new plan. With the plan set, Nami had the revived, but barely Chaochu contact Ray with a new request. Out in the desert, Ray, Luffy, and the tools were tailing Crocodile and Robin from 10 km away. Ray got the message. Master, Chaochu's voice came through, delay Crocodile. The female devil says we have to minimize the chance of him sensing the rescue operation. Ray understood. He looked at Luffy. Luffy, can you defeat Crocodile now? Luffy's excitement exploded. Yes, I can't wait. Are you flying me there? Ray shook his head and pulled Luffy in front of him with his whip. Then, he lifted one leg. Don't worry, he said, I won't use haki. He delivered a beautiful side kick square on Luffy's rubber butt. The force flattened Luffy into a pancake before launching him like a graceful arc through the sky, straight towards Crocodile's location. Stop right there, Crocodile. Like a human javelin, Luffy, still flying from Ray's kick, accurately smashed into the giant desert turtle's head, knocking it out cold. Robin and Crocodile, being pros, just used their abilities to land gracefully on the sand. Crocodile was very surprised. How is this kid still alive? Who saved him? Could it be? His crocodile-like eyes slid over to Robin. But before he could ask, Luffy slowly stood up, brushed the sand off his straw hat and plopped it back on his head, glaring. Have you prepared yourself for messing with Vivi's country? Straw Hat Luffy, Crocodile sneered, a mix of annoyance and anger on his face. A mere rookie? You think just because our bounties are the same, you can challenge me? He was a warlord, a guy who'd once challenged Whitebeard himself. He wasn't about to be punked by some kid. Luffy ignored the taunt, clenched his fist, and charged. A marine technique, Crocodile thought, surprised by Luffy's sorrow-like speed, but he didn't even bother to move. He just stood there and let Luffy's punch go right through him, turning his torso into sand. Luffy, still charging, tumbled head over heels like a monkey. The sand swirled and reformed. Your speed is decent, Crocodile drawled. But not good enough. Luffy just popped back up, grinning. A Logia devil fruit, huh, that's troublesome. This confident reaction actually made Crocodile a little tense. I underestimated you, Straw Hat Kid. You actually know about Logia types. Well, that brat Smoker is also a Logia. By this time, Robin had already backed off to a safe distance. She knew that when Crocodile got serious, there was no safe place within a kilometer. As she left, Crocodile's eyes followed her, full of suspicion and murder. But he needed her to read the poneglyphs, so he had to suppress his urge to kill her. For now, his focus returned to Luffy. The kid's confidence was unsettlingly familiar. Could this brat? Before he could finish the thought, Luffy's form blurred. Gear second jet pistol. After his fight with Smoker and Ray's lectures, Luffy knew he needed more than just haki. He needed speed. His steaming, haki-coated black fist slammed into Crocodile's stomach before the warlord could turn to sand. Gatilda. The haki-powered punch completely negated the Logia defense. The force bent Crocodile in half like a shrimp, sending him flying backward, vomiting blood. Meanwhile, about a kilometer away, Ray, Makita, and Gem were watching the fight. Ray, completely hidden, nodded slightly. That's some improvement. But he also had a doubt. Is Crocodile really this weak? He's performing worse than Smoker did back in Logtown. If this is all he's got, I could end this in 3 seconds. But Ray didn't move. He decided to wait. His senses told him Crocodile's aura was still strong. Something was off. Back in Alubarna, Zoro, Sanji, and the others had finalized a new plan with King Cobra. Mr. 2 was supposed to impersonate the king and meet the rebel leader, Koza, tomorrow to negotiate and then assassinate him. The plan required a mix of real guards and Baroque Works agents. To find out which agents and where they were meeting, they needed to interrogate their prisoner. Mr. 2, Nami, and Usopp were currently working on that. The others were on standby. Zoro looked up at the sky, worried about Luffy and Ray. Not that he doubted Ray's strength, but how are they going to keep Crocodile busy long enough for us to finish the rescue? If Ray got impatient and just ended Crocodile, what if the warlord did something drastic as a final screw you? Back at the crocodile hunting grounds, Robin, hiding nearby, watched in shock as Crocodile went flying. It was the first time she had ever seen him get hurt. She'd known he'd try to kill her eventually and had a secret plan, but she figured her chances were slim to none. But now, she saw a glimmer of hope. If this boy can hurt him, what about Ray, who's rumored to be even stronger? Maybe they can actually beat him. At that thought, her heart started racing. Wait. If Straw Hat's here, does that mean Ray is nearby too? Driven by a sudden, desperate curiosity, Robin activated her ability. Dozens of eyes sprouted from the sand dunes all around her. Found him, Tilda, she whispered, spotting Ray, Makita, and Jem in their hiding spot. To avoid suspicion, I'll just watch from a distance like this. Ray immediately sensed the new eyes popping up from the sand and knew it was Robin. He didn't react, just kept his focus locked on Luffy's fight. At this moment, Luffy was going all out. Crocodile was still airborne from the first punch and Luffy didn't give him a second to recover. He shot up into the air above him, Gum-Gum's jet gattling. A relentless storm of steam-powered, haki-coated fists hammered Crocodile mercilessly. At first, it was working. Crocodile's injuries were definitely getting worse. But as time went on, Luffy sensed something was wrong. Punches that should have landed just weren't. He got that same weird feeling he'd had when fighting Smoker. This guy changed. Luffy stopped his attack and backed off, needing to figure out what was happening. Crocodile, meanwhile, was reeling. His mind was blank. This is the first half of the Grand Line. He's a rookie. How does he have haki? How can he hit me? As Luffy's gatling rained down, fragmented memories flashed through Crocodile's mind. Back when he was a rookie in the New World, he'd learned haki too. He'd beaten countless enemies, even other Logia types. Then he ate the sand fruit. From that moment on, he was a god. Bullets couldn't hurt him. Anyone without haki was a joke. He got arrogant. He got the title of warlord. He got so confident he challenged the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, and he got crushed. That defeat broke him. He realized that no amount of effort could beat a monster like Whitebeard, so he gave up on training. He came back to the Grand Line, obsessed with finding an ancient weapon and external power to win. For 3 years he'd been ruling this sea, crushing weaklings without even trying. His haki, he hadn't used it once, it had gotten rusty. Feeling that long-forgotten sting of pain, his dormant haki finally woke up. His observation haki let him see Luffy's attacks just before they landed, and his Logia body let him morph around the haki-coated fists. Crocodile spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up. "Straw Hat Kid," he growled, "you've pissed me off. Today I'll make you understand what an insurmountable gap feels like. The kind of gap that effort can never bridge." The moment Crocodile stood up, Ray, watching from a kilometer away, got serious. He could feel the dormant power in Crocodile finally reawakening. After assessing it, Ray shook his head. "I could probably win, but it would take too long. It all depends on how long Luffy can stall." He glanced back at Makita and Jem. "Got the water and meat ready?" Makita snapped to attention. "Yes, Ray-sama." She had a giant bag packed with dozens of water barrels. Jem nodded, hefting an equally large bag of meat. Ray knew Crocodile's arrogance. He wouldn't just kill Luffy, he'd want to crush his spirit, relying on his devil fruit. That pride was the opening. Ray's plan: let Luffy get beaten, then use his insane resilience and lots of food to get him back up over and over until time ran out. The only condition was that Luffy didn't suffer a fatal blow. Luffy's eyes were locked on Crocodile. He could sense the change in his aura. He steamed up into gear second again, deciding to test the waters. Gamu Gamu no. Jet Whip. He launched his haki-coated leg like a whip at Crocodile. Watching this, Ray knew Luffy messed up. He's only coding the striking part, too little haki. Sure enough, Crocodile just split his body into sand. He let the haki-coated part of Luffy's calf fly right through him while reforming his upper body to grab the unprotected part of Luffy's thigh. Crescent Dune. A sand blade slashed across Luffy's leg. Luffy's leg instantly went numb. When he retracted it, all the moisture was gone. It looked like a mummy's leg, just skin and bones. This was the sand fruit's scariest ability. The loss of fluids made Luffy dizzy and he wobbled on his one good leg. But gear second was still pumping, and within seconds fluid from the rest of his body replenished his leg, restoring it. He was noticeably thinner though. He shook his head, forcing himself to focus. "Okay, lesson learned. Ranged attacks leave openings, I have to go in close." Without hesitation he charged. The brawl began. From afar, Ray watched. In pure hand-to-hand, Luffy was actually doing better. Crocodile was rusty and Luffy's non-stop training with Ray gave him the edge in technique. But Crocodile's Logia evasion was frustrating and Luffy had to constantly dodge that terrifying right hand. It was a stalemate. For about an hour, then the tide turned. Both were exhausted. Luffy's gear second wore off, his haki fading. In his fatigue he slipped up. Crocodile's right hand shot out and seized him by the throat. Robin, watching from her hiding spot, broke into a cold sweat. She knew exactly what that right hand did. Crocodile laughed, lifting Luffy off the ground. Ha ha ha, I was right. Devil fruit abilities, this is true strength haki. Combat skills, where's all that fight now, Straw Hat? Crocodile had been holding back. He wanted to prove that even half-assing it, he was on another level. He reaffirmed his belief, only external power mattered. To Ray, this was just the sad self-deception of a weakling who'd given up. Hearing the taunts, Luffy mustered his last dregs of strength, coated his fist in the faint remnants of haki and punched Crocodile in the face. It was a feeble hit, barely turning the warlord's head. It's over, Straw Hat Kid, you were never on my level. Crocodile activated his ability. A second later, Luffy was a dried-out, mummified husk tossed aside like trash. Crocodile called for Robin, woke up his fainted desert turtle and resumed his march towards Alubarna. Out in the desolate wilderness, the 81 million berry rookie, Monkey D. Luffy. Condition unknown. As Robin followed Crocodile away, she cast one last, fleeting, regretful glance at the mummified Luffy. It was brief, but Crocodile noticed. Miss All Sunday, he sneered, thinking of saving him. I merely wish to see his wretched state, Robin replied coolly. Pathetic, like an insect, her words could have been for Luffy or for herself. Once they were gone, Ray walked over to Luffy. He'd been monitoring his vital signs. True to his protagonist status, he's still kicking even as a prune. Mikita water. On it, Ray-sama. Mikita swayed over and tipped a large canteen into Luffy's mouth. Slowly, the mummy plumped back up to normal. M-E-O-T-T-T-T-T-T. Ray glanced at Gem. Gem wordlessly lugged over a giant pack of food and dumped it in front of Luffy. 30 minutes later, Luffy was 100% restored. Crocodile, he roared at the sky. I'm gonna punch you. Crocodile, now 9 kilometers away, did not hear him. Ray studied him, figured out the problem. Luffy hesitated, not enough stamina, not enough haki. Still wanna fight? Have to, Luffy said, his expression hardening. Or Vivi's country, Vivi will suffer. Ray sighed, I'm not sure you'll recover next time, Luffy, let me handle it. No, Luffy's resolve was firm, this safe training is too slow, our enemies keep getting stronger. I'm the captain, I have to get stronger, Ray, leave him to me. Sensing Luffy's determination, Ray relented. After Buggy, Hawkeye, Momousagi, Garp and now this, he's finally getting it. This sea is survival of the fittest. He wants to be the one eating the meat, not the one being the meat. The thought warmed Ray, but he'd still step in if Luffy's life was truly on the line. Then proceed, beat the shit out of him. In those few minutes, Crocodile had gotten another kilometer away. Ray, sensing his position, wound up and kicked Luffy in the butt again. Wah. Seconds later, Crocodile heard that grating voice again. Crocodile, I'm gonna punch you. Wham! Luffy, like a javelin, smashed into the new desert turtle's head, knocking it out. Crocodile and Robin landed gracefully. Luffy dusted off his hat. Crocodile, prepare to die. Fully restored, Luffy instantly went gear second and charged. For the next hour and 5 minutes they brawled. Ray, Mikita, Gem, and a hidden Robin watched. Crocodile actually felt his rusty close combat skills improving. Finally, Luffy's stamina ran out again. The sand crocodile, ever the believer in external power, desiccated him once more. Meanwhile, in Alabasta's royal palace, Mr. 2 was enduring unprecedented torture, waterboarding, fire, electricity. Nami was trying everything. By dawn, he was a broken, incontinent mess, but he still hadn't talked. Nami, masked and exhausted, leaned against the wall. Why won't you talk? Such loyalty. I'd almost hire you. Chopper, moved by Bon Clay's devotion, gave him a shot of adrenaline. Nami, maybe we should stop, let's just go to the meeting. Nami stood up, gripping her climb attacked. One last try, she stepped behind Mr. 2, her voice turned cold. You're an Akama anyway, you won't miss it, right? How many lives do you have? Feeling Nami's intent, Mr. 2 thrashed wildly. As a proud swan of Akamawe, losing that meant losing his entire path. MMGH, MMMPH. Nami actually admired his defiance. Fine, she said, raising her staff. I'll grant your wish. Just then, Zoro walked in, covering his nose. Nami, still nothing, we need to move. Nami sighed, he's stubborn. Zoro respected that until he noticed the gag. Nami, could it be? He can't speak. Nami facepalmed, Chopper removed the gag. Freed, Mr. 2 burst into tears. I want to talk, WAAH. And just like that they got all of Baroque Works' plans. Leaving the room, Zoro eyed Nami warily. You did that on purpose, didn't you, for Vivi? Nami just coughed. Of course, Vivi's my sister, this monster targeted her father, how else could I repay her fear? Chopper. Psi Japanese letter T letter FF9F T letter FF89 Psi, so cruel. Zara Omega equals scary woman. An hour later, King Cobra, Mr. 2 and his royal guards, Zoro, Nami, Sanji, Usopp, etc. marched off to the rendezvous, easily picking up the real Baroque Works agents, Mr. 1, Miss Doublefinger, etc. along the way. At the same time, the first 20,000 captured rebels were being freed by the Marines and royal forces. Elsewhere, Luffy lay desiccated in the sand, a poisoned gash in his chest. Crocodile had learned his lesson. This time he'd used his poison hook, still an external power. As he left, Crocodile reassured himself, he's dead for sure this time, no way he's coming back. A full night of Luffy's revivals had seriously frayed his logic. Miss All Sunday, how far to Alubarna? 2.5 kilometers to an inland sea, then 100 kilometers straight. No turtle. You're planned. We'll see at the shore. Ray, sensing the urgency, used his own powers to extract the poison from Luffy. While Makita rehydrated him, Ray channeled purified demonic energy into him. 10 minutes later, Luffy stood up, healed and energized again. Send me one more time, I can still fight. Each revival seemed to be honing Luffy's haki. In the last fight, Crocodile had even used sand clones and sandstorms, but Luffy, with his newly awakening observation haki, had dodged them all and countered them. If Crocodile had only relied on his devil fruit, Luffy would have one already. A short while later, Crocodile and Robin reached the inland sea where they were met by a group of small, upright sea cows. Oh, Crocodile smirked. Miss All Sunday, it seems we've found our ride. These were Kung Fu dugongs. They challenge any human who passes. If you win, they become your loyal disciple. Crocodile was just about to beat one up. When Luffy arrived again, charging like a javelin, Crocodile, I'm going to punch you flying. Hearing that familiar line, Crocodile's elegant demeanor finally shattered. What the hell, he shrieked. Is the king of the underworld your relative? He looked at Luffy, who was dusting off his hat again. Am I still asleep? This must be a dream. He actually slapped himself in the face. Ouch. Damn it, Straw Hat Kid, just how many lives do you have? Luffy didn't get it, I just want to punch you flying. Why, how many times have I killed you already? Crocodile roared, completely losing his cool. Luffy just snorted and got into a fighting stance, and they started fighting. Again. The Kung Fu dugongs, witnessing this epic brawl, started clapping enthusiastically, trying to decide which of these two monsters to apprentice under. Ray, Makita, and Gem arrived nearby to watch. This battle lasted 2 hours. With his observation haki awakening, Luffy's dodging was way better, and he could sense Crocodile's attack rhythm getting sloppy. Though the Logia powers were still a pain, Luffy wasn't getting owned anymore. After 2 hours, Crocodile was exhausted, bleeding, and struggling to stand. Luffy was in similar shape, covered in cuts from Crocodile's sand blades. The sand for a kilometer around them was totally devastated. Ray had watched the whole thing. Crocodile, tangled up with Luffy for over 10 hours now, was fading. Luffy, through repeated sit-ups, getting beaten, eating, repeat, was getting stronger. The two were at a stalemate, but Ray knew who'd win. Luffy's will was resolute, Crocodile's was wavering. Just then, Ray got a mental message from Chaochu, who was back at the palace. All hostages rescued. Negotiations are about to begin. Finish him. All right. Since the hostages were safe and Luffy clearly had the upper hand, Ray decided to let him take the win. Luffy roared, coated both fists in his last reserves of haki, and charged. The weakened Crocodile was powerless to resist. He just had to stand there and take the beating, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. As he felt himself nearing death, a memory flashed through his mind. It was him, younger, covered in blood, glaring at the massive Whitebeard. Whitebeard, I will defeat you someday, he'd charged, Hacky on his poison hook, only to be effortlessly swatted away by the Yonko who hadn't even used his devil fruit. But the crocodile back then was different. He was more like Luffy. He kept getting up, kept attacking over and over until he physically couldn't move. When he woke up, abandoned on a deserted island, the fear of that overwhelming powerlessness had infected him. He gave up. He convinced himself effort was meaningless against talent. He became a loser, a bully who preyed on rookies in the first half of the Grand Line, addicted to the thrill of crushing the weak. He chased external power like armies and ancient weapons, all to get revenge. But now, as Luffy's punches rained down, he was silent. He couldn't understand why this weak kid was beating him. Could it be that effort does matter? Luffy kept failing, kept getting up, kept challenging him. The gap between them was huge, just like the gap between him and Whitebeard, but Luffy had succeeded. Did that mean, if I had just kept training, I could have beaten Whitebeard too? At that thought, Crocodile let out a self-mocking laugh. He activated his sand power, forcing Luffy back. Struggling to stand, he started talking to himself. I was once scared out of my wits by that man. Since when did I become so convinced my talent was inferior? I was the man who would become the Pirate King. I grew strong. I became a warlord. His voice rose. How could my talent be inferior to anyone's? He looked at Luffy. Straw Hat Kid, I should actually thank you. Luffy's expression turned grave. He could feel Crocodile's whole aura change. Ray, watching from a distance, understood perfectly. He's regained his confidence, his invincible mindset. If that's the case, Ray murmured, he's about to awaken. Crocodile suddenly understood. Why fear a challenge? If you want to kill me, I'm ready. In that instant, the sand and stones for a kilometer around them began to tremble, as if welcoming back their king. Crocodile could feel his control over the desert skyrocket. His long-dormant haki returned to its peak. He was stronger now than he'd ever been. He looked at Luffy with pure indifference. It's over, Luffy. With a wave of his hand, the sand beneath Luffy's feet enveloped him. A thin line of sand connected Crocodile's hand to the new sand coffin. Long-distance desiccation. 10 meters away, Luffy once again became a dried-up corpse. Crocodile tossed him into the nearby inland sea. He didn't finish him off. Straw Hat Kid, he said, if you can still survive, I'll accept your challenge again, but for now, Pluton is waiting. He shot a sinister, crocodile-like glare at Robin. Nico Robin, he said, his voice dripping with new confidence, I hope you won't try any more tricks. Cross the sea on your own. I'm going ahead to Alubarna. With that, his lower body dissolved into sand, and he flew off. After he was gone, Ray walked to the seaside, fished Luffy out with his whip he'd already rehydrated, and turned to Robin. What's your plan? Robin knew what he was asking. Do you still want to help us, or are you crawling back to him? He's an ambitious man, Robin said, her voice steady. To him, there are no comrades, only profit, and I don't like him. Ray nodded. That sounded like the truth. You three, he said to Robin, Makita, and Gem, keep an eye on Luffy. I'll go deal with Crocodile. He took off his mask, dropped his cloak, and using Heighten, shot into the sky, flying after the warlord. An hour later, the peace talks. It wasn't Mr. 2. King Cobra himself was there, boldly revealing Crocodile's entire plan to the rebel leader, Koza. Koza was stunned, but he was smart. It all clicked. When he heard Cobra had already contacted the Marines to save the 200,000 trapped rebels, he broke into a happy smile. This is the king I remember. But just then all hell broke loose. To think that you, the Akama Swan, have actually fallen. 4 of the king's guards, Mr. 1, Miss Doublefinger, Mr. 4, and Miss Merry Christmas, revealed themselves. It's clear our plan's been exposed, Mr. 1 said calmly. That's the real king. But the outcome won't change, Miss Doublefinger added. We just kill Cobra and Koza here, the plan proceeds. The 4 officers charged. At the same time, 3 of Koza's personal guards drew guns and aimed them at Cobra. At that critical moment, Nami gave the order. Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, move. Triggers were pulled, blades were drawn. The Baroque Works assassins went in for the kill. At that critical moment, Zoro's 3 swords flashed, slicing the bullets aimed at Cobra. Sanji's leg shot out, blocking Mr. 1's blade arm. Chopper went heavy point, stopping Mr. 4's giant baseball bat, and Nami drew her climb attack, clashing with Miss Doublefinger's spiky daggers. Seizing the chance, Cobra and Koza, protected by their loyal guards, scrambled to safety with Vivi and Usopp standing guard in front of them. The melee began. Seeing Mr. One, a man made of blades, Zoro's eyes lit up. He immediately yelled at Sanji to switch opponents. After a bit of their usual bickering, Sanji kicked down the traitors in Koza's guards and then leaped over to Vivi's side. He became her personal bodyguard. He had no choice, really. His stupid chivalry wouldn't let him kick Miss Doublefinger or Miss Merry Christmas. So he just had to watch anxiously as Nami squared off against Miss Doublefinger, his heart aching. Usopp, though terrified, saw Sanji's predicament, mustered his courage, and moved to stand behind Chopper. Battle formations: Zoro versus Mr. One, Das Bones. Sanji guarding Vivi the King and Koza. Nami versus Miss Doublefinger, Paula. Chopper and Usopp versus Miss Merry Christmas and Mr. Four. The battle split up. A short while later, Ray arrived, hovering in the distance. In his hand, he was casually carrying Crocodile, who looked more dead than alive. 45 minutes earlier, Crocodile, flying through the desert, suddenly stopped and turned. Standing on the sand behind him was a silver-haired man in a white cloak staring at him coldly. "Ray, the Cold Prince," Crocodile snorted. "What, here to avenge your captain?" Crocodile had no idea how Ray had found him. Did he track me all the way from Luffy? If so, this guy is terrifying. Ray didn't answer. He just drew Takajin as demonic energy swirled around him and his aura intensified. Crocodile sensed it with his haki and got serious. This level of power. It's in a completely different league from Luffy. The two locked eyes and the battle began. Ray swung his sword, sending a 4-meter green-gold energy sphere hurtling at Crocodile. Crocodile sensed the immense power and didn't try to just sandform his way through it. He was being cautious. If Luffy knows haki, this guy definitely does. He immediately scattered into sand, barely dodging the sphere, which left a 2-kilometer-long crater in the desert. Moments later, Crocodile reappeared, his poison hook coated in haki clashing with Ray's sword. Sword pressure. As their weapons hit, Ray unleashed his technique. Several new cuts instantly appeared on Crocodile's body. "It's that strange energy, it's cutting me just like haki." Gritting his teeth, Crocodile jumped back. In just 2 exchanges, he knew he was outmatched in close combat. HMPH. "Since my devil fruit has awakened," Crocodile sneered, "I'll make you the first to test it. Desert La Spada." He touched the sand, and a massive 200-meter quicksand trap opened up right under Ray. It was way faster and deeper than before. Ray just leaped into the air, ready to strike Crocodile down, but Crocodile had a new trick: sand drizzle. Hundreds of giant, cone-shaped sand spikes shot towards Ray in midair. Hovering in the air wide open, Crocodile grinned. "How will you dodge now?" He'd underestimated Ray. Ray could fly. Ignoring the spikes, Ray accelerated, moving almost invisibly fast, and closed the distance in an instant. Just as Ray swung for the killing blow, Crocodile, pushing himself to the limit, yelled, "Sand wall." A massive wall of hardened sand materialized. Ray shattered it instantly, but it bought Crocodile just enough time to retreat, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. "He's faster than me too." Even with his awakened powers, he knew he'd lose a straight fight. "You may be strong," Crocodile growled, "but this is the desert." The sand for 2 kilometers around them instantly swirled into a blinding sandstorm, and Crocodile vanished within it. Ray just stood still. He wanted to see what this awakened sand fruit could really do. Then, from all directions, Crocodile's voice echoed. "Awakened technique, domain of sand. Within this realm I'm a god." Ray could feel the sand itself come alive, becoming harder, sharper, more lethal. Desert greatswords. Several 100-meter-long sand blades formed in the air and attacked Ray from all sides. Unlike the simple spikes he'd used on Luffy, these could slash, chop, and stab. They were on a whole different level. Ray flickered around, parrying, but his normal blocks couldn't even break them. On top of that, Crocodile was creating new sand spikes, and the sandstorm itself was now sharp enough to cut. After parrying dozens of attacks, Ray snorted. He coated Takajin in demonic power and haki. With a simple swing, he shattered the greatswords. He then released a few orbs of demonic power, obliterating the rest of the sand weapons and clearing the storm. He was now standing on the ground, which was rapidly turning into quicksand. Crocodile, fused with the desert, laughed. What's this, giving up? Once you're trapped in my desert, no one escapes. Are you surrendering to me? I admire your strength. Swear loyalty to me and I'll stop this. Ray just shook his head, his gaze icy. I've seen all you can do, accept your defeat. Ignoring the quicksand already swallowing his calves, Ray plunged Takajin straight into the sand. Then, all the blue demonic power in his body surged violently outward in every direction. Crocodile got a really bad feeling when he saw Ray's sword light up. That weird blue energy just screamed danger. But then he remembered, hey, this is my domain, and his confidence came flooding back. You really think you can break out of my turf? He yelled, Sand Maiden. The sand all around Ray rose up like a giant, spiked coffin, ready to slam shut and turn him into a shish kebab. But just as it was about to close, RI just said, Azure Dragon Break. A violent explosion of demonic power erupted from his sword. Azure dragons tore through the sky and under the sand, scorching and pulverizing everything in a 2-kilometer radius. Crocodile, who was merged with the sand, basically became a giant target. No matter where he moved his real body, he couldn't escape the massive AoE destruction. Ray's attack completely shattered his arrogant domain. When the sand settled, Crocodile was revealed, kneeling and covered in blood. How? He stammered. Ray didn't bother answering. He transformed into a sphere of demonic light, closed the kilometer gap in an instant and swung his sword. Crocodile, still wounded, barely managed to split his body to dodge, but he was too slow now. Every dodge just got him cut again. Bastard, Crocodile roared, using his last bit of strength. Desert Diamond Treasure Blade. He hardened his hand and clashed with Ray, the force sending him flying back. He used the distance to scream his trump card. I have 200,000 hostages. If you keep attacking, I can kill them all in 1.5 seconds. You can't kill me that fast. Are you sure you want to continue, Ray? He hated using such a cheap tactic after his big mental breakthrough, but he wanted to survive. He knew he could merge with the fresh sand beneath his feet, stall for that 1.5 seconds and transfer his power to kill the rebels. This was the terrifying part of his awakening. His survival skills were on a whole new level, but Ray didn't even slow down, he just kept charging. Now, Crocodile panicked. You bastard, don't you care about civilian lives? Fine. If I die, I'm taking them with me. He merged into the sand and sent his power transferring to his clones, only to find the sandpit empty. The hostages were gone. Crocodile froze. He finally understood why Ray wasn't scared. Was Luffy's entire fight just a distraction? When did this info leak? NICO Robin, I'll kill you. As Crocodile howled at the sky, Ray hit him with another Azure Dragon Break. The despairing warlord finally passed out. Ray just picked him up by the collar and flew off toward Alubarna. Now Ray had arrived at the negotiation site, which was now a battlefield, still carrying the unconscious Crocodile. He saw Zoro, Nami, and the others fighting the remaining Baroque Works officers. He took out a flask, casually sat down on Crocodile's back and started watching the show. The battle lines were drawn. Nami's fight with Miss Doublefinger Paula was intense. Thanks to Ray's training, Nami was actually holding her own in close combat, blocking, swinging, and thrusting. She kind of looked like a certain Monkey King. She was so good, in fact, that if Paula hadn't been able to turn her chest into spikes, Nami's staff would have. Well, flattened her proud tits. Paula was getting furious at Nami's dirty tactics. You little brat, why do you keep aiming for private areas? Have you no decency? Nami just smirked. Those things keep turning into spikes. It's not like any man would want to touch them anyway. What's the harm in breaking them? You vicious little thief cat, just wait till I catch you, I'll turn you into a pincushion. Let me show you what real viciousness looks like, Nami snapped back. Meanwhile, the weird weather bubbles Nami had been secretly releasing were starting to form a trap. Sanji, who was supposed to be guarding the king, was watching Nami's fight, looking both love-struck and incredibly distressed. Elsewhere, Usopp and Chopper were getting their butts kicked by Miss Merry Christmas, a mole woman, and Mr. Four, a giant, slow guy with a gun that was also a dachshund that fired explosive baseballs. Miss Merry Christmas would dig tunnels and Mr. Four would pop up like a whack-a-mole to smack explosive balls at them. Thanks to Ray's training, Usopp was good at dodging, but they couldn't hit their opponents. Chopper, meanwhile, had swallowed a rumble ball and was in brain point, trying to figure out their weakness. Ray wasn't too worried about those two fights, his main concern was Zoro. Zoro was up against Mr. One, Daz Bones, the guy who can turn his whole body into steel blades. That wasn't the only problem. Zoro had haki, he could cut steel. The real problem was that this steel man, Daz Bones, also somehow knew haki. Zoro was in serious trouble. Ray's expression was grave. Him being here had changed things. Zoro had learned armament haki way too early. The upside? He could cut steel. The downside? He was fighting a guy made of steel, who also knew armament haki. This meant Zoro's haki slashes were basically useless. To win, Zoro had to break through to that next level today, the breath of steel, that mystical realm where you can cut anything or nothing at will. It was a specialized form of observation haki, and you couldn't just learn it, you had to get it. Now, it all depended on Zoro. Ray's main worry: since Zoro can already cut steel with haki, has he lost the hunger to master it? Zoro had three paths. Just get super strong and overpower everything with haki, even diamond. Master the breath of all things, understand diamond, cut diamond, do both. Ray naturally had chosen option 3. I hope you're greedy enough, Zoro, he murmured, watching the fight. Zoro was struggling. He hadn't expected some Baroque works lackey to know haki. This was supposed to be easy. He'd landed multiple haki slashes and they'd done nothing. Meanwhile, every time Mr. One hit him, he was bleeding. Good thing Ray's training had sharpened his instincts, or he'd be dead already. But this can't go on forever. Ignoring the new gashes on his chest, Zoro focused. A confident grin spread across his face. You picked the wrong opponent. Daz Bones was unimpressed. Do you not see the situation? At this rate, you'll be dead in 10 minutes. He was right, they'd been fighting for 10 minutes. Zoro was a bloody mess. Mr. One was barely scratched. In another 10, Zoro would be out of stamina. But did Zoro care? Not at all. He only had one thought: break through, so he charged again. Two-sword style Rhino return. Clang. Useless. Another wound opened on his chest. And yet, Zoro was smiling, sensing that shift in his mentality. Ray nodded. The best time to sense the breath of all things is when you're on the brink of death. He's been here before. Against Mihawk. Meanwhile, Nami and Miss Doublefinger were still going at it. Nami was actually appreciating Ray's training. His staff techniques were perfect for both offense and defense, but she wasn't a close combat fighter. A smirk curled her lips. Ready to experience my viciousness, Thorn Lady. Miss Doublefinger suddenly sensed danger. The air felt weird, humid. She instinctively leaped at Nami, but it was too late. Thunder weather. Bolts of lightning lanced down from the hidden clouds, zapping Paula midair. Gyah. Her blue curls instantly frizzed into a charred afro. Confident in her win, Nami turned to leave, but then, a twist. Using some hidden strength, Paula sprang up, her hands transformed into thorn hammers, aiming right for Nami's back. Maiswan, look out! Sanji screamed, sprinting towards her, but he was too far. Ray, watching from the distance, gathered his power, ready to step in, but he stopped. Nami had already reacted. Weather spear thrust. At the last second, Nami spun and drove the spear tip of her climb attack straight into Paula's chest, then kicked her away. But she wasn't done. You dare sneak attack me? Guess you didn't get enough lightning. Thunder weather. But Nami forgot one crucial thing. The weather spear was basically a giant lightning rod. Gyh, that was Paula. Argh, that was Sanji, who had just arrived. Yep, that was Nami. Smoking and now sporting her own afro, Nami threw the spear on the ground and shrieked at the sky. USOPP. What kind of crappy invention is this? Usopp couldn't hear her, his eardrums were ringing. What happened? He and Chopper had been dodging explosive baseballs for 10 minutes. Finally, they found the weakness. All the tunnels were connected. So, Chopper scampered over to the dog gun and threw sand in its nose. As it sneezed, Chopper aimed its mouth into a tunnel. Meanwhile, Usopp loaded his slingshot with metabolic bombs harvested from Gem and fired them deep into the tunnels. The result? Massive, underground chain explosions. The mole woman and the baseball guy learned the meaning of firepower supremacy as they were blasted into unconsciousness. Usopp and Chopper, however, were left with ringing ears as collateral damage. All eyes were on Zoro and Mr. One's duel. Everyone was worried, especially Sanji. Once Nami was safe, Sanji's full sideways attention was on Zoro. This moss-headed idiot, he muttered, all talk no skill. And he won't even let me help, not that I wanted to anyway. He had tried to intervene, but Zoro had sternly shut him down. No one was to interfere even if he died. Ray understood. Zoro was cutting off all his escape routes. No retreat, no surrender. He needs to face death to find that state of stillness again, to hear the breath of all things. Despite being at a disadvantage, Zoro fought relentlessly. Three-sword style onigiri. His classic slash forced Mr. One's blades apart. Three-sword style tiger hunt. The haki-enhanced pounce slammed into Mr. One's chest, and did nothing. Roronoa, your haki is weakening. So is yours, Zoro shot back. If not for Ray, I'd be toast right now. Three-sword style ox demon. Spiral slash. Brute force versus precision. Mr. One, no longer holding back, knew Zoro was the key. Their clash sent Zoro flying, blood gushing from new wounds. Zoro, Usopp and Chopper cried out. Nami and Vivi tensed, ready to jump in. Believe in the moss head, Sanji yelled, stopping them, his cigarette snapping between his gritted teeth. But he's dying, Chopper transformed, ready to charge only to be kicked down by Sanji. Don't insult his resolve. Mr. One, figuring Zoro was finished, turned to the others. Cocky brats, he sneered, I'll take your heads next. Sanji just smirked, lighting a new cigarette. You're not worthy. Because you'll never beat Zoro. Daz Bones whirled around. Roronoa, Zoro, you're still alive. Indeed, Zoro had struggled back to his feet, holding only Wado Ikemanji. He was bloody, but he was grinning. I should thank you, Mr. One. Daz Bones tensed. Zoro's whole aura had changed. Come at me, steel cutter, Zoro said calmly. Now I can hear the breath of your steel. Arrogant fool. My next strike will dice you into pieces. Both charged spiral slash speed blade. Zoro just stood there, his single sword flashing in a perfect Drawindra sheath. One sword style, lion song. They passed each other. A moment later, Zoro collapsed to his knees, completely spent but smiling. This is it, the breath of all things, I've done it. Mr. One turned. This is the swordsman who can cut steel tilde. Before he could finish, blood gushed from his steel chest, and he collapsed out cold. Wow, Zoro, you won! Chopper cheered, rushing over with his medical kit. Nami, Vivi, and Usopp laughed with relief. Sanji just blew out a smoke ring. Stupid moss head, he muttered, you almost made me have to avenge you. Seeing this, Ray in the distance allowed himself an imperceptible smile. Zoro's path is finally open. With Baroque works completely wiped out, Ray picked up the half-dead crocodile and flew back to the group. At the negotiation site, the crisis was over. Everyone was smiling. The war was finally ending. The next step, Cobra declared, is to gather our forces and launch an expedition against Crocodile. Just then, Crocodile's corpse fell from the sky and landed right in front of him. Protect the king, the guards yelled, cautiously approaching. Your Majesty, it's Crocodile. Sanji and Nami frowned. They knew what this meant. Sure enough, a second later, an extremely handsome figure descended from the sky. Haha, I knew it. Crocodile was no match for you, Ray, Nami cheered, jumping at him, and as usual ending up face-planting in the dirt. Chopper's eyes were sparkling, as expected of my boss's master. A warlord is trash to him. Usopp immediately started boasting to the royal guards. I taught Ray all his combat skills, you know. A few guards actually believed him and started begging for lessons. Sanji and Zoro just smiled. Ray, Zoro asked, was the fight difficult? Ray glanced at Zoro's bandaged body. Compared to you, it was much easier. Zoro's face turned bright red. Sanji burst out laughing. The moss head almost died today, embarrassment level. 100. How what you say, damn cook? Oh, does the severely injured moss head want to become critically ill? Zoro just snorted. He was too weak to move. He'd just beat Sanji up later. Cobra and Koza, seeing Ray for the first time, were stunned. This man had just delivered the mastermind of their country's suffering right to their feet. Ignoring his ministers, Cobra bowed deeply. Koza did the same. Ray just gave a slight nod. Just then, Crocodile, lying on the ground, let out a weak, mocking laugh. Ha 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 tilde cough tilde Ray, Cobra, Koza, do you really think you've won? I planted a massive bomb. Blast radius of 5 kilometers in the center of Alubarna. The moment Mr. One failed, the order was given, even if I lose, I'll make you pay in blood. Cobra turned pale. Back to Alubarna now. There are hundreds of thousands of people in the capital. No need to panic, Ray said, stopping everyone. My dog will handle it. Huh. Cobra just stared blankly at Ray. Sir. What do you mean, your dog will handle it? Ray didn't answer, he just walked calmly towards the straw hats. Crocodile, still on the ground, was trying to process this. He couldn't accept it. Nobody knew about the bomb, not even Robin. How could Ray possibly know? There's absolutely no way the information leaked. He was right, it hadn't, but Ray was a transmigrator, he knew the plot. Even though things had gone wildly off-script, Crocodile being a cautious, scheming bastard meant a backup bomb was highly likely. Ray hadn't killed him yet for one reason: he wanted Crocodile to watch. To see all his perfect schemes, all his backup plans crumble to dust. Ray held a grudge. Once Crocodile's spirit was well and truly crushed, then he could die. The moment Mr. One was defeated, a secret Baroque Works agent, hidden among the king's guards, made his move. He dialed a den mushy, sending the detonation signal to the two agents hidden in Alubarna's clock tower. He was immediately exposed and cut down, but the signal got through. Inside the clock tower, Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day, that foolish pair, got the call. Behind them was a massive cannon aimed at the palace square containing the 5-kilometer radius bomb. Ho ho ho, Miss Father's Day, it's time to set it off. Jiro, Mr. 7, we'll get a huge promotion for this, right? I might even become Mr. 5. 100,000 berries a month, here we come. Jiro. The two idiots excitedly went to light the fuse. Just as they struck the match, they saw a small white dog sitting on the fuse. Even more terrifying, the dog spoke. Chaochu said, sighing, I really feel sorry for you too. You don't even know your boss sold you out. Blast radius is 5 kilometers. How exactly did you plan on surviving this? Still dreaming of promotions, truly delusional. Chaochu paused, tilted his head, then shrugged. Anyway, this thing's on a timer, so I can't waste time with you. With that, dog demon mode activated. One swipe of his giant paw sent the two agents flying out of the clock tower and into the square below. Then, Chaochu ripped the cannon apart, wrapped his tail around the giant bomb, and flew straight up into the sky. He had 2.5 minutes, plenty of time. 150 seconds later, high above Alubarna, a dazzling flash of light vaporized the clouds. The scene was clearly visible to everyone back at the negotiation site, especially Crocodile. Under the intense, silent flash, Crocodile's mind finally broke. He burst into a fit of high-pitched, angry laughter. Ha 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 ha, Ray, you spared me just to humiliate me like this. Ray just looked at him indifferently. You were never worthy to begin with, but never mind. Seeing Crocodile's current frenzied state, Ray suddenly felt that crushing his spirit was pointless. Will his awakened power just seal itself again now that he's mentally broken? Whatever. It was time. Ray drew his sword to execute the man who had tried to steal a kingdom. Nami and Vivi both moved to stop him. They still needed Crocodile to confess to the nation to truly end the turmoil. But they both froze. They knew Ray, his gentleness was only for his allies. He didn't care about national affairs, only about them, and Crocodile had tried to kill him. This was a death sentence. But just as Ray was about to strike, a figure flashed between them. A haki-coated kick slammed against Takajin. The newcomer wore a cowboy hat and a justice coat. It was Vice Admiral Chatten Takacake. Hee, Ray kid, Takacake said, I need Crocodile alive. You won't stop me, will you? He smiled, but his eyes were serious. After all, we were comrades for a day, saving those 200,000 people. Give me some face. Ray was irritated but also surprised. How did this guy hide from me? He must have some special ability. But that wasn't important right now. Are you prepared for this, Takacake? You're really fierce, Ray. But I should add one more thing, Takacake said, his smile fading. If you kill Crocodile, I'll have no choice but to kill Nico Robin. Ray's brow furrowed. Are you threatening me? Takacake waved his hands frantically. Threat, deal, whatever. The important thing is I need a body to report back with, either Crocodile's or a dead Nico Robin's. Ray paused. Why a dead Nico Robin? He figured it was some internal marine political nonsense. Seeing Ray hesitate, Takacake knew he had to prove he wasn't bluffing. After all, Ray had just taken down an awakened Crocodile and Mamausagi. Ray, Takacake said, dropping his lazy posture, if you're that angry, how about you fight me? Let's see if I'm qualified to make this deal. Ray just snorted coldly and accepted. Be careful you don't get killed by me. You too. Ray signaled for Sanji and the others to drag Crocodile further away. If Morgans had been there, the headline would have been epic. Marine Admiral candidate Chatton versus the new warlord-level pirate. Cold Prince Ray, Takicake taunted, his lazy smile full of sharp edges. Don't tell me you can't even withstand my first attack. If you fail, you and your friends are just going to be achievements on my promotion report. He was absolutely trying to provoke Ray. Takicake was frankly sick of hearing Mamausagi gush about Ray this and Ray that back at HQ. It was infuriating. Ray knew exactly what this guy was doing, so he decided to play along. He was, as it happened, pretty ticked off anyway. Without even drawing his sword, Ray just threw a punch. Takicake, despite his lazy posture, reacted instantly. Their haki-coated fists clashed in midair, not even touching, but the force of the impact sent a shockwave of yellow sand exploding outwards. And then, unexpectedly, it just turned into an all-out brawl. Punches and kicks flew haki against haki. The force was so tremendous that every blow, whether it landed or missed, sent shockwaves tearing through the air. The sand stirred up around them in a blinding whirlwind, completely obstructing the spectators' view. Sanji looked completely baffled. Ray's fighting style, he muttered, it feels kinda familiar. Zoro knew exactly what this was. He was having flashbacks. This is what he does when he's taking his anger out on me, he groaned. No sword, no training, just pure angry punching. The memory alone made his head throb. Chopper, he grunted, come massage my head. Okay. While complaining, the rest of the crew and Cobra's group kept backing away. Further was definitely safer. They had learned that from experience. The sandstorm brawl lasted for a full 10 minutes. By the time the dust started to settle, both men had taken a few hits. Takicake, in particular, now sported two very clear, very angry-looking fist marks on his handsome face. After one last clash sent them both sliding back, they separated. Ray, Takicake whined, rubbing his jaw, you've gone too far using poison, you damaged my face. The poison was, of course, the faint trace of corrosive demonic energy Ray's fists now carried. Ray's anger had mostly subsided. Yep, he thought, fighting head-on is still the best way to vent. HMPH, Ray snorted, his voice cold. If this is all you've got, you're not taking Crocodile. Takicake just smiled. Oh, that was just the warm-up. Then let me show you why I'm confident I can kill Nico Robin, and why you can't stop me. The moment he finished speaking, Ray sensed something was terribly wrong. He instantly leaped into the air as the desert beneath them began to shake violently. Massive stones, earthen spikes, and sharp sand blades shot up from the ground, all aiming for him. Seeing this, Ray stopped holding back. Poison Flower Claw, Meteor Shower. Toxic green energy erupted from his hand. Countless corrosive, giant claw marks rained down in a 1-kilometer radius, shredding the stone pillars and sand spikes to bits. The ground was left looking like a pockmarked wasteland, sizzling and smoking. Cobra and his guards watched, their jaws on the floor. They couldn't believe someone could be this powerful. Crocodile, who was still conscious, was terrified. I the sand, but this guy is the earth itself. He completely counters me. The Straw Hats were less impressed. They'd seen the apocalypse back at Logtown, but it still sent a clear message through them. Our enemies are getting stronger and stronger, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Usopp all thought. If we don't keep up, we're just dead weight. What happens when he faces someone he can't beat? Chopper, meanwhile, was hiding behind Zoro while trembling. This was his first time seeing a real monster-level fight. On the battlefield, Ray had already figured it out. This guy's power is related to the earth. His whole outfit is earth-toned. He's always confessing to people. Like the earth's universal love, and he was willing to save the rebels. This guy has definitely awakened his devil fruit. The dust settled. Takicake was standing there, completely unharmed, covered in a shimmering suit of black earthen armor, haki flowing around it. Ray, you bastard, he said, letting the armor crumble away. That was a killing move. If you died from that, that means you're just a weakling, Ray snorted. Ha ha ha, seems I've finally fired you up. Let's continue. With that, Takicake merged with the ground. The earth itself began to rise, forming into a 100-meter-tall earth giant, completely coated in armament haki. It was absurdly powerful and terrifyingly fast for its size. The giant threw a punch. Ray, I learned this one from Old Man Garp. Be careful, Earth Mother impact. A massive, visible shockwave of pure haki and earthen power rushed at Ray. HMPH, he didn't aim at Nami and the others. This guy's pretty decent. Secret technique, Azure Dragon Break. Ray unleashed his own attack, pouring maximized demonic power and haki into it. The air around his sword began to steam. The colossal Azure Dragon collided with the giant's fist wave. Boom. The resulting explosion was deafening. The land for 2 kilometers was overturned, and the shockwave sent Sanji, Zoro, and the others tumbling 3 kilometers away. When the dust settled this time, both fighters were injured. The Earth Giant had a huge, deep gash across its front, parts of its body crumbling away. Ray's arm was bleeding, though his demonic power was already knitting the wound shut. But his opponent could heal too. As long as Takicake was touching the earth, he was practically immortal. Ray had a pretty good estimate of their power now. With all my powers stacked, I can fight an admiral candidate to a draw. But to beat them without my demonic power, I'd need to be at least 60% fused. Maybe by then I could take on an admiral. Takicake was just as shocked. No wonder he beat Momousagi. That attack power is terrifying. I was actually at a disadvantage in that last clash. He knew he couldn't break Ray's defense, and Ray's recovery was just as monstrous as his. Are we really going to fight all day? That won't work. Ray, the giant Takacake's voice boomed. Are we still going to continue? I can't do anything to you and you can't do anything to me. Your anger should be gone by now. There's no need to drag this on. Just hand Crocodile over to me. I can even pretend I never saw you with Nico Robin. Ray just snorted. You haven't proven you can take Nico Robin from me, and besides, who said I can't do anything about you? The moment Ray finished speaking, Takicake sensed something was terribly wrong. Ray's entire body erupted with demonic energy and his form began to change. Fangs and sharp claws emerged. Demon transformation. As the words demon transformation left Ray's lips, his entire body erupted in a blinding column of blue-white demonic energy. His eyes flashed pure blood red. His features sharpened, his teeth elongating into vicious fangs as his body exploded in size. A moment later, where the man had stood, a slender, massive white dog demon now loomed. This beast was easily 70 meters tall at the shoulder, its body a full 130 meters long, not counting the 3 enormous, fluffy tails that swayed behind it. Ray's familiar crescent moon mark glowed on its forehead, radiating a terrifying demonic pressure that pushed down on the very earth. It made Takicake's 100-meter Earth Giant look small. The Earth Giant stared at Ray as an uncontrollable primal dread welling up inside him. What is this pressure? Is this a Zoan-type devil fruit? He'd only ever seen one person transform into something this massive, this monstrous. The Yonko, Kaido, Ray, you bastard. Takicake growled, his own confidence wavering. You really won't stop until you win, will you? Unfortunately, the transformed Ray was far beyond listening to taunts. With a ground-shaking snarl, the beast ignored him and just charged. So unreasonable, Takicake roared, swinging both his giant, haki-coated earthen fists down in a crushing blow. The moment they collided with the charging dog demon, Takicake felt an enormous, unstoppable force blast up his arms, sending his entire 100-meter-tall giant form stumbling backward. What terrifying power! Roar! Ray wasn't listening. He was no longer Ray. He was a pure, instinctual force. He attacked again, swiping with his massive claws. The sharp, haki and demonic power-infused talons didn't just hit Takicake's arms, they shattered the hardened, haki-infused earth, sending black rock flying like shrapnel. Inside the giant's chest, Takicake broke out in a cold sweat. How did this damn dog's attack power increase so much? As he thought it, the dog demon's blood-red eyes swiveled and locked directly onto his position, deep inside the giant's chest. Shit, he can hear me, he can sense me in here. Ray was fully berserk. His massive claws became a blur, frantically tearing the Earth Giant to pieces. Takicake desperately used his awakened ability, pulling more rock and soil from the ground to repair the damage, but he couldn't keep up. The destruction was too fast. For every chunk he repaired, the beast tore off 3 more. TCH if this keeps up, I'll lose. What is this ability? Panicked, Takicake knew he only had one option. He pulled his remaining arm back, pouring all his power into one last, desperate move. Virtue of all things, Earth Mother impact. His terrifying haki-infused fist collided with Rei's slashing claws. The resulting explosion was deafening. This time, the giant dog Rei was sent flying a full kilometer away, crashing into the desert. His right foreleg looked mangled, clearly fractured, but then, it just healed. The demonic energy pulsed, flesh and bone knitting back together instantly. Before Takakake could even process the regenerative speed, the beast was on its feet and charging right back at him. "What the hell kind of monster is this?" Takakake yelled, his voice cracking with genuine fear. "Rei, that's enough, let's stop fighting." The Straw Hats and Cobra's group, who had scrambled another 4 kilometers away, just stood there, their minds completely blown. Is that giant dog really Rei?" Usopp stammered, his legs knocking together. "No wonder Chaochu said he was a yokai," Nami whispered, her hand over her mouth. "That size, my god." Sanji and Zoro were mentally shattered. The Rei they were seeing now was ferocious, primal, and way more powerful than Chaochu's demon form. Their internal benchmark for strong had just been obliterated. If we make Rei this angry in the future, will he just swallow us whole? Chopper, who was hiding behind Zoro, kneels down, his legs completely giving out. The sheer, predatory pressure coming from Rei was too much for his animal senses. Chaochu, he now realized, usually held back his own aura around him. Cobra and Koza just kept swallowing, their throats dry. In all their lives they had never seen such a terrifying dog. It was tearing a 100-meter-tall earth giant to shreds. Unlike the others, Nami and Vivi's eyes were wide and sparkling, their bodies doing that wavy line thing Sanji does when he sees a beautiful woman. "Big, white dog," Nami breathed, her cheeks flushed. "I really want to pet it." "I can't even imagine how comfortable it would be to lie on," Vivi added in a total daze. Cobra just gave his daughter a very, very strange look. As for Crocodile, his spirit was utterly broken. He'd fought with all his might, awakened his devil fruit, and hadn't even forced Rei to use this trump card. He felt like a complete and utter clown. Rei's current state was, in fact, pretty bad. After demonizing, it was hard for him to stay rational. The bloodlust was overwhelming, a primal, all-consuming impulse to just tear Takakake apart. No wonder the system warned me. If this drags on, I'll lose control. His beast-like fighting style was powerful, but it was all instinct. Sloppy. If he were facing an enemy who could match his raw power, he'd be full of openings, but he couldn't hold back. He was determined to rip this vice admiral to pieces. Instinct was taking over. Takakake was in an even worse state. His real body, hidden deep within the crumbling giant, had already coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. "Damn it, if this continues, he's really going to kill me. He's getting more and more bestial. I can't talk to him anymore. I never expected venting my frustration would lead to this. I've only got one move left. Earth's secret art, Wrath of the Earth." With a furious roar, all the sand, soil, and rock within a 2.5-kilometer radius rose up. It was an avalanche in reverse, converging on Rei from all sides, forming a massive 200-meter-high mountain, instantly trapping the giant dog demon. Takakake poured all his remaining power into it, continuously compressing the mountain, trying to crush the beast inside. Trapped within, Rei roared in fury, struggling against the immense pressure. "If he doesn't keep compressing this, I can break out in seconds." "Damn it," Takakake cursed, his mind racing. "How do I get out of this safely?" Rei, meanwhile, was fighting a different battle, the battle for his own sanity. Sesshomaru's demonic power, it's too terrifying. Suddenly, his observation haki, amplified by the feral state, kicked in, and he foresaw what would happen next. The giant dog demon would burst free, its eyes pure red. It would tear Takakake to shreds, and then, relying on its blood-soaked senses, it would hunt down the crew. He saw himself devouring them. This horrifying vision jolted Rei back. He couldn't accept that. His latent potential, his human potential, erupted. He roared, not in rage but in defiance, forcing the overwhelming demonic power to retract, forcing the transformation to cancel. Azure Dragon Break. He condensed all his remaining power into a single, person-sized, piercing dragon of pure blue energy and blasted his way out of the collapsing mountain. Seeing Ray return to his human form, his eyes clear but exhausted, Takakake understood. He deactivated his own ability. The earth giant crumbled, revealing his own weakened human form. He spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Ray, panting. "If we continue fighting," Takakake panted, "the outcome will definitely be bad. Do you still want to go on?" Ray just snorted coldly, turned, and started to walk away. "Do whatever you want with Crocodile." "Haha," Takakake chuckled weakly, "you really do care about your comrades, don't you?" He knew Ray had actually lost control, forcing himself to power down. With that, Takakake activated his ability, submerged into the ground, and reappeared instantly beside Zoro, Nami, and the others. They all jumped into fighting stances, terrified that Ray had lost. But Takakake ignored them. He just smiled at Cobra. "Let's return to the royal palace. I'll help you prove Crocodile's crimes, then I'll head back to HQ to report." He wrapped the still unconscious Crocodile in sand and started walking with the royal group, acting as if the Straw Hat Pirates didn't even exist. Noticing Takakake's dismissive attitude towards them, Sanji, Nami, and Zoro held back Usopp and Chopper, who looked ready to make a scene. They all just waited in the tense silence for Ray to return. 10 seconds later, Ray reappeared, landing softly on the sand. "Man, that guy Takakake moves fast underground," Ray thought, his expression grim. "If my friends were too far away, I really couldn't protect them from him." He wasn't bluffing about Nico Robin. Of course, in his full demon form, Ray could probably catch him, but that mode was just too risky. His rational mind had almost been completely overwhelmed by pure, feral instinct. He couldn't risk losing control and being unable to tell friend from foe. It was a last resort, only for the most extreme situations. Right now, Chaochu, having sensed his master's presence, finally arrived, bounding over the dunes. The crew, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, piled onto his massive back, and they took to the skies to find Luffy. As they flew, Ray felt that familiar hunger for more strength gnawing at him again. Having to compromise with Takakake was incredibly frustrating. Meanwhile, rewind to Luffy's group. Luffy woke up about 10 minutes after Ray had blasted him away. His first instinct was, of course, to inhale a mountain of food. Once his energy was back, he was immediately roaring about finding Crocodile again. But then he looked around and realized Ray was gone. After Makita, Gem, and a very much alive Nico Robin explained the new situation, Ray was currently fighting Takakake, the 200,000 rebels were already rescued, etc., Luffy just sighed. In the end, his strength still hadn't been enough, he lose. Still, that new power he'd felt, that ability to sense Crocodile's attacks, that was pretty cool, and his haki definitely felt stronger. Suddenly, Luffy's brain finally processed the third person who had been explaining things. He gaped, jumped into a combat stance, and shielded Makita and Gem behind him. "You," he yelled, pointing at Robin. "You're that bad woman from Crocodile's side. Want to fight? I don't like hitting women, but I'm not afraid of you either. Bring it on, you bastard." Seeing this, Robin just let out an enchanting, knowing laugh. "Captain," she said smoothly, "don't be so impatient. I was the one who told Ray about all of Crocodile's schemes." Luffy's attitude did a complete 180. He clapped his hands together with a huge grin on his face. "Oh. So you're a good person after all, let's eat meat together." His instant, total trust made Gem and Makita sweat drop. "We feel so bad for Ray having to follow this guy." Later, Robin told Luffy about the plan Ray had set in motion. After stuffing a few more pieces of meat in his mouth, Luffy was all fired up to go find Ray, but their path to the inland sea was blocked by a group of Kung Fu Dugong. So, Luffy beat up their leader. The Kung Fu Dugongs, thoroughly impressed, immediately asked to become his disciples. A whole fleet of Dugong then happily carried the 4 of them across the water. Afterward, they finally met up with Ray and the others. On Chaochu's back, flying towards Alubarna, everyone except Sanji, who was just happy to have another beautiful woman on board, and Luffy was giving Nico Robin the side-eye. "Hey, Luffy." "Ray," Nami whispered, having already sidled up to Ray's side, "can we really trust this woman?" She kept glaring at Robin. This new woman was too calm, too mature, and too much like Ray. Nami felt threatened. Usopp and Chopper had already pulled out little stools ready to start a full-blown interrogation. Ray just had Chaochu explain. Master says, the dog announced, that the person who helped the most with saving the 200,000 rebels was this woman. Luffy also chimed in. She's definitely not a bad person, don't worry. Since the two most authoritative figures on the ship in their own weird ways had vouched for her, the others had to let it go. We'll travel with her. For now. Suddenly, Robin walked right over to Ray. Nami's hair practically stood on end. Ray felt helpless. Is this really necessary? Ray-san, Robin asked, her voice low and curious, what are your thoughts on Crocodile's target, the ancient weapon Pluton? I'm not interested in that kind of external power, Ray replied simply. Hearing that, a genuine, relieved smile spread across Robin's face. She had been worried he might be another crocodile. Hee, you're indeed different. Ever since meeting them, Robin had felt an indescribable sense of security from this crew. They had defeated Crocodile, destroyed Baroque works, and completely changed her fate. She, who had been ready to die, now felt confused. Should I keep running, or maybe change my way of living? She sighed, keeping her distance, lost in her own thoughts. Later, in Alubarna, with Takacake's help, the king had already explained the entire conspiracy to the citizens. Crocodile was exposed. The people finally knew the truth. Koza, the rebel leader, was filled with remorse and decided to return to his hometown to help rebuild. As for Takacake, he just grabbed the unconscious crocodile and left. He didn't even glance at the Straw Hat Pirates. Ray just shook his head. If he's always this weird about his job, it's no wonder he's not an admiral. Smoker and Tashigi followed Takacake, both looking bitter and disillusioned. Pirates had saved the day while the Marines had done nothing but cover it up. And now, HQ was spinning the story. Headquarters just called, Takacake said casually as they walked. To reward you two for your work saving Alabasta, they're promoting you. As for the Straw Hats, it's still unclear how HQ will report that. Smoker exploded. Damn those old fuckers, what does saving Alabasta have to do with us? It was the Straw Hats, at most you helped. Tashigi was silent, tears of frustration in her eyes. She had watched Zoro risk his life, watched all of them fight for their comrade. And they, the Marines, had only been able to rescue the rebels with the pirates' help. And now HQ was going to lie and take the credit? Why, she finally burst out, I can't accept this. If only I were stronger. What exactly is justice? Smoker paused, then looked at her. Everyone has their own justice, Tashigi, the Straw Hats too. If you can't stand being helped by pirates, then get stronger. That goes for me and for you. Until one day, we're strong enough to change HQ's decisions ourselves. Takacake just broke into his lecherous smile. Haha, I'm really looking forward to what the Marines will become before you get there. Me, old man Garp Mamausagi, will help block some of the darkness for you. You just focus on growing strong. Tashigi wiped her tears and nodded firmly. As the three of them were about to board the warship, Tashigi asked one last question. Vice Admiral Takacake, what are your thoughts on the Straw Hat Pirates? Takacake smiled, kicked Crocodile's unconscious body onto the ship's deck and said, they're not bad, one could even say. This era needs them. As the warship sailed away, Smoker asked Takacake his own question. What do you think of that man, Ray? Takacake was quiet for a moment while looking out at the sea. Don't let him become a lone wolf, he said finally. And with that, the Marines were gone, taking Crocodile and the other captured and still unconscious agents with them. The only one who got away was Mr. 2, Bon Clay, who Nami had, pretty much mentally broken. Ray and the crew just handed the traumatized Bon Clay over to Cobra to deal with. The next day, to thank the Straw Hats, Cobra and Vivi held a massive royal banquet. Since Robin had been the key to the rescue op, she was invited too. Everyone finally got to stuff their faces with amazing seafood and desert dishes, laughing and chatting. After the feast, the king dismissed his guards. That's when Ray, who'd been silent the whole time, finally spoke up. Robin, he said, there must be something you want to do here, right? Hearing that, Robin's body trembled slightly. She was quiet for a moment, then a genuine smile touched her lips. Yes, that's right. She turned to the king. Your Majesty, may I take a look at Alabasta's poneglyph? Only Ray and Cobra knew what that meant. The others had never even heard the word. Cobra's expression turned grave, but the wise king quickly smiled again. Just for saving 200,000 of my people, I agree to this, he said. But you must promise not to reveal what you find here. In Cobra's eyes, no secret was more important than his people. Hearing this, Robin smiled, a truly beautiful smile. She turned to Ray. Thank you. No problem. After the banquet, Cobra led Robin, Vivi, and the Straw Hats to the royal secret chamber. Robin read every word about the ancient weapon Pluton on the ancient stone. Just as she was about to reaffirm her promise, Cobra suddenly knelt before all of them. I am truly grateful, he said, his voice thick with emotion. Without you, Alabasta would have been destroyed. I am a failed king, but I am fortunate to have a daughter like Vivi, and even more fortunate that she met all of you. He was completely sincere, but he also had a deeper reason. An old prophecy passed down through the kings of Alabasta that said, one day the will of D will bring his companions to change this corrupt world. Cobra had a strong feeling that these pirates were the ones foretold in the prophecy. He knew changing the world meant fighting the world government. He was betting on them. He was gambling that these pirates would make the world a better place because if things stayed as they were, Alabasta was doomed anyway. At midnight on the palace rooftop, Ray had called for an important meeting. Luffy, Zoro, and the others were all there, including Robin, who had been spacing out on the roof by herself. Ray told them flat out that Robin was crucial for Luffy to become the Pirate King. She was the only one who could read the poneglyphs, which were the map to the One Piece. He made up a story about hearing it from some old white-haired man. Why did he do this? Maybe because he related to her. Before he transmigrated, Ray had also been a lost orphan, driven only by revenge. After he got his revenge, he felt empty. He'd lost his purpose. Robin was the same. She had an obsession, the poneglyphs, but no way to achieve it. Now that Baroque works was gone, she was just lost. Ray wanted to help. He offered her a short-term goal: we need your skills. In return, we'll give you the power to find the poneglyphs. After some discussion, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp agreed. Sanji, of course, agreed instantly. As for Luffy, he'd already nodded before the discussion even started. Robin, Ray asked, leaving the choice to her, what's your decision? Robin trembled slightly, hesitating for a long time. Can I decide tomorrow? Sure. The next morning, the crew minus Ray was gathered on the Going Merry, looking worried, not about Robin but about Vivi. They'd all come to see her as a true comrade. But as a princess, her duty was to her country. From the coast, they could hear Vivi's voice amplified by speakers giving a nationwide address encouraging her people. 1 hour later, the Merry was anchored at the designated meeting spot. If Vivi wanted to come, she'd be here by now. The deadline passed, still no sign of her. Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji looked crushed. Nami paced the deck anxiously. Only Ray and Zoro looked indifferent. They respected her decision. Just as they accepted it and were about to leave, Vivi appeared on the shoreline, riding Karoo. Luffy, Ray, Nami, everyone, she yelled, her voice broadcasted over the speakers, tears streaming down her face. I'm so happy I could share this journey with you. I'm sorry, but I can't go with you. Alabasta needs me. I've realized how much I truly love this country. She paused, then cried out, if we ever meet again, would you still be willing to call me your comrade? The Straw Hats understood. Luffy immediately wanted to yell back, but Nami and Ray stopped him. She's giving a national speech, Nami hissed. If you yell back, the Marines will know we're friends and come after her. To be safe, Ray had Chaochu respond instead. The giant dog opened his mouth and roared in a perfect, gravelly pirate voice. You're just our captive. A princess for ransom? We only kept you around for the money and to find Crocodile. Don't get any foolish ideas. We never considered you a comrade from the very beginning. Hearing those words, Vivi cried even harder. But the corners of her mouth curved into a huge smile, because she could clearly see the crew on the ship ahead, all of them raising their left arms, showing the black X on their bandages, the mark of their bond, including Ray, though his arm looked suspiciously like it was being helped up by Chaochu, who had leaped onto his shoulder. As they sailed away, Chaochu asked Ray, Master, why did you use your demonic power to hold me up under your elbow? Was it so Vivi could see my little paws clearly? Duang, Chaochu fell to the ground with a new bump on his head. Too much nonsense. An hour later, the Going Merry was sailing away from Alabasta. On deck, Nami, Sanji, Chopper, Usopp, and Luffy were all lying in a row, looking completely dejected. Ah, so boring, they all sighed in unison. Zoro, the only one standing, looked on helplessly. If you miss Vivi that much, he grumbled, you should have just dragged her onto the ship. His comment immediately made him public enemy number 1. Nami, so brutal. Chopper, how awful. Sanji, moss head. Luffy. Three-sword style. Usopp just looked at Luffy with disdain. Three-sword style isn't even an insult. Oh, Luffy corrected himself then, four-sword style. Before Zoro could respond, a mature woman's voice cut in. Matilda, the captain, is quite amusing. Robin emerged from the storeroom, walking calmly onto the deck. Everyone looked up, surprised, and scrambled to their feet. Sanji, his energy instantly restored, zipped to her side. Robin-san? I thought you weren't coming either. Would you like something to drink? Not for now, thank you, Robin smiled, then looked right at Ray. Ray-san, the way you raised your hand earlier. It was quite stylish. Hearing this, Ray's calm expression stiffened. This woman has some nerve calling me out like that. Nami immediately caught on. Ha ha ha, I was too focused on Vivi I didn't even notice. No wonder you hit Chaochu, Ray, he exposed your tsundere behavior. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper burst out laughing. Even Sanji and Zoro were snickering. In the end, they all delivered themselves right to Ray for a venting session. Everyone except Robin and Nami ended up on the ground with fresh bumps on their heads while they keep apologizing. Nami, terrified, hid behind the mast while Robin just chuckled. Ray just snorted, ignored the two women, and walked over to Chaochu, grabbing him by the scruff and giving him another 20 smacks for good measure. As Robin watched these new companions, she felt something different. This wasn't like her old temporary alliances, this felt real. 3 days later at Marine headquarters, Sengoku and Garp were eating rice crackers. I met with Takacake today, Sengoku said calmly. Do you know what he told me? Garp just shrugged, not really paying attention to him. This old man just loves to show off, always holding back info, must be brewing some bad idea. Sengoku cleared his throat. He cooperated with the Straw Hat Pirates to save Alabasta. Garp frowned. That idiot Takacake, he is too honest for his own good, that's gonna hurt his career. Sengoku, what are you trying to say? Listen to the rest of what I'm about to say. The Straw Hats defeated Baroque Works. Ray alone defeated Crocodile after his devil fruit awakening, then he fought Takacake to a draw. Hearing that, Garp stopped eating. He knew the punchline was coming. Sengoku's expression turned dead serious. Ray's strength is far beyond a rookie's. Garp, there are only 2 paths left for your grandson's crew. 1, they become warlords and work for us. 2, if they refuse, they must be eliminated. Their threat is too great. Garp stood up, his face unreadable. What do you plan to do? Sengoku sighed. Garp, I can't ignore them anymore. Are you sending an admiral? Aikidi has expressed interest. If the Straw Hats refuse, we'll leave it to him. Their strength is progressing too fast, Garp. They have the potential to become a Yonko crew. We can't underestimate them. Garp sighed. Is this truly for the good of the world? Sengoku's face froze. We can't defy the tide, Garp. All we can do is eliminate pirates and protect people. Garp just shook his head. Have you lost even the will to resist? Garp, watch your words, your position is sensitive. After the tense meeting, Garp headed to his office and dialed a secret internal line. Sword. How have things been lately? Aboard the Going Merry. Training had resumed. Makita and Jem had stayed in Alabasta to atone, so they were down 2 training tools. Ray was currently discussing ability development with Luffy. The gum fruit isn't just about stretching, Ray explained. It's also about toughness and expansion. Your whole body is rubber, not just your skin, your bones are rubber. So besides second gear, which speeds up your blood, you could try blowing air into your bones, create a giant-like form. Ray hadn't mentioned it before, but Luffy's haki and body control were finally good enough to try it. Luffy's eyes lit up. He immediately started practicing. I'll blow now. He inflated his arm until it was bigger than the Going Merry, then immediately lost his balance and toppled over. The air shot out of him, sending him flying like a deflating balloon, where he coincidentally crashed right into a news coup. Thwack! The bird was killed instantly, plummeting back to the ship along with a shrinking Luffy. The crew was speechless. It's like, we're fated to be enemies with these birds. They ignored the dead bird, grabbed the newspapers and bounty posters, and started reading. Whoa, Ray, Luffy, your bounties are 100 million. Ours went up too. Chaochu anxiously trotted over. What about me, did I get tens of millions? Zoro looked at Chaochu with pity. Pet dog Chaochu, 50 berries, no increase. He then added, but don't worry, Chopper's only 52. You're 2 peas in a pod. Ray had to hide his amusement. Chaochu didn't fight, so the Marines don't know he's a monster. Chopper at least was seen fighting. At that moment, Chopper and Chaochu just clung to each other, weeping. Their dog dear lives utterly hopeless. Captain Straw Hat Luffy, 100 million. Cold Prince Ray, 100 million. Pirate Hunter Zoro, 62 million. Blackleg Sanji, 58 million. Extremely Vicious Cat Burglar Nami, 35 million. Disgustingly Skilled Sniper Usopp, 30 million. Pet Dog Chaochu, 50. Pet Tanuki Chopper, 50. Luffy was overjoyed to hit 100 million. Zoro was just smirking at Sanji, who was crying over his still terrible wanted poster photo. Usopp and Nami were terrified their bounties were so high. Aside from the posters, a headline caught Ray's attention. Straw Hat Pirates defeat Crocodile to become new warlords. Tucked inside the paper was a den mushy with a note. You have 3 days. Do you want to become one of the warlords? If so, then dial. If you refuse, the Marines will execute an arrest operation. Choose carefully. Seeing this, Ray's face darkened, his killing intent radiating off him in cold waves. Ray was deeply annoyed. Ever since entering the Grand Line, it felt like someone was always threatening him, and the root cause was always the Marines. You treat me like a pawn? Fine, watch out, I might just blow up Marine headquarters someday. Sensing his crewmates' discomfort from his dark aura, Ray reined it in. Luffy, Zoro asked, what's your decision about becoming a warlord? Luffy tilted his head, looking irritated. Become a warlord, that means no freedom, I refuse. Zoro then turned his gaze to Ray. What about you? You could probably become one by yourself. Ray just glared at Zoro. Come training. Zoro's face immediately fell. I regret asking, but I'm also kinda glad I was right about him. But the consequences of testing Ray were painful. Take it easy, don't hit the head. Ouch, Ray, I'll fight you. 10 minutes later, Zoro was unconscious on the deck, covered in lumps but smiling faintly. The rest of the crew erupted in laughter. The decision was unanimous. To hell with the warlords. The only one who got hurt was the Moss Head. That night, Ray started organizing the gains from their Alabasta adventure. His Sesshomaru fusion rate had increased from 50% to 55%. The daily growth was even faster here than in the East Blue. He'd thought opening up to his crewmates would slow his progress, but it had actually increased it. Weird system, but hey, it's a good thing. His thirst for strength was intense. Ding, the system is here again. Congratulations, host, for completing the major One Piece event, Alabasta Arc. Compiling achievements. Defeated Awakened Crocodile. Used Demon Transformation to deters Elite Vice Admiral. Rewards. Fusion rate increased from 55% to 59%. Additional reward, Conqueror's Haki. Special companion rewards. Detailed explanation of Haki, Encyclopedia of Rubber, detailed sword art principles, basic principles of Jeppo and Saru, climate science encyclopedia, special plant cultivation manual, pharmacology compendium, women's combat techniques, 108 dog training methods. Please perceive these. I'll take my leave now. The system fled, leaving Ray fuming alone. Combat techniques were usually implanted directly into his brain, which meant women's combat techniques? Ray wanted to drag the system out and beat it. How am I supposed to teach that? And what's with the last book, 108 dog training methods? Are you insulting me or Chaochu? After calming down, Ray analyzed the rewards. Conqueror's Haki was a huge win. He'd realized for a while that he wasn't from this world, so he couldn't train Haki like a native. He could only get it from system rewards. Now his own demonic power already did what the 3 Haki types did: sense, attack, intimidate, but having both would be a massive power-up. As for the companion rewards, they were all the things the crew learned during their 2-year training in the original story. Is the system hinting that things are going to get bad soon? Forget it, just stay calm and get stronger. I'll give these to the crew tomorrow. I'll just say Chaochu found them or something. Ray had never just given gifts before. It felt weird to do so now. Somewhere on the Grand Line, Kehahaha. Your great Captain Buggy has made another fortune today, Buggy cheered, standing on the deck of his newly modified ship, the Ugly Emperor. Eat and drink, my men, we feast. He was ecstatic, he'd found a huge treasure. Now he just needed to buy some weapons and research. Recently, he'd accidentally applied his chop-chop power to a bunch of buggy balls at once. One of them had massively amplified in power, creating a mushroom cloud that nearly wiped him out. If I can figure that out, he schemed, it won't matter who it is, Ray, Shanks, Marine HQ, they'll all kneel before me. Celestial dragons, one cannonball, boom. If Ray knew, he'd realize Buggy had accidentally discovered nuclear fusion. But without the science, he'd probably never figure it out again. Just as Buggy was laughing, a voice spoke up from beside him. Wow, so much delicious food, can I join in? Buggy, in a great mood, just waved. Eat, eat. Help yourself. Then it hit him, he turned and cursed, who the hell are you, coming on my ship to freeload, you tired of living? The man stuffing his face wore a cowboy hat, no shirt, and had a familiar tattoo on his back. A white beard on a skull. Before he could even answer, Buggy's eyes went wide. Fire Fist Ace, holy shit, Captain Rogers' son. Buggy's heart was pounding, the guy in front of him, he was Captain Rogers' actual son. In Buggy's mind, that basically made him his little brother. Ace, who was in the middle of inhaling food, overheard Buggy's muttering. What did you say? He asked, his voice suddenly sharp. You called Roger? Captain. His flames started flickering uncontrollably. Buggy immediately guessed the situation. Oh right, Luffy mentioned he has issues with his dad. Ace, Buggy said carefully, I was a crewmate under your father. Ace stopped chewing, his eyes wide. You must be Buggy the Clown, right? A 300 million bounty, you must be pretty strong. Buggy laughed, relieved. Haha, you've got a sharp eye, Ace, your father practically raised me. So you could say we're kinda like. Hey, why are you attacking me? A cold glint flashed in Ace's eyes. If Ray had been there, he would have been facepalming. Buggy, with his zero emotional intelligence, was basically rubbing salt in Ace's deepest wound. Of course he was going to get punched. And so, the party was postponed. Ace and Buggy flew off to a distant island for a friendly sparring match. One night passed, 4th day since Alabasta. Ray was up early waiting on deck. Beside him was a large pile of books. It was the first time in his life he was giving gifts, and he was weirdly nervous about it. 10 minutes earlier, he'd yanked Chaochu, who was sleeping belly up on his back, awake. How can you sleep so soundly when I'm this anxious? Chaochu, he ordered, in a minute you're going to hand these out. Chaochu, rubbing his sleepy eyes, just nodded. A little later, the crew started trickling onto the deck for morning training. Robin and Nami came up for coffee. Just then, Chaochu cleared his throat. Master says he has a big gift for you today. Thump. Ouch, tilde. Chaochu rubbed his head. I mean, Master said I should deliver the gifts. Thump. It is I, Chaochu-sama, who has prepared gifts for you, tilde. Ray's face darkened. What use is this puppy? He got 0 acting skills. Chaochu started handing out the books like a teacher. Shipwide textbook, detailed explanation of haki, hang this in the dining room, everyone memorizes it. Luffy, Encyclopedia of Rubber. Zoro, detailed explanation of sword art. Sanji, basic principles of Jeppo and Saru. Nami, Encyclopedia of Climate Science. Usopp, special plant cultivation manual. Chopper, Encyclopedia of Pharmacology. There's also a martial arts technique for Robin and Nami. No book, you learn that from Master. Oh, and 108 ways to train a dog. Is this for me or Master? Ouch, tilde, or for you guys? Thump. Chaochu lay flat on the floor while Ray was speechless. That book was for training Chaochu, why would I give it to them? The crew, however, was delighted. They figured Ray must have secretly written or collected these books just for them. He'd put so much thought into it. After breakfast, everyone dove into their new books. Even Luffy, who hated reading, got hooked when he saw detailed explanations of gears. Robin and Nami started their new women's combat techniques training with Ray. They could barely hold in their laughter, but one threatening look from Ray shut them up. Their training partners, Zoro and Sanji. How vicious, Zoro yelped, dodging a very targeted kick from Nami. Are you mad at me? Sanji, after getting kicked by Robin, just had a blissful smile. Tilde, from now on, I'll be Robin Sway, an exclusive training partner. Get lost, Moss Head, I'll be Nami Swan partner too. This went on for a full week. Everyone was training and studying like crazy. They knew, after rejecting the warlord offer, that the Marines would be coming for them and they didn't want to be a burden on Ray anymore. Usopp could now hit birds from 2 kilometers away. Nami was getting scarily good at weather science. Zoro's steel cutting was proficient and he'd even unleashed his first real flying sword slash. Sanji had basically mastered Saru and was getting the hang of Jeppo. Chopper was deep in his medical book, and Robin, Ray was teaching her everything. Dragon Claw, Wing Chun, Jujutsu. Combined with her flower fruit, she was becoming a close combat god. She could spawn dozens of hands and feet to attack from all angles, and even Ray was having trouble defending against her attack. She also really enjoyed trying to slap his butt, though she hadn't succeeded yet. That night on the deck, 2 sneaky figures were whispering to each other. Nami, are we really going to do this? Robin, as they say. The timid starve, the bold feast. We only have a chance while Ray is asleep. Robin paused, then nodded. Let's do it. Using her ability, Robin's hand sprouted in the men's quarters and snagged the book. 108 Ways to Train a Dog. The 2 women giggled, ran to the kitchen and started studying it by candlelight. 2 hours later, Robin obediently returned it. The next day, suddenly wooden fragments started falling from the sky. The crew looked up, Nami and Robin. Ray, there's a big ship falling from the sky, we're so scared. The 2 women immediately ran behind Ray, pretending to be frightened but secretly laughing. Step 1 of 108 Ways to Train Your Dog. Increase intimacy by frequently calling the dog's name and asking for help. Ray just glared at them. Nami's one thing but Robin too, he sighed and looked at Zoro. Cut down that ship. Zoro grinned, 2-sword style, 72-pound phoenix. 2 massive sword slashes shot out, cutting the giant ship, which was at least 10 times bigger than the Mary, into 3 pieces which fell harmlessly into the sea. Seeing this familiar scene, Ray knew exactly where they were. They had arrived below Sky Island. As the giant shipwreck sank and the sea calmed down, Nami noticed something weird. The log pose's needle was pointing straight up. She figured it must be broken. Robin, however, saw it too. She put 2 and 2 together, the ship falling from the sky, the pointer aiming up, and remembered the legends. It's a Sky Island, she told everyone, even finding a 200-year-old picture of the exact same ship in one of her history books. That pretty much confirmed it. This revelation, of course, made one person jump up excitedly. Yo-ho-ho, I've decided, Luffy yelled. Our next destination is Sky Island. This crazy new adventure was right up Luffy's alley. Ray didn't object, he wanted to visit Sky Island too. More importantly, he knew there'd be plenty of fighting on Sky Island, which meant his fusion rate would definitely break 60%. With that kind of power, he thought, I should be able to fight an admiral. This was crucial. After refusing the warlord invitation, they were officially on the Marines' bad side. Garp probably couldn't protect them anymore. Ray needed to get stronger fast. Robin also gave Nami an important tip in the Grand Line: never doubt the log pose. Luffy, insistent on going up, ignored Nami's very reasonable protests. So Nami started trying to figure out how to get there. The first clue was the giant shipwreck. The 3, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, dove in to search. While salvaging, they ran into a guy named Mont Blanc Cricket who was also salvaging ships. After half a day of finding nothing, Robin casually produced an eternal pose she'd swiped from Cricket's ship. It pointed to a nearby island, Jaya. They decided to head there for info. Ray wasn't flying them up. He said it was too exhausting and, more importantly, too embarrassing. Chaochu wasn't strong enough to fly that high yet either. Less than half a day later, they arrived at Mock Town on Jaya Island. Nami's first instinct was to make everyone disguise themselves. Pink suit, she thought, still obsessed with the idea. Unfortunately, Ray shot her down. No Marines on this island, no need to hide. Robin backed him up. Besides, with our captain, disguising ourselves is pretty pointless anyway. Everyone just nodded. True, if Luffy didn't cause trouble, would he even be Luffy? So they dropped anchor and headed into the infamous pirate town. While the Straw Hats were looking for a way up, the rest of the world was freaking out. Getting a bounty over 100 million was a huge deal. It meant you were officially a big-shot pirate. The Straw Hats had just made a name for themselves in the entire Grand Line. Back in the East Blue, everyone they'd met, Zeph at the Barady, Genzo and Najiko, the folks in Fuchsia Village and Orange Town, Kushiro, were all hanging their new wanted posters like collector's items. They all claimed they were condemning the crew's wicked deeds by throwing massive parties. On Drum Island, Dr. Kureha sipped her booze, smiling at Chopper's 50-berry poster. Heh, you're a proper pirate now, Chopper. Dalton, standing nearby, added 50 berries, at least he's safe, no one would bother. He was promptly kicked through a wall. Fool, sooner or later they'll be chasing him like mad. What would a guy with no bounty know? But all of them, from Zeph to Garp's old friend Makino, were worried about the same thing. If they refused the warlord invitation, they're now the Marines' top target. Be careful, all of you. And in the Grand Line, Admiral Aokiji was idly thinking. Nico Robin, after Crocodile, whose crew will you join this time? The Straw Hats. The Straw Hats, completely oblivious to all this, arrived in Mock Town. Just as they were about to split up, Nami dropped a bomb. We're almost out of money, Tilda. Luffy immediately struck a serious captain's pose. Guys, as captain I have to say something. No matter how carefree we are, we still need to be mindful. Oh Grav, oh acute, it's all because of your food, EXP and SCS. Nami, Sanji and Zoro roared in unison. Ray was speechless. Luffy's appetite was getting insane. Ray wasn't sure if it was his devil fruit developing or just Luffy. The direct result was Nami's savings were gone. Even with hunting sea monsters, they were barely scraping by. They needed cash fast. After a moment, Ray had an idea. This was a pirate town full of glory hound. Luffy was bound to be targeted. They could just take out a few of them and cash in their bounties. So this time Ray stuck with Luffy, Zoro, and Nami. But then he stopped. We missed something. Luffy, Zoro, Nami, disguise yourselves, cover your faces. Ray himself put on the golden half-mask Nami and Robin had made for him. The other three were confused. Didn't he just say no disguises? But they trusted him and pulled up their hoods. Why the change of heart? Their bounties were too high. If the bounty hunters in town recognized them immediately, they might be too scared to even try to attack them. And you can't go fishing if you scare all the fish away. After gearing up in their disguises, the group started buying supplies and asking around about Sky Island. As they walked, Nami repeatedly drilled it into Luffy's head. Do not cause trouble, we need to get info and get out. Ray, of course, wasn't the type to start fights, unless someone provoked him, and if that happened, Nami knew she couldn't stop him. Plus, anyone who provoked Ray tended to die too quickly for it to waste much time anyway. After asking around and getting nothing but weird looks, Luffy declared he was starving, so the four of them piled into a nearby bar. Luffy ate, Zoro drank, Nami tried to get info from the bartender, and Ray just watched. Coincidentally, a few big shots were in the bar, including the two most famous guys on the island. Hyena Bellamy, 55 million bounty, and his vice captain, Sarquis, 38 million bounty. Seeing Luffy wolfing down food like an animal, Sarquis got annoyed. Where'd this brat come from? His eating manners are disgusting. It's ruining my appetite. He swaggered over to the cloaked Luffy. Hey brat, I'm talking to you. Luffy, 100% focused on his meat, completely ignored him. Sarquis, who was used to being feared, got furious. He grabbed Luffy's head and slammed it down onto the counter, shattering the wood. Luffy and Zoro immediately tensed up, ready to retaliate, but Nami stopped them. Don't cause trouble, she hissed. We won't be here long. What if the log pose resets, then we'll never get to Sky Island? She hurried over to the bartender. Boss, she asked, we want to go to Sky Island, do you have any information? Before the bartender could even answer, the whole bar burst out laughing. Hahaha, Sky Island, what era are these guys from? Not just disgusting brats but delusional idiots too, Sarquis cackled. From a nearby table, Bellamy roared with laughter. Ha tilde ha 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 ha. To think there are still dreamers in this era. Listen, kids, the age of pirates having dreams is over. This is the new era. The strong take what they want and the weak get crushed. One Piece, Sky Island. It doesn't exist. His crew immediately chimed in. The boss is right. Beating them up and taking their money sounds like fun. This crew was clearly used to bullying people for fun. Sarquis glared at Luffy and Zoro, ready to start a fight. Nami, unable to take their mockery anymore, finally snapped. Luffy, Zoro, just beat them up already, she yelled. I don't care about the info anymore. I'm pissed. Zoro's hand was already on his sword, but Luffy, surprisingly, stopped him. Zoro, he said quietly, we can't fight this one. Zoro, confused, stood down. Ray sighed from his corner. To him, this was a bit childish. Luffy, he thought, you think fighting them would tarnish the word dream, don't you? Luffy just nodded as if he'd heard him. Zoro glanced at Ray and added, Ray, he probably thinks retaliating means we're angry. And being angry would mean their words got to us that we wavered, but they're too insignificant to even deserve our anger. Ray understood. Luffy hated people who mocked people's dreams. If he got angry, it would mean his own dream wasn't firm enough. But to Ray, this wasn't about dreams. These guys were just money. Just as Sarquis and the others were about to jump them, Bellamy and his intel officer suddenly froze. Did that woman just say their names were Luffy and Zoro? Wait's that guy in the back has white hair. And that woman looks familiar. Nami, now furious, ripped the cloaks off herself, Zoro and Luffy. At that moment, the entire Bellamy Pirates crew realized who they were messing with. They started trembling, their voices shaking. "CC Captain, they're the Straw Hat Pirates." Sarquis immediately leaped back behind Bellamy. The two women who'd been excited to hear them moan clamped their mouths shut. To them, the Straw Hats were untouchable. They were the super rookies who had refused the warlord title. Even the woman had a 35 million bounty. And these three guys were the top bounties on the crew. The Bellamy Pirates were terrified. Luffy just looked at them and shook his head. That simple motion made Sarquis feel like his heart was about to explode. "Let's go," Luffy said. The Bellamy Pirates let out a collective sigh of relief. But just as they were leaving, Bellamy's fear turned to greedy, sinister opportunity. "Don't leave so soon, Straw Hats," he called out, licking his lips. "Your heads are worth a fortune. If I kill you and deliver your heads to a certain someone, I can achieve my dreams." "Men," he yelled, "don't be afraid. That Straw Hat kid didn't even fight back. He's a spineless coward, all talk. I've seen plenty of pirates with fake, inflated bounties. They're trash, kill them and we'll be rich." His crew, convinced, drew their weapons. The four Straw Hats were speechless. "You just mocked our dreams," Nami seethed, "and now you're talking about yours, hypocrite." "No, even dogs are better than you. At least dogs are strong, white, and soft." Hee tilde. Ray's eye twitched. "Why did that circle back to me?" He shot her a glare, then called out to Luffy, "Did you catch what he said?" Luffy turned around, his straw hat shadowing his eyes. "Yeah, he wants to kill me and all of you." Ray nodded. He then kicked Luffy, Zoro, and Nami clean out of the bar. They landed on their butts in the street, rubbing their sore backsides, but their anger was gone. Now, they just felt pity. "Zoro," Nami asked, "how many do you think Ray will leave alive?" "How should I know? I almost feel bad for them, provoking Ray like that." Luffy was calm. He wouldn't stop Ray. Mocking their dreams was one thing. But threatening his crew, that was a one-way ticket to getting punched. Except this time, they'd provoked Ray. This wasn't going to be just a punching. Luffy could tell Ray was really angry. 10 seconds later, the bar went dead silent. The only one left standing was the bartender, trembling in the corner. Ray walked out and tossed a heavy bundle to Nami. "This should be worth about 90 million. Find a way to cash it in." Nami looked at the bundle on the ground and knew exactly what it was. A makeshift bag made from Bellamy's clothes containing two round, heavy objects. A little disgusting, yeah, but she picked it up anyway. Money was money. Zoro didn't see a problem with it either. The pirate world was survival of the fittest. The second you raised your flag, you had to be ready to die. He'd killed plenty of pirates back in his bounty hunting days. Luffy didn't think Ray had done anything wrong. He wouldn't do it, but he wouldn't stop a crewmate. He felt none of the sympathy he'd had for Bellamy in the original story. Later, Nami found a black market dealer and cashed in the bounties for 90 million berries plus a 1 million convenience fee. The dealer didn't dare try to lowball them. They weren't idiots like Bellamy. They knew better than to mess with the Straw Hat Pirates, especially after the newspapers had branded them as ruthless villains. Morgan's fake news was actually helping them out. A little while after they left, a few new figures entered the black market. "Zehahaha, you said you just saw Ray and Straw Hat Luffy. The 100 million berry men." The dealer, sensing these newcomers were also bad news, cautiously nodded. "Zehahaha, bounties like these are perfect for trading with the Marines. To become a warlord. With that, Blackbeard strode out, his chest swelling with ambition, and roared at the sky. A man's dream never ends, zehahaha. Since they couldn't find any info on Sky Island, the 4 Straw Hats headed back to the Mary. The others were already there. Robin, it turned out, had found a lead. On the eastern side of Jaya, she said, there's an eccentric old man named Montblanc Cricket. The whole island shuns him because he's a dreamer. Ray, of course, knew exactly who she was talking about. A descendant of Liar Norland who'd been executed for claiming he found a city of gold. Cricket was still on Jaya, diving every day, trying to prove his ancestor wasn't a liar. To get info on Sky Island, the crew set sail for Cricket's house. Meanwhile, some big things were happening at the world government. In the Marine HQ conference room, the heavy hitters were gathering. Bartholomew Kuma, 296 million bounty, Don Quixote Doflamingo, 340 million bounty, and Dracul Mihawk. The meeting was about picking a new warlord to replace Crocodile. Doflamingo was very interested in the rookies who'd pulled it off. Mihawk was only there because he was curious about Ray, Luffy, and Zoro and wanted to see what the Marines had planned. He couldn't let his future opponents get killed off too soon. Just as the meeting was ending, a new guy, Lafitte, showed up and recommended his captain for the position, Blackbeard. In the New World, Shanks sent a messenger to Whitebeard warning him that letting Ace hunt Blackbeard was a bad idea, probably a trap. Whitebeard, being Whitebeard, refused, telling the messenger that if Shanks wanted to talk, he should bring some good booze and come himself. So Shanks started to move. Half a day later, night fell. Ray, Luffy, and the others were in the forests of Jaya hunting south birds. They'd met Cricket, who confirmed the existence of Sky Island. He told them that around noon tomorrow, a massive upward-flowing current, the knock-up stream, would erupt south of Jaya. They could ride it all the way up. Moved by Cricket's story, Luffy was now 100% determined to find Sky Island and prove to the diamond-faced man that his ancestor wasn't a liar. They'd partied and now they were helping Cricket catch the south birds whose beaks always point south to get a bearing. Luffy and Chopper immediately got distracted by bugs. Zoro and Robin got hopelessly lost because of Zoro. Sanji, Nami, and Usopp got chased by an army of insects. Ray and Chaochu, thanks to their yokai noses, caught one in 2 minutes and were just waiting for the others. That night, the Going Merry was not destroyed by Bellamy, because Bellamy was already in a bag. The next day, escorted by Cricket and his allies, the Going Merry arrived at the spot. Just as they were getting into position, they spotted another ship, the Blackbeard pirates who had come to hunt them. "Zehahaha, Straw Hat, Ray, I'm here to claim your heads," Blackbeard yelled, eating a strawberry pie. "Jehaha, Captain, if we beat them, we'll be warlords for sure." As Blackbeard's crew taunted them, Ray's killing intent flared. He was just about to move in for the kill when the Going Merry suddenly shook violently. A massive whirlpool appeared directly in front of them. The knock-up stream was starting. Ray fired an Azure Dragon break at Blackbeard's raft but didn't follow up. Getting to Sky Island was the priority. Blackbeard's crew, caught in the currents, couldn't even dodge. The 200-meter-long dragon attack completely obliterated their massive raft, sending all of them, including Blackbeard, plunging into the chaotic sea. In this mess, Ray couldn't track them to finish the job. "If they survive, I'll kill them later." A moment later, the sea calmed and then, whoosh, an immense column of water erupted from the ocean, shooting straight into the sky. The Straw Hat pirates, riding the Going Merry, soared high into the heavens. The Going Merry shot up on the knock-up stream, soaring a full 7,000 meters into the sky. Amid the terrified screams of Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, they burst through the clouds and arrived in the sky. Everyone just stared, completely awestruck. As far as they could see, there was just a vast white ocean of clouds, and their ship was floating on it. This one miracle told them everything. Sky Island was real and it was close. The log pose confirmed it. The needle, which had been pointing straight up, now angled upwards at about 35 degrees. Nami frowned. It seems Sky Island is still higher up. Just as they were wondering what to do next, a hostile figure zipped towards them on cloud roller skates. The guy was wearing a ritual mask and tribal clothes. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji immediately stepped up to fight, but the second they moved, they felt completely weak and were easily knocked down. Just as Ray was about to step in, an old man riding a giant bird and dressed like a knight intercepted the attacker, easily repelling him with a few effortless swings of his spear. "I am the Sky Knight Ganfall," he announced. "Are you?" "Blue Sea people. Blue Sea. It's what we call those from below the White Sea." After some chatting, they got acquainted with Ganfall, who gave them a special whistle. He said if they ever needed help, just blow it and he'd come. For a fee of 5 million extol, whatever that was. As Ganfall was about to leave, he called for his giant bird, Pier. But Pier just stood there, trembling, completely ignoring his master. The bird was staring, terrified, at a small white dog who was staring right back, and drooling. For some reason, Pier couldn't move. It was like this little dog was a god and his aura was completely suppressing him. He even felt a weird impulse to just offer his own head. Ray sighed. "Chaochu," he said flatly, "retract your bloodline pressure, that bird isn't food." Chaochu immediately obeyed, wiping his drool. "I thought all birds in the world were food." He then wiggled away. Pier instantly relaxed and transformed into a Pegasus, covered in ugly pink spots. It was so not majestic that it completely ruined everyone's image of a Pegasus. Finally, under the crew's disdainful gazes, the pink Pegasus flew off with Ganfall. After adjusting to the new altitude, the crew, now fully recovered, started sailing in the direction Ganfall had pointed. They saw all kinds of weird stuff like bouncy island clouds and strange sky creatures. Ray and Chaochu even caught a few sky fish, which Sanji immediately cooked up. Delicious food equals essential part of adventure. Chaochu, in his giant form, then dove in and caught a ton more, filling up the Mary's entire storage locker. And so, just like they were on a scenic vacation, the crew enjoyed the sights and arrived at the entrance to Sky Island, the Heaven's Gate. Meanwhile, on the sea below Sky Island, thanks to his crewmate Jesus Burgess fishing him out, Blackbeard had survived. He spat out a mouthful of seawater, fuming. "That bastard Ray," he roared. "He pisses me off. All I wanted was to take his head and trade it to the Marines, and he actually tried to kill me." He looked up. "Well, they're on Sky Island now, we'll never find them. Guess I'll have to change targets now. Who should I go after?" Suddenly he thought of someone. 1 week ago, on a random island, 2 pirates were happily eating and drinking. "Jaya tilde hahaha, Ace my man, eat up, your big bro Buggy's got plenty of money." "Hahaha. Buggy, you're really a good guy, I apologize for attacking you yesterday," Ace replied, his mouth full. Buggy watched Ace eat, looking happy, but his eyes were full of worry. "Ace," he said, "I'm telling you again. Don't go after that Teach guy, all right?" Buggy had actually fought Teach years ago and knew the guy was hiding his true strength. Plus, anyone who could go 3 days without sleeping was just weird. He'd had a bad premonition ever since he heard Ace was hunting him, but Ace flatly refused. "Teach committed the ultimate sin. As his commander, I have to make him pay for killing a crewmate." Buggy knew he couldn't change his mind. "He's just as stubborn as Captain Roger," he sighed. "All right, but be careful, not just me, even Shanks is wary of that guy." Hearing that, Ace frowned but nodded. "I'll be careful." But would he? Buggy knew Ace's loyalty to Whitebeard was his biggest trigger. He'd probably get himself into trouble. Time returns to the present. At Heaven's Gate, the attendant Amazon told them the entrance fee 1 billion extol per person. Ray knew the general plot, but he'd never paid attention to the exchange rate. "Whatever, even if it was cheap, I wouldn't pay." Not paying just meant they'd be illegals, which meant Enel and his priests would come after them. And Ray wanted them to come. It would save him the trouble of hunting them down. So the Straw Hats skipped the toll and began their illegal tour of Sky Island. A giant express shrimp pulled the Going Merry up a cloud river and they finally arrived. The moment they landed, Ray sensed they were being watched. HMPH, God Enel. He looked up at the sky, already planning his next moves. Just as Ray was thinking, Luffy, Zoro, and Chaochu all spoke up at the same time. "Why does it feel like someone's watching us?" Usopp felt it too. Sanji, Nami, and the others didn't, which pretty much tells you who the crew's observation haki users were at this point. Ray, Luffy, Zoro, Chaochu, and Usopp. "I was planning to relax and enjoy Sky Island before dealing with Enel," Ray thought, annoyed. "But if he's going to start monitoring us the second we arrive, I can't tolerate that." As soon as my fusion rate ticks up from 59.8% to 59.9%, I'm just going to take him out. He told everyone not to worry and to just roll with it. Thinking of Ray's strength, everyone relaxed and went back to playing on the cloud beach. Ray calmly started running through the probable next steps. They'd be declared illegal immigrants. Enel's priests would show up to cause trouble. They'd fight back, get drawn into the trial of God, which would be good training for the crew, and then Ray would take care of Enel at the end. Simple enough, but how tough is he really? Ray mused. He remembered all the fan debates about Enel's rumble fruit. If lightning speed really meant speed of light, no one could ever touch him. He'd perceive everyone as frozen in time, and one lightspeed attack would probably blow up the planet. The worlds wouldn't allow a power that broken. Based on Enel's fight with Luffy in the original story, his speed was fast like a short-range teleport, but it wasn't light speed. People could still react to his attacks. With my future sight observation haki, it should be manageable. His attack power is the weird part. Tens of millions of volts not killing anyone, 200 million volts not melting rubber. It's just unexplainable. I'll just have to see for myself. Anyway, no way this world would allow a fruit that could just destroy everything, unless the planet wants to commit suicide. After playing for a while, Luffy and Sanji met a girl with small wings named Konai's and her father, who was riding a waver, a cloud-surfing jet ski. Luffy, seeing the waver, immediately had to try it, hopped on, and promptly plunged headfirst into the White Sea. Konai's explained that wavers were incredibly hard to ride. It took her 18 years to master. Right before Nami zipped past them, expertly riding one all over the sea, Konai's was left completely stunned. Luffy, burning with jealousy, started yelling for Nami to fall off, and got a loving kick from Sanji for it. Nami took off to explore while the rest went to Konai's house. While they were chatting, Luffy's mind was fixated on adventuring to the Forbidden Island Konai's mentioned. Zoro's expression was serious. Ray, he said, ever since we landed I've had this feeling of being watched. It's probably coming from that god Konai's mentioned. Most likely, Ray agreed, he's quite powerful. Hearing Ray, the strongest guy they knew, call someone powerful made Usopp panic. Ray, can you beat him? My intuition tells me that God has bad intentions. He clasped his hands and started praying. Oh God, we meant no offense, we'll leave right away, please forgive us. Ray was speechless. This long-nosed guy is already planning to run. Robin watched their reactions, her eyes shifting. Ray, are you implying we've been targeted by this god since the moment we arrived? Sanji, though annoyed that Zoro could sense it and he couldn't, lit a cigarette. If this god can really perceive everything on Sky Island, that's terrifying. Right, Chopper chimed in, clinging to the trembling Usopp. We've all studied the haki manuals, but can someone really train their observation haki to cover a whole island? They quickly pieced it together. A god who punishes people with lightning, who can hear everything. He almost definitely had a lightning-based Logia fruit. A Logia type, Robin mused. A dangerous deity indeed. Without armament haki, it might be impossible to deal with him. Ray nodded, feeling a little relieved. They've all grown, they're thinking about strength, courage, and strategy now. Well, everyone except Luffy, who had only grown in strength and appetite. Konai's and her father just watched these blue sea people casually discussing their all-powerful god like he was just another opponent, their pupils trembling. Who are these people? While they were talking, Nami had taken her waver to the Forbidden Island, Upper Yard. There, she saw a 20-meter-wide bolt of lightning completely vaporize an illegal intruder. Hiding, she also overheard the priests talking about them, the Straw Hat Pirates. Sensing big trouble, Nami immediately sped back to the crew. By the time she got there, everyone was in agreement. Sky Island was not just some magical paradise. It was mysterious and it was full of enemies. Half an hour later, Ray and the others got back to the Cloud Beach, running right into Nami, who had just rushed back looking panicked. Coincidentally, that's when the White Berets, Skypia's police force, showed up to arrest them for illegal entry. These guys, who spent most of their time crawling on the ground for some reason, located the crew and prepared to make their arrest. Unfortunately for them, Sanji alone took out all 20 of them in about 30 seconds. As the guards fled, they yelled back threats. You will surely face God's punishment, and you're finished. Luffy completely ignored them, his mind now 100% fixated on adventuring on that forbidden island Nami mentioned. Nami, exasperated, was just trying to avoid trouble. Luffy, be good, she tried, unusually comforting. Let's just go back. But it was futile, hitting him wouldn't even work, he was lost in his adventure fantasy. Ray just stood by silently, he knew it was pointless. From the moment they landed there was no turning back, Enel wouldn't let any Blue Sea people leave anyway. Since that's the case, he thought, we might as well go with the flow. Accept the punishment, head to Upper Yard and deal with this guy. Just as Nami and Luffy were arguing, Konai stepped in. I know a route, she said nervously. If you reach a place called the White Sea, you can leave Sky Island and return to the Blue Sea. Seeing a way out, Luffy reluctantly agreed to leave, after he went back to Konai's house to pack up the leftovers from their earlier meal. Sanji, not wanting to part with the beautiful Konais, also went back to prepare a farewell dinner. Usopp went to get ship repair materials. Konai stayed behind, supposedly to show Nami and the others the location of the White Sea. Ray watched her, shaking his head slightly. He knew the rule on Sky Island. All Blue Sea people must be sent to Upper Yard for the trial of God. Konai's was, intentionally or not, leading them to a sacrificial altar. A short time later, the Going Merry was being carried by a super express crab toward the altar. Ray, Zoro, Robin, Nami, and Chaochu were all on board. Ray had chosen not to expose Konai's deception. First, he knew she was being forced to do it. She was terrified of Enel and wasn't evil. Second, his fusion rate was at 59.9%. He needed this fight to break through. Since Konai's was offering them a free ride to the boss battle, why not take it? Enjoying the process is part of the fun, he mused. So Ray and the others became the hostages for the trial of God, while Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp became the challengers. According to Konai's dad, if they passed the trial, the others would be rescued. Sanji was immediately fired up. To save Nami Swan and Robin Swan, we must enter the trial. Usopp looked at him with a deadpan expression. Could you at least pretend to be worried about the rest of us? Are you worried something might happen to Ray? Sanji shot back. Usopp froze. That's a good point. Why does it feel like Ray wanted to get captured? Tusk, Usopp muttered. Luffy, I don't think we even need to go. I want to go on an adventure, Luffy declared, ignoring him. Sanji just rapped Usopp on the head. If you run away, do you have any idea how bad Ray will train you later? Yikes, Usopp yelped. I'll go then. Somehow I feel like even God can't be scarier than Ray. Before they left, the trio noticed something was wrong. All the Skypians were staring at them with pure fear, keeping their distance. Konai's was trembling and the leader of the White Berets was following them. All these signs told Usopp, who had already guessed the truth, and Luffy, who just had a gut feeling that this trial wasn't as simple as it sounded. When Konai's invited them onto the crow boat for the trial, Luffy finally spoke up, his voice serious. Konai's, he said, you've been trembling this whole time. Are you feeling okay? He was so earnest that Konai's couldn't take it anymore. The guilt was eating her alive. Your companions, I deceived them, she burst out, tears streaming. They're being sent to the trial grounds as sacrifices. I'm sorry, you should run away. People really die there. I've never seen anyone survive. Konai's, what are you doing? McKinley, the White Beret captain, yelled from behind them. Sending them to the trial is a citizen's duty or you'll face divine punishment. At the mention of divine punishment, all the nearby Skypians ran away screaming. Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp understood. This girl had just broken the law to save their lives. If you weren't supposed to say it, then you shouldn't have, Luffy yelled angrily. Aren't you putting yourself in danger now? His words shocked Konai's and even McKinley. Just then, thunder surged and a massive lightning bolt, 20 meters wide, shot down from the sky, aimed right at Konai's. If Ray had been there, he'd have noted. Fast, but definitely not light speed. Luffy instantly activated Gear Second, grabbed Konai's and dashed out of the blast radius. He gently set her down, then he, Usopp, and Sanji boarded the crow boat. Just then, Ganfall arrived on his still ugly Pegasus. This young lady has angered Enel, the Sky Knight said. I'll take her to a safe place. Watching them fly away, Luffy clenched his fists. I'm gonna punch that lightning bastard. Usopp, speed up. Roger, Captain, Usopp replied, his legs trembling but his eyes determined. Sanji was just as furious. Trash god, he growled, taking away Konai's-san freedom like that. Yeah, Luffy agreed, that's why I have to punch him. Usopp just sighed, why do you two want to avenge her? Sanji. Because she's a woman. Luffy, because she treated me to a meal. Luffy adjusted his hat, and the three of them set off towards the trial grounds. Meanwhile, Ray and the others had arrived at the altar. He sensed the auras of the priests nearby, all of them pretty weak. He calmly gazed into the distance. Enel, don't disappoint me inside the shrine. A man with freakishly long earlobes was lying sideways on a throne looking bored while two angels served him. This was Enel, the god of Skypia. Yaon, I hope these blue sea people are at least a little entertaining, he mumbled, then perked up, activating his island-wide observation haki mantra. Suddenly he sat bolt upright, a flicker of genuine interest in his eyes. He stroked the chin of the maid peeling grapes for him. Well, this batch of blue sea people is actually quite impressive. Enel had his own little power ranking system. In his perception, the challengers were 2 strong ones, 1 average. The sacrifices were 1 strong, 3 above average, 1 average, and 1 weakling. Luffy and Sanji were strong, Usopp was average, Zoro was strong. Chaochu, Robin, and Chopper were above average, Nami was average. And the weakling, the one with an aura so poor he'd never sensed anything like it, that was Ray. Ray, of course, had no idea he was being sized up as a total weakling. He was just habitually concealing his aura. It was an old habit from his chaotic former life, but he'd started doing it again because his full-on great yokai pressure made little Chopper struggle to breathe. Chaochu was fine. Being related by blood, he just found it comforting. This naturally led to Enel's massive miscalculation. Right now, Ray, Zoro, Robin, Nami, and the 2 little Mosenter, Chaochu and Chopper, were staring blankly at the Cloud River in front of the altar. Zoro was getting impatient. Weren't we supposed to be sacrifices? Where are the enemies? Robin mused, maybe this altar is charging, and when it's full it'll steam us to death. That thought immediately sent Nami and Chopper into a panic. Robin, don't say terrifying things so seriously. Ray just shook his head. If you're that bored, why not go explore the forest? Us, Robin asked, catching his drift. You're not coming. No. Chaochu and I will wait here. The others agreed. Whoever comes to collect us is just going to run into Ray. The roles will definitely be reversed. Besides, the Mary needed a guard, so they split up. Robin used her power to grow a vine for Zoro to swing across the river. Zoro grabbed it, cleared his throat, and ooh tilde ooh ooh tilde ooh ooh tilde ooh tilde. He did a full-on Tarzan yell. PFFT tilde, Robin burst out laughing. Chopper's eyes sparkled. Could Zoro's ancestors be legendary kings of the forest? He then grabbed a vine and did his own Tarzan yell. Robin and Nami swung across next. Well. Robin did. Nami suddenly sat down. Oh dear tilde, she moaned. Ray, I think I sprained my ankle, could you carry me across? She was diligently following Rule 7 of the 108 dog training methods. Make repeated requests to build intimacy. Unfortunately, all she got was a cold sidelong glance. Just as she was about to grab the vine in disappointment, Ray walked over. Wow, I knew you'd care. Ray sighed, extended his fluffy tail, scooped Nami up. Hee hee, so comfy tilde, are you this obedient because GYAH? And then hurled her onto the riverbank 100 meters away. Ah tilde Ray, I hate you, she screamed as she flew. Robin just laughed. A few minutes later, the group had vanished into the forest. Ray and Chaochu were left alone on the Mary, waiting. I wonder, Ray thought, if my being here will change which trial Luffy's group picks. He knew the options: ball, swamp, rope, and iron. Meanwhile, Luffy's trio arrived at the trial selection point. After Usopp's strong, panicked insistence, they chose the safest-looking one, the ball trial. Luffy thought it sounded fun. Sanji didn't care, he was just worried about Nami and Robin. He knew Ray wouldn't step in unless their lives were really in danger, and he couldn't stand the thought of them getting even a scratch. As he was anxiously thinking, the Cloud River in front of them suddenly ended. It's a waterfall. Screaming, the 3 of them and their boat plunged hundreds of meters down, and safely entered the ball trial grounds. The area was filled with countless 2-meter-wide white cloud balls. Are these balls the trial? What's inside 'em? Luffy curiously poked one, and a venomous snake shot out, nearly biting him. His tilde is every ball and egg for a beast. Just then, a massive white cloud ball started rolling right for them. Anyway, not touching them is safest, Sanji decided. Let me just kick it away. He kicked it, and the ball started to glow bright red. The three of them looked on in horror. Boom! It exploded. Boom! The white cloud ball exploded, leaving Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp covered in soot-black smoke puffing from their mouths. How could this be? Are all the balls different? What is this trial? Just as they were totally bewildered, a voice rang out. Ha tilde, welcome to my ball trial. A weird, round guy with long brown hair and yellow sunglasses came bouncing over on an oversized sphere. The trio. Dewai tilde. What an ugly fat ball. Is this the priest? He looks so weak. Luffy, Sanji, take him out. Hearing their remarks, the ball guy didn't even get mad. I am Priest Satori, he announced. If you can ride a boat out of here while I attack you, you pass. Just so you know, the success rate for my trial is 10%. Usopp immediately started trembling. Luffy and Sanji, however, just looked disdainful. How strong can a fatso be? Luffy was about to launch a gum-gum pistol, but Satori was already smiling. His arm stretches, he dodged before Luffy even attacked, easily avoiding it. This scene was all too familiar. Observation Haki. Well, at least he lives up to the priest title. Seeing how calm they were, Satori frowned, his arrogance fading. Usually, Blue Sea people freaked out at his mantra. These guys didn't even flinch. He calmed down. His mantra was only average anyway. He couldn't get a clear read on their strength. If Enel had been there, he would have told him, those two are stronger than you, idiot. A moment later, Satori's confidence returned. Only 3 people have ever given me trouble here. These guys are just Blue Sea grunts who know a little something. Except the trial Blue Sea people, he said flippantly. Meanwhile, in the forest of Upper Yard, Zoro, Robin, Nami, and Chopper were exploring. Suddenly, Robin stopped. Have you noticed? The ground here isn't cloud, it's actual soil. At first, Nami and Zoro were confused, but then it clicked. This is Sky Island. So why is there Blue Sea dirt here? Nami wondered. Robin had a theory. This island might have come from the Grand Line. The writing on the altar was ancient Grand Line script. Nami's eyes lit up. She pulled out the old map they'd salvaged from the shipwreck and pieced it together with their current map of Jaya. A complete skull, she gasped. I remember, Norland's diary. Gold lies in the skull's right eye. All her fear vanished, replaced by pure, unadulterated greed. Her eyes practically turned into berry signs. The Golden Land, it's real and it's here. Zoro just looked at her with utter disdain. Once we meet up with Luffy, he grumbled, we'll tell them. Back at the ball trial, Luffy and Usopp were back on their boat. So bored, Luffy whined, lying face down. Why won't Sanji let me fight? Usopp, on the other hand, was perfectly happy to let Sanji handle it. Right now, Sanji was in a high-speed aerial battle with Satori. He was using the cloud balls as footholds, but he had to move fast. Shoulder blade meet, he yelled, aiming a side kick, but Satori ducked. The priest flipped and aimed his right hand at Sanji's chest. Damn it, Sanji sensed the danger. Satori was using an impact dial. Armament Haki hardening, Sanji quickly coated his chest in Haki. Boom tilde, Sanji was sent flying, spitting up blood. Damn. That attack goes through Haki? Luckily, Rei's daily beatings had made his body pretty sturdy. He landed on a tree branch, annoyed. This observation Haki is a real pain. He wasn't just fighting to win, he was fighting to learn. Zoro could already use observation Haki and he couldn't. That was unacceptable. He had to awaken it in this fight. Satori was also getting impatient. I can't delay any longer, he yelled. Prepare for judgment. He started bouncing, kicking dozens of cloud balls right at Sanji, surrounding him. On the ship, Usopp immediately grabbed his slingshot, ready to provide cover, but Luffy put a hand out to stop him. This is Sanji's fight. But he's in danger. He hasn't asked for help. Facing this crisis, Sanji suddenly calmed down, remembering a training session with Rei. He'd aimed a kick at Rei's head. Rei had sidestepped and punched him in the thigh, making him howl. Then Rei unleashed a flurry of blows. Stop, stop, why are you so fast today? Sanji had yelled. Rei didn't answer, his hand just transformed into a poison claw. Sanji felt he was about to die. In that instant his potential erupted and he dodged the undodgeable, only to be kicked flying anyway. "Damn, Ray, are you trying to kill me?" But Ray had just stopped. "Well done," he'd said. Sanji finally understood. He hadn't dodged because he was fast, he had dodged in advance. Is it easier to awaken observation haki when you're about to die? Watching the hundreds of cloud balls closing in, his heart pounded. But his eyes were remarkably calm. "I see it." He could see their trajectories. He began to dodge, weaving through the storm of cloud balls, letting them all crash into each other in a massive, fiery explosion. "Ha tilde ha ha tilde," Satori laughed, "one down." But then he broke out in a cold sweat. "Saru!" Sanji appeared right above his head as if teleporting. "Call your strike." The attack came so fast Satori's mind went blank. He couldn't even use his mantra. Sanji's kick shattered his skull, sending him crashing to the ground. Sanji landed back on the boat. "Luffy," he said, lighting a cigarette, "we have to get stronger. If the enemy is too fast, observation haki is useless. That fatso is a perfect example." Usopp just looked exasperated. "I thought you were having a profound moment, but you were just showing off that you mastered observation haki." Sanji just glared with a hint of panic in his own eyes. "Wait, what was that vision I saw just now? How can I dodge an attack like that?" Nami-san, Robinson. On the Going Merry, at the altar, Ray was stroking Chaochu's fur while reading the detailed explanation of haki. Some individuals may see visions of the future. This is not predicting the future. Intriguing, he thought, like a premonition. He looked at Chaochu. "Chaochu, does your observation haki do anything special?" Chaochu pursed his lips. "I can kinda hear plants speak. Animals were always easy." "Can you predict the future, like see how long that night on the bird ahead will live?" Chaochu shook his head. "No, but I suspect he'll see hell soon." "A mere human, pointing his spear at my master. He has chosen death." Ahead of Ray and Chaochu, a man holding a long spear and riding a giant bird was staring down at them from above the Going Merry. "A talking puppy. Though rare, you dare to say I've chosen death. Do you want to be braised or steamed?" The newcomer was Shura, the priest in charge of the rope trial, whose survival rate was a mere 3%. Hearing Chaochu's threatening words, he was furious. He didn't bother with pleasantries and cut straight to the point. "Your companions fled the altar without permission, so I now have the right to hunt you down early." Ray glanced at Shura, his expression calm as still water, completely unfazed by the threat. This level of aura was only comparable to Zoro before they landed in Alabasta. However, since he sensed the other's killing intent, Ray decided to respond. But before Ray could act, Chaochu was already enraged. "You insignificant ant want to kill my master." Since receiving Ray's essence blood and transforming into a yokai, Chaochu hadn't just mutated in strength. He had also gained the pride of the Dog Demon clan. Aside from his human companions, no one else was worthy in Chaochu's eyes. Now this human dared to direct killing intent at his master, making Chaochu unusually agitated. "Master, give me 3 minutes. I'll make him disappear from your sight." Ray looked at Chaochu, feeling a warmth beneath his calm demeanor. The loyalty of dogs was fully embodied in Chaochu. However, Ray didn't raise Chaochu as a guard dog but as a companion. Besides, Ray was feeling a bit bored and decided to pass the time by taking action. "You go hunt that bird, we'll keep it for tonight's meal. I'll handle this human." Hearing Ray's command, Chaochu accepted without question. Instantly, he demonized, transforming into a 5-meter-tall, 9-meter-long demon dog and charged toward the giant bird. Witnessing the puppy's sudden transformation, Shura's pupils dilated. "Damn, have I fucked up?" Chaochu's size was enormous. His own mount was already large among birds, but compared to Chaochu, even with its wings spread, it was only half as long. Their weights were worlds apart. Moreover, the aura emanating from this giant dog sent chills down his spine. Not to mention his mount, which had completely lost the ability to move under Chaochu's dog demon pressure. "A mere beast, I'll show you what a priest truly is." To protect his mount, Shura leaped from his giant bird, brandishing his spear as he charged toward Chaochu. The tip of the massive spear began to emit flames, poised to pierce Chaochu's skull. But Shura was even more shocked inwardly. This dog actually dared to ignore his attack and charged straight toward the giant bird behind him. "Is that stupid dog not afraid of death?" Just as Shura thought his attack would instantly kill Chaochu, a silver-white figure suddenly flashed before him. With one hand it grasped the flaming tip of his spear. Shura snorted coldly, inwardly mocking Rei as a fool. Though fast, how dare he directly touch the flames with his bare hand? In Shura's eyes, Rei's hand would be roasted in an instant. These were flames released by the flame dial installed inside his spear, capable of roasting a living person with ease. Yet 2 seconds passed and Rei's slender left hand, marked with demon patterns, still held the flaming spear tip. Not only was it not roasted, there wasn't even a single scar visible. Cold sweat dripped down Shura's back. Just who are you? Shura was filled with panic. In all his battles, only one person had ever emerged completely unscathed under his spear. God Enel? But the person before him was different from Enel. Shura knew very well that Enel was lightning itself, so it was natural for him to remain unharmed. Yet this white-haired man before him had resisted his flaming spear with his bare flesh alone. Shura's body trembled as his gaze slowly shifted. The moment his eyes met Rei's vertical pupils, his composure shattered completely. Shura swore he had never seen such a gaze in his entire life. In Rei's cold, vertical pupils, he saw indifference to life, ruthlessness, and an air of superiority. This was the aura Rei unconsciously exuded when he intended to kill someone. Anjaya, Bellamy, and his subordinates had all witnessed this very sight before their deaths. Immediately after, Shura felt his life force rapidly draining away. A green poisonous claw pierced through his chest. His composure shattered and he could no longer use mantra. Even if he could, it would be impossible to react to Rei's speed. Am I going to die here? This thought flashed through Shura's mind before he closed his eyes. But no matter how strong he is, they will ultimately fall to Lord Enel. White-haired freak, I'll be waiting for you in heaven. With that, Shura's consciousness faded. As for his giant bird mount, it was now clamped in Chaochu's jaws, showing no signs of life whatsoever. 2 priests have fallen so quickly. Yahahaha, these blue sea people are truly interesting. Inside the shrine atop the giant vine, Enel was unusually excited. The more powerful the opponents, the more spectacular the opening ceremony for his journey to the infinite land would be. Who would have thought this guy whose aura seemed so weak is actually the strongest? When Rei made his move, Enel could sense his aura intensify. Moreover, he had instantly defeated Shura. The kill was so swift that Shura didn't even have time to use his string cloud. This kind of powerhouse is worthy of accompanying me to the infinite earth. Provided he can become one of the 5 survivors, Yahahaha tilde. Enel was extremely confident. Whatever Rei could do, he could do as well. Moreover, he didn't believe there was anyone in this world who could defeat him. The Goro no Mi ability gave him absolute confidence. In his heart, he firmly believed he was an omnipotent god. Now, let's see when the Shandia people will make their entrance. Shandia settlement. Inside a massive island cloud, Wiper, descendant of the great warrior Kalgara, had just finished a meeting with other warriors. Suddenly, they heard the loud crying of a little girl named Asa. Wiper knew very well that little Asa possessed mantra ability rivaling Enel's. If she was crying and afraid, it meant she had sensed someone's voice disappearing. Moreover, only consecutive disappearances in a short period would have such a great impact on Asa. Thinking this, Wiper brought Kamachi and the female warrior Reiki to find Asa. Reiki picked up little Asa and held her, gently asking what had happened. Asa covered her ears with her hands, unable to control her emotions. 2 voices disappeared within Shandara. Wiper analyzed Asa's words. Shandara was naturally the sacred forbidden land. 400 years ago, those who lived in Shandara were their own Shandia people. Combined with recent events on Sky Island, a new group of Blue Sea people had arrived on Sky Island. Following Enel's habits, these Blue Sea people would definitely undergo the trial of God. Which meant the 2 disappeared voices this time either belonged to Blue Sea people or the priests. Thinking this, Wiper asked Asa, who was gradually calming down. Are these 2 voices familiar to you? Asa nodded. They're voices I've heard frequently since I was born, and they've definitely fought with you, Wiper. Hearing this, Wiper had reached a conclusion. He looked at the warriors behind him, took a deep breath, and shouted, Warriors of Shandia. In our ancestral land, the bastard Enel's priests are fighting a group of blue sea people. Moreover, according to Ace's mantra, 2 priests have lost their life. This is our opportunity. Everyone prepare tonight. Tomorrow, we launch our total assault against these self-proclaimed bastards. We swear to reclaim our ancestral land and defeat Enel. Oh, ow, tilde. Ray didn't care at all whether the Shandia people would conflict with Enel. Neither the priests nor the Shandia people were worth his attention. Right now, he was pondering another matter. When Shura came to hunt him and Chaochu earlier, Ray had sensed an aura similar to his and Chaochu's appearing. That aura contained fear, anger, and resentment, but towards him this aura also felt familiar. This was why Ray instantly killed Shura. He was curious about whose aura this was, so he didn't want to waste time on Shura. Now Ray entered a meditative state, attempting to use observation haki to survey his surroundings, but detected nothing unusual. Could it be, I need to use demonic power? Ray demonic power was unleashed, centered around the Going Mary above the altar, covering a radius of 50 meters. The release of demonic power caused the Ray's demonic energy to permeate the surroundings of the altar. Within a 100-meter radius, not a single sky shark dared to approach. Those that were closer had already turned belly up, floating on the cloud river. Chaochu had now reverted to its puppy form. He looked at Ray, tilting his head to one side, its face full of confusion. What was his master doing? Suddenly, a figure appeared on the Going Mary. Its form was still somewhat translucent, appearing to be a soul-like entity. Seeing this little creature, Ray understood this must be the ship spirit of the Going Mary. The ship spirit of the Going Mary had likely only recently awakened its consciousness and was not yet capable of taking form on its own. It was only with the aid of Ray's demonic power that it could manifest during the day. Based on its life characteristics, the ship spirit of the Going Mary should belong to a minor yokai of the spirit category. Thinking this, Ray pointed a single finger, removed the violent components from its demonic power, and transferred a portion of it into the ship spirit. Soon, the ship spirit's form solidified, revealing the appearance of a little boy with hair as soft as cashmere. Seeing this little boy, Chaochu suddenly remembered something. Are you Mary? Mary, overjoyed at his physical form, looked at Chaochu and rushed over to hug the little white dog. Finally, I can meet you, Chaochu. Without needing further explanation, Ray knew that Chaochu and Mary had already communicated privately. For some reason, Ray felt a bit displeased and grabbed Chaochu by the tail, lifting it up. Without a word, Ray coldly stared at Chaochu. This made the little white dog's mouth go dry, its eyes darting around, unable to meet Ray's gaze. Sighing, Ray tossed Chaochu onto the deck. You too, explain this to me. Sometime later, Ray roughly understood the situation. After Chaochu awakened his observation haki, he discovered that the Going Mary had its own consciousness. Although it wasn't yet capable of hearing the voice of all things, as a spirit-type yokai, Mary had no trouble communicating with Chaochu. As for why Chaochu hadn't told Ray about this, it was because Mary always felt a sense of fear toward Ray. Moreover, Mary wasn't yet ready to meet the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, so he asked Chaochu to keep it a secret. Chaochu agreed on the condition that as long as Ray didn't ask, he wouldn't tell anyone. But if his master inquired, he had to answer. This was its dog virtue. Because of Chaochu's words, he was spared 100 consecutive beating today. According to their account, the two of them chatted every night. Their conversations ranged from astronomy and geography to marriage and having puppies. In between, they discussed the sleeping postures, dream talk, and the size of that thing among the Straw Hat Pirates. They even talked about the panty colors and underwear styles of the two female crew members. Hearing this, Ray's lips twitched slightly. This merry kid, taking advantage of being a ship spirit, was acting a bit too perverted. After giving each of the two little troublemakers a slap, Ray was about to ask Mary about his feelings of unease and guilt when he suddenly sensed that Mary's energy was unstable. So Mary explained, I haven't absorbed your energy yet, so I can't maintain this physical form for long. Hearing this, Ray understood and let Mary return to the Going Mary's body. Just then, Zoro, Nami, Robin, and Chopper returned from their exploration. Not long after, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp, who had successfully passed the ball trial, arrived at the scene via the Cloud River. Everyone left the going merry and gathered nearby to prepare dinner while sharing information about Sky Island. While Sanji was cooking nearby, Nami had already organized the other members for a meeting. After today's exploration, I discovered an astonishing secret. The island we're on is actually the Golden City mentioned by Roland 400 years ago. Moreover, this island was originally part of Jaya Island. It was probably carried up to the sky by the knock-up stream shortly after Roland left the Golden City. Hearing Nami's explanation, Zoro suddenly understood, so that liar Roland wasn't lying. It's just that when he brought the king to Jaya Island, the Golden City had already left the Grand Line and was floating here in Sky Island. Robin chimed in from the side, and this island holds significant historical value. I want to explore it thoroughly. Usopp saw the current situation clearly. His wish to leave this island seemed impossible to fulfill now. Usopp spread his hands and said helplessly, Nami wants to find gold, Robin wants to explore history, Luffy wants adventure. We certainly have a lot to do on this island. Zoro smiled. I suppose the historical information is also in the Golden City. We can combine all three objectives and head for the Skull's right eye tomorrow. Then, at Luffy's strong insistence, everyone began the evening's bonfire party. Shortly after it started, a pack of cloud wolves appeared near the group. Chopper vividly translated the cloud wolves' meaning. Everything on this island belongs to our wolf pack, you can't interfere. The cloud wolf leader was immediately punched down by Nami. I'll never hand over any treasure to you. Unexpectedly, the cloud wolf leader took a liking to Nami. Big sister, that punch was really powerful, I like you. Thus began the scene of the wolf pack and the Straw Hat Pirates holding a party together. The wolf pack leader was offering drinks to Nami. The leader's wolf wives all gathered around Chaochu, temporarily putting a very, very green hat on him. Zoro was drinking competitively with some wolf hero. The others were singing and dancing with the male wolves, arms around each other's shoulders. Ray sat under a tree not far from the bonfire party, lost in thought. At this moment, Robin approached him with an empty wine glass and drinks given to her by the wolves. Ray, aren't you going to join them? Ray shook his head. I prefer quiet. Hearing this, Robin showed a charming smile. It's not particularly quiet here, yet you still chose to stay in this spot. Ray looked somewhat embarrassed, snorted coldly, and didn't respond. After a moment, he asked Robin, are you happy about finding information related to the Poneglyph? One night not long after Robin had boarded the ship, she had once sought out Ray. At that time, Robin expressed that she found it hard to believe cooperating with the Straw Hat Pirates would lead to finding the Poneglyph. When Robin discovered the stone tablet in Alabasta contained information about Pluton rather than being a Poneglyph, she had already fallen into despair. Since childhood, she had been hunted, with her only life goal being to explore the Poneglyphs. On a deeper level, beyond her love for history, it was connected to her childhood trauma. Her mother was killed for researching the Poneglyphs, and the elders of Ohara were completely wiped out by the Marines' Buster Call because of the Poneglyphs. Robin's desire for the Poneglyphs was also linked to obsession and revenge. But at that time, Ray simply responded to her with one sentence. You still chose to cooperate, didn't you? Robin didn't respond at the time. Perhaps the Poneglyphs were her last source of will to live. As long as there was even a sliver of opportunity, she would never give up. But now, Robin responded to Ray with a smile. I'm happy. As long as there are Poneglyphs in this world, I must strive to live on and fulfill their obsession. Perhaps it was the alcohol, or perhaps it was due to feeling secure around Ray. Robin uttered the words their obsession. Ray didn't ask who they referred to. This was Robin's trauma. He wouldn't actively touch upon it. Instead, he raised his glass and said to Robin, look more toward the future. I hope you can soon live for yourself. Robin fell silent for a moment. Instead of drinking the beverage given by the Cloud Wolf, she picked up Ray's wine pot, poured a cup, and downed it in one gulp. I hope so too. Coincidentally, Nami saw this scene. Ah, Robin, you're cheating. She pushed aside the Cloud Wolf next to her. Rushing over, she grabbed Ray's wine pot and tried to force herself to drink a cup, but Ray snatched the pot away. There's so much wine around, why steal mine? Nami protested. Robin drank it, so I want some too. Ray's face darkened from Nami's antics. He glared at her fiercely and said, bring your cup here and pour it yourself. Watching Nami bully Ray, Robin turned to look at the other companions enjoying themselves. She couldn't help but smile. Perhaps one day I'll truly find another reason to live. That would be living for myself, wouldn't it? The next day, the Straw Hat Pirates began heading toward the location of the Golden City as deduced by Nami and Robin. This time, they still chose to split into two teams. Ray, Nami, Sanji, and Usopp first sailed the ship to the coast near the Golden City. Luffy, Zoro, Robin, Chopper, and Chaochu traveled on foot toward the southern destination. At the moment they set off, a group of over 20 Shandia people also invaded Shandara. Seeing the Shandia people engage in battle with the current priests and divine soldiers, the former god Gan-Fall grew deeply concerned and entered Shandara. In an instant, three forces converged in the sacred forbidden ground. On Luffy's side, Chaochu took out two ropes with a slipknot at the front. With a flick of his dog head, he looped these two ropes around Luffy and Zoro's necks. The other ends of the ropes were tied around his own neck. Such a thing is called a slip leash in modern times. The more you struggle, the tighter it gets around the restrained area. Luffy and Zoro were furious when they found ropes around their necks. "Chaochu, what are you doing, X2?" Chaochu shook his dog head in response. "My master demanded I keep an eye on you two. He said you two would definitely cause trouble. But you don't have to tie it around our necks. It's like walking a dog." Luffy felt Chaochu had gone too far. Only Zoro was the directionally challenged one. He should be the only one leashed. "Why leash me?" Zoro's face darkened with annoyance. Who did they think they were looking down on? Everyone knew they had to head south. How could he possibly get it wrong? "Get this dog leash off me." Zoro drew his sandai kaitsu, threatening Chaochu fiercely. "Otherwise, I'll cut you. And this rope." Chaochu looked disdainful. "Go ahead and try. Don't blame me if I tattle to my master, though I doubt the consequences would be too severe. At most, he might just go all out with 100% of his strength during your training sessions." Hearing this, Zoro felt the hairs on his body stand on end and silently sheathed his kaitsu. Robin watched the scene, covering her mouth to suppress a chuckle. Chopper was rolling on the ground laughing, Zoro and Luffy being walked like dogs by an actual dog. Ha ha ha. Later, with a head full of bumps and sobbing pitifully, Chopper followed the others as Robin led them in an orderly march toward the ruins. "By the way, Luffy, Master said that if Enel attacks us later, the safest place for us is to hide behind you." "Hi. Of course I'd stand in front of you guys. Did Ray really need to remind me of that?" Luffy blurted out his thoughts without filtering them, but he felt a bit displeased. What did Ray mean by that? Didn't he trust him? Robin's lips curled into a slight smile as she observed Luffy's reaction. Something new stirred within her lonely heart. As for why Ray had taken a boat to travel separately, mainly because Luffy was on that side. Even in the worst-case scenario, Luffy could hold off Enel long enough for Ray to reinforce them. On this side, however, if Ray wasn't present, everyone would surely be wiped out by Enel. Even though Ray wasn't certain whether Enel would intervene ahead of schedule, he still had to prepare for the worst. In his mind, Enel's lightning was something none of the other Straw Hat Pirates members could withstand. Luffy, being rubber, was immune to electricity. Ray's Azure Dragon Break also possessed lightning properties, and by using demonic power he could quickly heal any injuries. As for the others, if they were struck by lightning measuring tens of millions of volts, surviving would truly be a miracle. Unless this world's rules were biased, no carbon-based life form could endure that. Ray didn't dare gamble on the entire Straw Hat crew having plot armor, the kind that made them immune to tens of millions of volts. In short, Ray remained extremely cautious about Enel. After all, based on his memories of the original story, too many things didn't add up. His pre-transmigration memories of One Piece were, in the end, a work of fiction, bound to differ from reality to some extent. In the shrine atop the giant beanstalk, Enel clearly sensed everything happening across the island. The Shandia people had breached the defenses and were clashing with his divine soldiers. The two remaining priests were already waiting in their trial grounds for the Shandian to arrive. Gan-Fall had also reached the Cloud River above Shandara, riding on Pier, who had transformed into a Pegasus. Not far ahead of Gan-Fall, several Blue Sea people were fleeing by boat. Enel yawned and casually waved his hand, summoning a massive divine lightning punishment. The maids and attendants serving him in the shrine had no time to react before Enel killed them all. The maxim is complete. I suppose it's time to pay a visit to the previous god. Picking up his golden staff, Enel stretched lazily. Then he transformed into lightning and moved towards where Ganfall was. Ganfall's expression was stern at this moment. When he entered Shandora, he had encountered a Shandian person, from whom he learned that this attack by the Shandian people was a desperate fight to the death. Either they would successfully reclaim their ancestral land or they would all die here. Shandia people, why won't you wait a little longer? It would be so wonderful if I could achieve peaceful coexistence. Ganfall muttered to himself, unwilling to see the Shandia people continue to sacrifice themselves. At this moment he made up his mind, no longer avoiding Enel, he would defeat him and achieve reconciliation between the Sky Island residents and the Shandia people. Yahaha tilde Ganfall, you're just a failed god from the past. What ability do you have to achieve peaceful coexistence? A mocking voice came and Ganfall immediately tensed up, staring in shock at the lightning floating before him. Enel, as a god, why are you stepping in so soon? Enel looked at Ganfall, who had already raised his spear and prepared for battle, and casually picked his ear with his pinky finger, speaking as if to himself. I came here to tell you two things. First, today is my last day as the god of Skypia. The ship Maxim that your former godly team built for me is now complete and I have granted them their freedom. Second, I want to make a bet with you. Let's wager on how many of the 80 people currently engaged in the chaotic battle in Shandora will remain in 3 hours. Ganfall frowned deeply. Enel's words revealed a message that terrified him to the core. His former godly team had 500 members, and at this moment there were only 80 people on the island of Shandora. Fewer than 10 were Blue Sea people, over 20 were Shandia people, and the rest could only be Enel's own divine soldiers. So where had all his godly team members gone? The conclusion was obvious. At this thought, Ganfall flew into a rage, completely ignoring the bet Enel wanted to discuss, and shouted angrily. By granting them freedom, you mean you killed them all? How dare you call yourself a god? You're nothing but a scum. With that, Ganfall swung his spear and in an instant pierced through Enel's body. However, no blood flowed. His furious strike had no effect on Enel's lightning form. Enel transformed into lightning and instantly appeared beside Ganfall, who was still reeling from the momentum of his attack. 20 million volts discharge. Accompanied by crackling sounds, the former god of Sky Island, Ganfall, along with Pier beneath him, fell from the sky, his body charred black, his eyes rolled back, and his consciousness lost. Just as Ganfall was about to fall into the Cloud River, a voice called out, "Sanji, get ready to rescue him." Nami directed Sanji, intending to save the severely injured old man. After all, this Sky Knight had helped them when they first arrived on Sky Island and were still adjusting. How could they stand by and watch him die now? Enel, seeing the Blue Sea people below interfering in his battle, felt slightly displeased. Mortals, how dare you meddle in a god's battle? I shall send you to your deaths. With that, he prepared to unleash his lightning. Suddenly, a figure shimmering with emerald gold instantly appeared before him from below. With the arrival of this figure, a fist wreathed in crimson lightning slammed into him, sending him crashing heavily into the ground. A single strike from Takajin and even a god must retreat. You think you can kill me? With just that. The silver-haired figure looked down indifferently at the god spitting blood below, his gaze calm as still water. Renel's mind wasn't just reeling, it was shattered. He hung in the sky, wide-eyed, a copper taste filling his mouth. Blood, he couldn't comprehend it. How had this mortal, struck him, a god? Ever since obtaining his powers, he'd never suffered so much as a scratch, let alone been forced to spit his own blood. The sharp, unfamiliar sting of pain from his lower abdomen was a humiliating anchor to reality. Down on the Going Merry, Nami and Usopp were beaming, their expressions looked so proud you'd think they'd thrown the punch themselves. As long as Ray was nearby, their fear evaporated. They hadn't quite processed that the man Ray had just sent flying was the legendary, terrifying god of Skypia. Their bubble of blissful ignorance burst when Sanji vaulted onto the deck, carrying the charred forms of Ganfall and Pier. The duo finally tore their eyes from the sky. The sight of the former god, smoking and blackened, sent a chill straight down their spines. He's charred black, Nami whispered, horrified. Can he even survive that? And that was just an ordinary move from Rei's enemy. Didn't Konai say the god of Sky Island can invoke divine punishment at will? I suddenly feel like Rei is in danger. Eek tilde. After a beat of terrified analysis, the realization hit them. The man fighting Rei was that god. We're done for, Usopp muttered, sinking to the deck. The three of us weaklings are facing a god. A swift kick from Sanji sent him tumbling. You're the weakling moss head in training. Don't lump me and the lovely Nami Swan in with you. No, he's right, Nami scrambled, grabbing Sanji's arm. We're definitely weaklings, Sanji, protect me. She didn't deny it for a second. Their opponent was a god. A little cowardice now, Rei would surely understand later, right? Sanji immediately puffed out his chest, radiating righteous determination. Don't worry, Nami-san, to protect you I wouldn't mind if Usopp died. Usopp Chinese letter. Hey tilde. Rei heard the chatter from the ship but had no time for it. His focus was locked on the sky. Get farther away, he barked. That was all the warning they needed. Nami immediately started shouting orders, getting Sanji and Usopp to man the oars and row the Going Merry away from the battlefield. Rei wanted them gone for a simple reason. In his eyes, this Enel was dangerously unpredictable. Part of him, the pragmatic part, screamed to cut Enel down while he was still stunned, but the warrior's code he lived by stayed his hand. A moment's hesitation, it was all Enel needed. The god rose, his expression chillingly stabilized. I see, Enel mused, wiping blood from his lip. The one with the weakest presence, you are the strongest of these blue sea mortals. White-haired one, how did you touch my lightning form? Rei offered no reply. The god's fighting spirit had returned. This needed to end. Quickly, with a surge of demonic power, Rei vanished, reappearing before Enel in a phantom-like flicker. Enel was startled. The speed was inhuman, but his own reaction was just as fast. The moment Rei's poison claw swiped, Enel dissolved into pure lightning, reforming at Rei's flank. Reihu! In an instant, Enel's arm transformed into a pillar of blinding lightning that blasted from Rei's side. Rei's observation Haki screamed a warning before the attack even launched. He crouched, the attack searing the air above him, and spun, driving a Haki-infused kick straight into Enel's chest. Once again, he sent the god flying, coughing up more blood. Rei glanced at the spot behind him where the Reihu had struck. As far as he could see, the earth was obliterated, trees vaporized. The attack had carved a terrifying scar in the ground, 2 meters wide, stretching all the way to the white sea. With that kind of power, he thought grimly, only Luffy would survive it. Any lingering hope he'd had that this Enel was the one from his memories vanished. That wasn't just a shock, it was an execution. That single bolt would have reduced Zoro to charcoal, Haki defense or not. Enel stood up again. To think you could dodge my 50 million volt electrocution, is this the observation Haki you spoke of yesterday? Rei wasn't surprised Enel knew the term. He'd probably overheard it during the earlier fights. 50 million volts, Rei processed. He put aside the science of his old world, it didn't matter. What mattered was that this Enel at this voltage was a lethal threat to every single Straw Hat. He couldn't gamble on the absurd plot armor he remembered from the stories. That Luffy, the one without even gear second, couldn't theoretically even touch this man. If Enel just kept his distance, Luffy would lose, decisively. Enel's threat level was approaching Takakakes, it might even be worse. The guy's speed was just too fast. Rei's expression hardened. He took a single, deep breath, his resolve solidifying. He would have to eliminate Enel, personally. Meanwhile, miles away, Robin led her group to the ruins. Chaochu trotted ahead, Luffy and Zoro trailing behind. A man stood before them, his hair fanned out like spider legs, his eyes rolled completely back into his head. He was looking at them. The first impression was intimidating. Luffy and Zoro slowly slipped the dog leashes from their necks, already preparing to rock, paper, scissors for the fight. Then one of the divine soldiers beside the man spoke up. Jidatsu-sama, you can't see the enemy with your eyes rolled back like that. Jidatsu blinked, his eyes rolling back down with a wet pop. Oops, I forgot again. In an instant, the intimidating aura evaporated. Luffy immediately lost all interest. Zoro, you take him. Who'd want to fight a fool? Zoro grumbled. Chaochu huffed, clearly looking down on him too. Robin merely sighed. I'm in a hurry to search the ruins, I'll go on ahead. This is all yours. Only one person remained, the adorable ship's doctor, Lord Chopper. Seeing Chopper hesitate, Luffy and Zoro gave him an encouraging look. Chopper, we believe in you, they said in unison. Buoyed by their trust, Chopper's fear transformed into motivation. He declared he would handle it and that they should press on. Luffy and Zoro nodded, trusting Chopper's strength, and followed Robin into the ruins. Chaochu glanced at the two departing backs, then at the rope in its mouth and sighed. He spat the rope out. Master's orders, the dog thought, were to stop Luffy and Zoro from getting lost. But protecting comrades is the top priority. And right now, his little brother Chopper looked like he needed a guardian. Ray, for his part, wasn't worried about Luffy's group. As long as Enel didn't interfere, Sky Island was a backyard garden for them. Besides, he had his own problems. Enel had changed tactics. The moment he realized Ray could hit him, the close-quarters fight was over. Now, he kept his distance, a frustrating kiter discharging catastrophic bolts of lightning from afar. Whenever Ray surged forward, Enel simply dissolved into lightning and reappeared 100 meters away. His speed was insane. It wasn't true light speed, but it was faster than anything Ray could physically catch. His physicals are his weakness, Ray reasoned, parrying another thunderbolt with a blade of condensed haki. When he actually launches an attack, his movements are slow, telegraphed. The strategy was clear. He just had to weather the storm and seize the split-second opening when Enel committed to a close-range strike. The only problem, Ray thought, dodging a blinding pillar of electricity, is how do I get close? A familiar, biting frustration gnawed at Ray. Since arriving in this chaotic world, it was always speed. When he was still adapting, he'd faced Momousagi, who specialized in it. After he'd grown stronger, he met Takecake, who could literally merge with the earth to move at impossible velocities. And now he had to fight a man who was lightning. My own speed isn't a joke, he reflected, so why do I keep running into these freaks? In a straight brawl, he was confident he'd crush them. But they never gave him a straight brawl. At least Takecake had the decency to fight head-on. At first, the moment he started losing, he'd just play dirty, sinking into the ground to escape. Ray shook his head. When he fully synchronized with his power, he'd show them all what true godlike speed felt like. For now, Enel was just a stepping stone, a tool to help him reach that next level. The question was how to hit him. He couldn't keep trading injuries, hoping to land a lucky blow. Then, a plan clicked into place. A gamble, but a calculated one. He didn't just tap into his power, he detonated it. A terrifying azure aura erupted from him, the sheer force shattering the ground and vaporizing nearby trees. Across the gap, Enel's smugness faltered as a bead of cold sweat tracing its way down his temple. Even a god could feel fear, but that wasn't enough. Ray channeled Haki into his legs, strengthening the already powerful muscles. The final step, partial demonization. While holding onto his rationality, he pushed his demonic power to its absolute limit. His eyes turned crimson. This is it, he thought, my absolute fastest. He didn't run. He became a blur, a comet of blue energy aimed straight at the still-processing Enel, poison claw in his left hand, Takejin in his right. Just as the claw was about to taste the divine flesh, Enel reacted, dissolving into lightning and retreating. A cold laugh echoed in between. Too slow, you can't hit me, you'll just be worn down. His triumphant thought was cut short. A terrifying sword slash was already in his path. Impossible, Enel snarled internally. I was retreating. He wasn't just fast, he could think at that speed. He poured more energy into his lightning form, decisively accelerating his retreat to his intended landing spot. He materialized, feet touching the solid cloud, only for the ground beneath him to erupt. Azure Dragon break. An Azure Dragon, seething with demonic power and haki, engulfed him. Enel's scream was primal, a sound of pure agony as he felt his very life force being torn away. He'd been played. It was a three-part trap. Ray's haki hadn't just predicted an escape route, it had predicted the escape route. The initial, terrifying charge wasn't meant to hit, it was meant to herd. It forced Enel onto the precise path where Ray had already launched his other two attacks, a sword slash to the midpoint and the Azure Dragon break hidden, waiting at the landing zone. A human reflex? A god's arrogance? Enel had dodged the first two strikes and let his guard down, never imagining the third attack was already waiting underground. Before Enel could even process the pain, Ray was on him, accelerating into the Azure Maelstrom. A mere frog in a well, Ray's voice cut through the dragon's roar, daring to pass divine judgment on me. He raised Takejin, the blade cloaked in an ominous fusion of haki and demonic power. One clean strike, Enel's body, bisected at the waist, plummeted from the sky. Ray sensed it, the god's life force was extinguished. The entire battle from start to finish had taken less time than it took the Going Merry to drift 2 kilometers. Ray landed softly on the deck and sat in a corner. Nami, Sanji, and Usopp just stared at him. The battle was over, just like that, to kill the god of Sky Island and return as if he'd just finished a light spar. It was awe-inspiring and utterly terrifying. Without a word, they slowly proceeded toward the cloud sea near the skull's right eye. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew had found their own troubles. Robin, having bypassed the swamp trial, had arrived at the ruins, only to be blocked by the divine soldier leader, a bulky man whose very mass spoke of formidable defense. Zoro, true to form, was hopelessly lost and had ended up in a different area entirely. He now faced a large dog and another man wielding a long sword, Ohm. Just as they squared off, Wiper, the leader of the Shandia warriors, arrived, creating a tense triangular standoff. And the captain, Luffy, distracted by insects and tree branches, had wandered off from Robin. After scratching his head for a good long time, he reached a conclusion. South is the warm direction, he declared. So I'll go this way. He promptly ventured deeper into the forest where he was now staring deep in thought at a giant snake over 20 meters wide. Back on the Mary, Ray's keen senses mapped out the chaos. His crew was scattered to the four winds. A handful, all of them, he sighed, shaking his head. Chaochu will have his work cut out for him. For now, Chaochu was occupied, carefully observing the battle between Chopper and Priest Jidatsu. The swamp trial was aptly named. The entire area was covered in clouds with the sticky, sucking properties of a bog. Jidatsu was a brawler, relying on physical combat and the occasional cheap shot from his dials, cloud dials on his feet to levitate, impact dials on his elbows to boost his punches. But this wasn't the same reindeer who joined the crew. Ray's demonic training, a polite term for the regular character-building beatings, had forged him into something more. His combat ability was leagues beyond what it should have been. He flowed through his forms, a strange and effective hybrid of brawling and, well, boxing. "I'll knock you out, Tilda," he yelled, all fear forgotten. He used jump point to vault over Jidatsu, then shifted in midair. Heavy point. Fierce tiger. He crashed down with all his enhanced weight, colliding with Jidatsu's heavy punch. Jidatsu's block buckled under the immense pressure. Chopper seized the opening. Armpoint cherry blossom snowstorm. His two small, hard hooves became a blur, a frantic drumbeat against Jidatsu's chest that shattered ribs. Ray's gifts, small, controlled infusions of demonic power, had done more than train him. They had changed him, his power was evolving. Final blow, Chopper yelled, jump point reindeer face kick. His enhanced leg strength kicked Jidatsu square in the face as he was still reeling. The blow shattered the priest's nasal bone and skull. As he fell, Jidatsu might have even thanked Chopper. At least now he didn't have to try to roll his eyes back. They were staying that way, permanently. With Jidatsu down, the path to the ruins was clearing. With the collapse of the swamp trial, the god's remaining combat strength dwindled further. Only one priest was left, Ohm, guardian of the Iron Trial. At this moment, he watched the blue sea swordsman before him with a tension coiling in his gut. He sensed a clear, undeniable threat from Zoro, so potent that he'd all but ignored the other intruder, Wiper. After just one brief exchange, he knew this green-haired man was powerful, the kind of powerful that could kill him. Ohm even felt a dark spike of gratitude that Wiper had foolishly attacked Zoro, allowing him to escape that first lethal clash. Just one move, Ohm thought, his hand tight on his hilt, and my sword was nearly torn from my grasp. His sword was unique, possessing the hardness of iron yet the impossible, flexible lightness of a cloud. It was harder to block than steel. It had nearly caught Zoro off guard, but with his newly awakened observation haki, Zoro had sensed the curving attack and narrowly avoided injury. Currently, Zoro was just plain exasperated. The beast skin-clad man who had barged in was just annoying. One moment he attacked Zoro, the next he attacked the priest. He was a pure troublemaker, making it impossible to focus. As if to prove the point, Wiper's cannon fired again, forcing Zoro to dodge. "Fine, I'll just take care of both of you." The Straw Hat Pirates didn't know the Shandia people's story. In Zoro's eyes, if this Wiper wanted to kill him, he was an enemy. Thinking this, Zoro tied on his bandana and bit Wado Ikemanji into his mouth. "So, which lucky one should I cut first? Let's start with this guy in the beast skin. Zoro got a huge buff here, Iquim." Decision made, Zoro's three swords darkened with armament haki, three-sword style tilde black rope. Before he could finish his thought, a long, rubbery arm shot from the forest and clamped around his neck. A single drop of cold sweat dripped from Zoro's forehead. He sensed impending doom, this familiar, infuriating feeling. It was that brainless captain. "You, damn it." As Luffy's arm retracted, Zoro vanished, yanked from the spot in an instant. A moment later, he was swinging wildly through the air, flying over Luffy's head. "Zoro, help me cut this snake behind me, Tilda. I will cut your head off instead." Despite his words, Zoro was already twisting in midair, preparing his stance. He turned to look. It's that big. This was, without question, the largest snake Zoro had ever seen. Seeing its sheer size, he felt a brief moment of resignation, which was instantly burned away by a surge of pure fighting spirit. He was eager to see if, after all his training with Ray, he could slay this. His armament haki was still flaring. Zoro took his stance in the air, 3-sword-style secret technique ~3000 worlds. Sword gleams crisscrossed in a blinding flash. Zoro landed lightly on the ground. It seems that training both has indeed made me much stronger, he muttered, sheathing his blades. This snake's skin is harder than ordinary steel, but I cut it. Zoro was deeply satisfied. This 3000 worlds was far more powerful than the one he'd used against Mihawk. He had broken through the barrier of cutting steel. He was a true master swordsman, just as Ray taught, he smiled. Training both sword techniques and haki is the path to becoming the strongest. Behind him, the massive serpent, known to the Sky Islanders as the Lord of the Sky, suddenly ceased its movements. 50 meters below its tongue, 3 gashes, each 15 meters long, gushed torrents of blood. The pain made the Lord of the Sky howl before it gradually lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Watching from a distance, Wiper trembled, his pupils shaking as he swallowed hard. He actually inflicted such severe injuries on the Lord of the Sky. Just who is this Blue Sea person? Wiper had clashed with the Lord of the Sky several times. Even his strongest burn bazooka couldn't so much as scratch the serpent's scales. Yet this swordsman had brought the behemoth down with a single strike. Standing frozen, Wiper felt a new wave of tension. Just like Ohm, who's standing dozens of meters away, both men were lost in thought. Ohm was contemplating how to survive Zoro's attacks. Wiper, on the other hand, was thinking about how to avoid fighting Zoro. He needed to save his ultimate move for Enel and couldn't afford to waste it here. Since Ohm is being held up by them, he decided, I'll head straight to Enel's shrine. A man of action, Wiper activated his cloud dial. Seizing the moment, he shot toward the massive beanstalk, leaving Ohm to his fate. Wiper's departure made Ohm feel significantly less secure. That slash from Zoro was far beyond his own capabilities. Damn it, why are these Blue Sea people so absurd? I'm not even confident against that swordsman, and now there's another one. Maybe I should just surrender with my dog. No, if Enel finds out, he'll strike me down. What should I do? Today, it seemed the Iron Trial's 0% clearance rate was likely to be breached. What are those two doing? Ohm squinted, arguing maybe I still have a chance. At that moment, Luffy had Zoro's sword pressed against his own neck. My deepest apologies, Luffy grinned cheekily. Zoro sighed in exasperation. I'm going to cut you down one of these days, but for now, let's deal with the enemy in front of us first. He's in our way. Luffy nodded and the two walked toward Ohm. Ohm was on the verge of losing his mind. These Blue Sea people had no respect for him at all. If that's how it is, he roared, then no one's getting out of this unscathed. Holy, initiate the White Thorn death race. If we die together. His partner, a massive white dog, suddenly stood on its hind legs and began running in human form. It circled the trial grounds, triggering trap after trap. As it ran, the area became enveloped in white cloud iron thorns, forming a massive, thorny, spherical cage 2 kilometers in diameter. Holy, the large white dog had 10 meters left. With a powerful push, it performed a backflip followed by 3.5 midair spins before landing on one foot, triggering the final trap. Chou, Luffy shouted loudly, clapping. That was a great run. I give that final flip a perfect score. Zoro was immediately speechless. He'd also been enjoying the dog's acrobatics, but only because he wasn't remotely worried. Their captain, as always, was face-blind. Watching the cage take shape, Ohm's fear was replaced by a ferocious, crazed expression. Even if I die, I'll trap you both. These cloud iron thorns, even you won't be able to cut through them. I'll starve you to death. Zoro scoffed. How dare this guy be so arrogant? He drew Wado Ikemanji, preparing to show Ohm his power. Just then, a white figure flew toward the cage from outside. Behind it, a green whip of light was wrapped around 3 men and 1 woman. It was Ray, carrying Sanji, Usopp, Nami, and the awakened Ganfall. He'd docked the Mary but had sensed something amiss and flown over. Arriving at the scene, Ray looked at the iron cage with pure displeasure. Who had placed an obstacle in his flight path? With a casual swing of his poison claw, the cloud iron thorns cage shattered, leaving a gaping hole dozens of meters wide. This scene instantly crushed Ohm's ferocious expression. What the hell? He stood dumbfounded. What was he even protecting? Why were these people treating his domain like child's play? Look at me, I'm a priest, damn it. Ohm was devastated. As Ray landed, the group immediately broke into noisy chatter. Every other Blue Sea person had begged for mercy before. Now Ohm was completely and utterly ignored. He began to question the very meaning of his existence. Why was he here? What was he supposed to do? Who was he? I am the strongest priest, he muttered, then roared as if to convince himself. No one has ever broken through me, O Rower tilde tilde. Embracing death, he drew his cloud blade and charged fiercely toward Ray and the others. Just as he was about to reach them, he suddenly heard Luffy shout, "What, Ray, you've already killed their god." "Yes, we can testify," Nami chimed in. Ohm screeched to a halt, ending up right in front of the group. Luffy looked at him. "Do you need something?" "No, no, no, wait, yes, yes, yes." Ohm bent over, his voice dripping with subservience. "Are you all planning to go to Enel's shrine? This humble one will immediately lead the way for you all." His mind cleared. He remembered who he was now. He was the exclusive Sky Island tour guide. After hearing the news that Enel had been killed, Ohm's mentality completely collapsed. He simply couldn't comprehend how a powerful, godlike being such as Enel could possibly lose. Even more incomprehensible was how strong this silver-haired man, the one who had killed him, must be. This was the fatal limitation of the Sky Island people. Having proclaimed themselves gods, they had yet to see how vast and how monstrous the true world really was. "Honored guests from the Blue Sea," Ohm groveled, his entire demeanor changed. "Would you like to visit our largest attraction, the shrine now? The scenery there is undoubtedly the best. From that vantage point, you can see all the sights of Sky Island. It's the perfect spot for travel photos." Zoro looked on, utterly exasperated by the man's pathetic fawning. Ray, however, simply let him be. Since the priest had admitted defeat, he could live a little longer. In Ray's eyes, the lives of ants were insignificant so long as they hadn't offended him, but his mind wasn't on the priest. A deep, unsettling feeling pricked at the edge of his consciousness. He pondered, what is it? This island should no longer hold any threats. The scent of Enel's corpse still lingered in the forest. He was definitely dead. This priest and the Shandia posed no threat. So what was this feeling? Just then, Chopper and Chaochu successfully reunited with the group, having followed their scents. The only one left was Robin. "Chaochu, go bring Robin back." "Akai." Chaochu immediately transformed into his demonic form. The terrifying energy washed over the clearing, frightening Ohm's large white dog, Holy, so much that it rolled onto its back and promptly acknowledged Chaochu as its new big brother. Only then did Luffy finally react. "Hey, why are there two Chaochus?" Everyone was speechless. Following Robin's scent, Chaochu quickly found her. He hadn't arrived during a battle but in the immediate aftermath of one. To protect the ruins, Robin had been forced to lure her opponent, a fat divine soldier captain, away from the delicate structures. Even so, parts of the ancient stonework had been carelessly destroyed by the brute. "You have no understanding of the importance of these ruins," Robin stated, her voice cold with a rare, controlled fury. "Ruins represent the traces of past lives. History needs to be remembered." The divine soldier captain had only sneered. "With just you, a woman who only knows how to run, take this, /attack full power." He had brandished his signature weapon. 10 connected /dials all set to release at once, but Robin had looked at him with utter contempt. "Mille fleur," she said, 10-fold dragon claw strikes. 10 arms, each ending in the dragon claw shape Ray had taught her, bloomed across the captain's body. It was brutally efficient. 2 claws stabbed directly into his eyes, blinding him. 2 more twisted his own /dials, turning the cutting edges toward his own chest. The remaining claws struck with vicious, precise force at his most vulnerable spots. The simultaneous attacks sent pain shooting straight to his brain. He lost consciousness before he even hit the ground. Robin, using her ability, had unceremoniously moved him to the edge of a cliff and provided a high-altitude bungee jump, minus the safety rope. Just as she was about to turn back to the ruins, Chaochu arrived. "Sister Robin, my master sent me to fetch you." Seeing Chaochu, Robin's serious expression broke into a happy smile. "All right." Soon, everyone was gathered beneath the giant beanstalk. The former god, Ganfall, had also regained consciousness under Chopper's care. He looked at Ray with an expression of pure disbelief. You really defeated Enel? Chaochu, back in his small dog form, was offended. Old man, don't you believe in my master? Watch out or I'll eat you. Chaochu, Nami quickly stopped him, then turned to Ganfall with a calm smile. Sir, please trust us, Ray is far stronger than you imagine. Besides, if Enel were still alive, would he have just stood by and watched us defeat all his priests? Ganfall considered this. It made sense. And yet, esteemed ones, I don't doubt your strength, he said. But Enel is someone who doesn't care whether his subordinates live or die. Ohm, desperate to be useful, chose that moment to interject. He's right. What's the reason? Sanji asked, lighting a cigarette. Ohm took a deep breath. Before this all began, Enel told me this was a survival game. He said only the last 4 survivors would accompany him to the infinite Earth. He thought I stood a good chance, so he told me. But he said even if all of us died, he wouldn't care. As long as he had 4 survivors, that was enough. Usopp was perplexed. That doesn't make sense. Why would he assume the last survivors would just go with him? Ganfall sighed. Perhaps Enel truly believed that everyone must submit to the will of a god. As the former god, I know that divine decrees are a powerful tool for control. It's possible he simply couldn't imagine anyone defying him. The group had little interest in debating the psychology of a dead man. Luffy especially was vibrating with impatience. Adventure, adventure, let's head towards the shrine. Bald guy, lead the way. Right away, Ohm scrambled to his feet. Handsome gentlemen, beautiful ladies, and fierce beasts, please follow me closely. But as the group began to move, they noticed Ray was still standing in place. Ray, Robin asked, her voice quiet. She had clearly noticed his behavior was different. He didn't respond. He had fully activated his observation haki, setting his sense of smell to lock onto Enel's last known location. His haki detected nothing. His sense of smell clearly picked up the scent of a corpse. The evidence was absolute. So why did this sense of unease persist? What had he overlooked? Ohm, already walking ahead, turned back when he noticed the group had stopped. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Everyone, you. Boom! Just as Ohm was about to ask, a pillar of lightning several meters wide struck him directly. It shattered his consciousness instantly, leaving only a charred black silhouette that collapsed to the ground. In that horrifying, electric blue flash, Ray finally understood. His blood ran cold. He isn't dead. Ray's heart was filled with a chilling mix of emotions. How had Enel managed to deceive him, deceive his haki, deceive his senses? The scent of the corpse was still exactly where he had slain him. Where had things gone wrong? Suddenly, Ray recalled a scene, a memory from the original story, sharp and clear. Enel suppressed by Wiper using Seastone, then killed by the reject dial. And then he'd restarted his own heart. He'd used his electricity for self-defibrillation. Could he have revived using the same ability this time? But how to explain the corpse? Ray didn't believe his sense of smell could be wrong. A horrifying thought occurred to him. Did he leave half his body behind? Ray realized he had been overconfident, but now wasn't the time for regret. He needed to defend. Enel's lightning strikes were fatal to everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates except himself and Luffy. The sky was clear moments ago, but now it was a roiling, dark mass of thunderclouds. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning struck toward their location. Azure Dragon break, Ray roared, immediately leaping into the air. A massive Azure Dragon clashed with the deluge of lightning. The terrifying explosion riddled the giant vine with holes it wouldn't withstand another hit. Taking advantage of the brief gap, Ray yelled, "Luffy, use Gear 3. Block above the others." Right, Luffy immediately complied. Gear 3 Bone Balloon. The giant bone balloon inflated, covering Zoro, Sanji, and the others, forming a bizarre but perfect natural barrier against the electricity. Seeing them safe for the moment, Ray expanded his observation haki. If his current range couldn't find Enel, he would perform a linear scan, shifting his wide-range perception into a single, focused beam, trading breadth for immense distance. At this moment, high in the sky and over 10 kilometers away, a strange figure stood on a massive golden ship. The upper body was clearly Enel's. The lower body, however, was gone, replaced by an unstable, unknown form composed of swirling lightning. His eyes were filled with pure, unadulterated resentment. A mere blue sea ant actually defeated the great god, he seethed. unforgivable. Despite his words, Enel cautiously maintained his distance. After being defeated, he had used a secret technique to feign death. He'd used defibrillation to restore vitality to his upper body, but the moment his breath returned, he transformed into lightning and merged into the vast thunderclouds to escape. He left his severed lower body behind at the scene. That was the fundamental reason Ray had failed to detect him. The scent of the corpse remained, and by transforming into lightning, he became indistinguishable from the natural energy of the sky, fooling observation Hacky entirely. Now, assuming his lightning form, he had activated his airship, the Arc Maxim, and begun generating large-scale thunderclouds from a safe distance. To make a god like me so disgraced, white-haired man, you should be proud enough. 10 million volts. Amaru, Enel swung a single hand and countless bolts of lightning once again rained down. He held the advantage. His mantra perception was vast, while Ray couldn't pinpoint him, they were just live targets. Ray's linear observation Hacky scanned the heavens. Finally, he found him, high in the sky to the south. After clashing his Azure Dragon break against Amaru one more time, he urged Luffy, protect them. I'm going to kill Enel. With that, Ray's demonic power transformed him into a sphere of blue light shooting toward Enel's position at extreme speed. After he left, massive bolts of lightning once again struck. But the outcome defied Enel's expectations. All the lightning was completely blocked by Luffy's third gear. Not a single spark passed through. Robin, Nami, and Chopper cheered, seeing Luffy so impressive. Luffy, however, didn't dare to respond, only tightly sealing his mouth to prevent the air from leaking. He had to maintain this form. Zoro and Sanji understood, watching with clenched fists, wanting to help but powerless to do so. Enel's lightning is too fast, Luffy can't rest, Sanji growled. Yeah, we can only hope Ray deals with him quickly. We're still too weak. Right. Sanji didn't refute Zoro this time. Both of them realized their own lack of strength. In this fight, they had truly become deadweight. At his full speed, Ray appeared before Enel in moments. Enel was both nervous and wildly excited. Tension because he knew his life had reached its end. This time, Ray would give him no chance. Excitement because he would have his revenge. As a god, he absolutely could not be killed by a human without making them pay a price. This was his pride as a god. 200 million volts, Thunder God. Seeing Ray arrive, Enel activated his strongest form. Having lost half his body, he could no longer surpass Ray in speed. He chose to confront him directly. The massive, thundering colossus faced the great demon head-on. Ray also stopped holding back. Partial demonization, Ryuo. Conqueror's Hacky infusion. All power converged on Tokijin. A 400-meter-tall Azure Dragon crackling with black and red Hacky lightning suddenly appeared. Behind it, several more sword energy slashes hundreds of meters in diameter waited. At this moment, Enel had nowhere to dodge. The Thunder God's attack collided with Ray's full-power outburst. After a brief, blinding clash, Enel's lightning was simply dispersed. No matter how powerful his lightning was in this world, Hacky reigned supreme, let alone Hacky infused with Ray's terrifying demonic power. As the giant dragon arrived, the Arc Maxim was completely destroyed. Enel's remaining upper body also gradually disintegrated under the terrifying attack. But before his death, he smiled. Blue Sea person, did you really think a god would be so easy to kill? Raygo. With Enel's final word, the sky full of lightning dissipated, and the sky gradually cleared. Luffy finally ended his bone balloon form. Protected by Hacky, he no longer turned into a child after using Gear 3rd. Ganfall's eyes widened in shock. The disappearance of the dark clouds meant Enel was truly gone. He looked uneasily at the people before him. So quick, and the captain can actually withstand lightning. As the former god, Ganfall had seen many powerful people from the Blue Sea, but never anyone this fierce. He was now thinking if there were many such powerful individuals and if they desired to conquer Sky Island, how could he possibly resist? Perhaps I could establish a cooperative relationship with this crew. At least they don't seem like bad people. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, all the thunderclouds in the sky had completely dissipated. But the expressions of the Straw Hat Pirates, Ganfall, and Ray grew even more solemn. After the thunderclouds cleared, they all saw it. A massive, perfectly spherical thundercloud over 5 kilometers in diameter was appearing directly above Apis. Ray carefully checked Enel's direction, confirming he had been reduced to ashes. Bastard, did he complete this super weapon before he died? Ray transformed into a demonic power sphere again, rushing back toward the Straw Hat Pirates. I hope I'm in time. Raygo descended slowly. Ray's frown deepened, his eyes locked on the enormous sphere of lightning descending from the heavens. Its speed was far faster than he remembered from the original story. Worse, there was no 80-ton golden ball for Luffy to grab, no absurd, physics-defying rescue. Forget whether the original plot was logical, the current Luffy didn't have the means to repeat it. Thoughts raced through Ray's mind. He had no choice but to gamble. He unleashed his observation haki, calculating the descent against his own attack speed. Azure Dragon Break. An Azure Dragon, infused with all his power, shot toward the descending doom once more. Simultaneously, he roared Demon Transformation. A giant demon dog appeared, now larger than ever due to his increased fusion rate. Shoulder height 80 meters, body length 150 meters, an absolute behemoth. To prevent the transformation from consuming his sanity, he reinforced a single ironclad suggestion in his mind. Protect the Straw Hat Pirates beneath me. Far below, Luffy instinctively knew that evasion was impossible. Gear 3rd, Bone Balloon. He could only transform into a giant balloon once again, shielding everyone beneath him. But an atmosphere of dread settled over the crew. Luffy's cover only blocked the sky above. Gaps remained on all sides. The bone balloon was huge, but its elasticity prevented it from settling completely, leaving them vulnerable. They huddled beneath it, Zoro straining to hold the rubbery skin aloft. If that sphere of immense energy fell, just the shockwave, the energy surging from the sides, could annihilate them all. It was a hopeless situation. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Chopper, and Usopp were filled with a bitter, choking frustration. Despair mingled with regret. If only they were stronger. If given another chance, they swore they would train twice as hard. Robin, unlike the others, merely sighed. Gazing at these companions she hadn't known for long, she reflected on her own life. It had been a mess. Aside from the poneglyphs, these companions were the only thing that gave her a reason to live. If they died, her own life was meaningless. At this moment, she might as well give her all to secure even a sliver of survival for them. With that thought, Robin unleashed her full power. Mille fleurs. Net of life. Tens of thousands of hands erupted, weaving into an enormous, densely packed net that left not a single gap, enveloping everyone, Luffy included. This was her absolute limit. Robin, what are you doing? Zoro exclaimed in shock. Sanji rushed in front of her, frantic. Robin-san, you'll die like this. Let me out, I'll go drain some of that thing's energy. Luffy was itching to roar, but he had to hold his breath or the balloon would deflate. Zoro wanted to charge out, but reason told him it was suicide. Racking his brain, he suddenly yelled the best possible plan. Everyone lie down, have Luffy wrap us up tightly. Robin, use your hands to stretch Luffy's skin and create a seal between us and the ground. Everyone immediately complied. The earlier panic had been too sudden. This was the approach with the highest survival rate. As long as Luffy wasn't pierced and the ground didn't shatter, they had a chance. Yet the hope was agonizingly slim. As everyone lay down, one exception dashed out before Robin could complete the seal. It was Chaochu. Through his bloodline, Chaochu already knew what his master intended to do. How could he let Ray stand in front? Thus, Chaochu roared at the approaching Raygo. Head-on, straight up, he would stand before Ray. The demonized Ray saw Chaochu's suicidal charge and felt a surge of anxiety. This dog is throwing his life away. But he was moved. While his senses were still his own, Ray swiped a single giant claw. A massive shockwave struck Chaochu, slamming him back to the ground. In that same instant, Ray positioned his own massive body above Chaochu and the crew. At that same moment, the Azure Dragon Break finally arrived. After traveling 10 kilometers, its power had diminished, but the 200-meter dragon still collided head-on with Raygo. The effect was visible. The 5-kilometer sphere shrank by a fifth. The giant demon dog looked up at the approaching doom without a trace of fear, only battle intent. He layered his defenses. One layer of demonic power armor, one layer of conqueror's haki armor, one layer of armament armor. Then Ray lay down, his 150-meter-long body completely enveloping the Straw Hat pirates. The collision occurred. The intense energy of Raygo clashed with Ray's armor. 1 second later, the demonic power armor shattered. Raygo shrank by another fifth. A second after that, the Conqueror's haki armor shattered. 1 final second and the armament armor shattered. Raygo now retained only 1/5 of its original size, but Ray had no more protective measures. He could only endure it head-on. Roar. The remaining energy was still overwhelming. Ray could only bet that he could withstand it. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating the god of Sky Island Enel. Fusion rate increased by 0.1%. Current fusion rate 60%. Congratulations, host, for breaking through the critical value and obtaining Sesshomaru's exclusive reward. Tenseiga. However, to use Tenseiga's abilities normally, you must undergo one trial. Ding, detected that the host is currently in a life-and-death crisis. Host mortality rate 1%. Death risk too high. Survival rate of host's companions except Luffy 1%. Although the probability of survival was high, the trial was still required. To ensure the smooth distribution of rewards, the Tenseiga trial is forcibly initiated. The system will forcibly transport the host and the host's companions to the trial location. A final voice echoed. Ray and the crew huddled beneath him saw a sudden, blinding flash of white light and briefly lost consciousness. Only Ganfall was left behind, utterly bewildered. He stared at the empty sky where the descending Raygo had vanished. The Straw Hat pirates had also vanished. He was completely and totally confused at this moment. Ray had no idea what the system's so-called trial entailed. After the system forcibly initiated it, he found himself floating in a vast, white world. In this boundless whiteness, everything was quiet, soundless, and still. Yet, in a bizarre and unsettling paradox, the surroundings also seemed to be in constant motion. He couldn't see any of his companions. In this endless, sterile expanse, Ray was alone. As if a long time had passed, a familiar feeling gradually welled up in Ray's heart. Loneliness, isolation. Already not one to express himself, he grew even more silent in such an environment. His handsome face showed no trace of emotion. His mind seemed to have ceased all activity. Gradually, thoughts that didn't seem to belong to him began to enter Ray's mind. No one can understand my heart. I will always be alone. I don't need the approval of outsiders. Only power is what I pursue. Father, you were wrong. I, Sesshomaru, am the strongest. Tenseiga is mine. The last sentence echoed repeatedly in Ray's mind. Finally, the white light faded. Ray realized he had likely arrived in a real world. As the surroundings gradually cleared, a massive yokai skeleton appeared before Ray. It stood at least 500 meters tall. Clad in armor, one of the skeleton's canine teeth was broken. This familiar, iconic scene made Ray realize instantly where he was, in Utaisho's grave. Ray was about to ponder what the system meant, had it brought him to the Inuyasha era. Unfortunately, someone wasn't planning to give him time to think, and that someone was himself. At this moment, Ray was also in a demonized form, though his size had shrunk somewhat. Approximately 15 meters tall and 25 meters long. But with a slight perception, Ray knew this demonized body was incredibly powerful. It seemed to be a demonized form that could freely control its size, and it was different from Chaochu's. Chaochu grew stronger as he enlarged. This demonized form, even when shrunk, was tougher than Ray's previous 80-meter giant dog body. The frightening part was that Ray couldn't control this body. It was as if he was merely a consciousness trapped within this form. The demon dog leaped high, extending its left forepaw to attack someone below. Below, a young man in red attire, wielding a large sword with silver hair and 2 dog ears, glared up at him in fury. Ray was utterly speechless. He was all too familiar with this scene. Was the system making him experience Sesshomaru's pain of losing an arm? But besides speechlessness, Ray felt another emotion bleed into him at this moment. Jealousy. Rage. He wanted to tear apart the young man named Inuyasha before him. Come on, Sesshomaru. With a roar, Inuyasha raised Tenseiga and slashed at the demon dog's arm. The two crossed paths, and the dog demon's left arm was completely severed by the great sword. Within the dog demon's consciousness, Rei felt pain, hatred, and speechlessness. He experienced Sesshomaru's fury and endured the slashing wounds Sesshomaru suffered. And damn it, he was utterly powerless, his body no longer under his own control. Rei's consciousness began to rant internally. What the hell is Sesshomaru fighting like? Does he have zero combat intelligence? Charging head-on with his claws against Tessega, forged by your own father, really? If you're not in pain, I sure am. Inuyasha slashed the dog demon again and again. Finally, severely wounded, the dog demon fell from the shoulder of Inu Teisho's skeleton, plummeting downward. Inuyasha, I knew you could do it. This was the last thing Rei heard before tumbling down the cliff. Back once more in that familiar white space, Rei's heart now held additional emotions. Another wave of thoughts not his own began to surface in his mind. Why did I lose to that half-demon Inuyasha? If it weren't for Tessega's help, I could kill him as easily as slaughtering a chicken. He's my younger brother. Don't make me laugh. A half-demon who fell in love with a human woman is unworthy of being part of my dog-demon clan. My father's compassion for human women, I inherited none of it. Next time I will not only seize Tessega but also kill Inuyasha. As the final thought faded, Rei felt Sesshomaru's emotions from this period even more clearly. His obsession with power was too rigid to the point where Tessega had become a mental demon. All that incessant mental chatter and not a single word about Tenseiga which accompanied him at his waist. Tenseiga seemed to say, scumbag. But now, Rei also realized that Sesshomaru's emotions were affecting him more and more severely. It was as if Sesshomaru's thoughts had become his own. He could only strive to maintain a sliver of clarity in his mind lest he eventually lose sight of who he was. Before Rei could ponder a solution, he found himself in a new environment. Sesshomaru-sama, with the human arm Naraku gave you, you will surely succeed in seizing Tessega. A small yokai holding a human-headed staff chattered beside Rei. The two of them were riding on the shoulder of a 100-meter-tall mountain monster, slowly advancing toward the temple where Inuyasha was. Some time later, the two brothers clashed again. This time, Sesshomaru in his human form completely overpowered Inuyasha. Using the human arm gifted by Naraku, he successfully grasped Tessega. With a light swing, hundreds of yokai, along with two large mountains, were utterly obliterated, leaving only a field of magma behind. In that moment, Rei felt the full might of Sesshomaru's complete form. The wind scar unleashed casually with Sesshomaru's demonic power was even more devastating than Rei's full-powered Azure Dragon Break. But afterward, the human woman beside Inuyasha used a sacred arrow to dispel Tessega's transformation. At the same time, to protect his companions, Inuyasha unleashed his latent potential, tearing off Sesshomaru's recently attached human left arm. However, Inuyasha was also pierced through the chest by Sesshomaru's claw. On the verge of death, Inuyasha fell unconscious but still tightly gripped Tessega. Whenever Sesshomaru approached, Tessega would actively borrow Inuyasha's power, erupting with the wind scar to counterattack. Perhaps out of fear of Tessega's power, or perhaps because Sesshomaru was unwilling to kill Inuyasha at that moment, he left, returning to the white space once more. Rei felt somewhat helpless, as if he had been forcibly dragged along to watch a play. And it was in 6D high definition, with pain, thoughts, and movements all feeling completely real. At that moment, Sesshomaru's thoughts surfaced again. This half-demon, for the sake of a human woman, actually persisted to such an extent. Father and Inuyasha, both of you are fools. Only strength is fundamental. Protecting others. Ridiculous. Throughout the entire process, Rei was experiencing Sesshomaru's thoughts and emotions. At that time, he had absolute confidence in killing the unconscious Inuyasha. But he disdained such actions, and at the same time he was shaken by Inuyasha's unwavering belief. Thus, Sesshomaru left. Some time passed again. Rei was numb. His self-awareness was almost dissipating. At this moment, he was using a dragon's claw as his left arm. This time, Sesshomaru had a very strong conviction. Because one day ago, Tadasai had refused to forge a new sword for Sesshomaru and even told him, Tenseiga is the sword that suits you best. Sesshomaru was immediately enraged. He found a dragon yokai, tore off its arm, and attached it to his own. Since I can't obtain Tesseiga, I'll destroy it. And so, Rei once again began to personally experience this 6D spectacle. He used the dragon claw on his left hand to strike Tessega repeatedly. Just as Tessega was about to be shattered, Inuyasha protected it with his head. From that moment on, Tessega fully acknowledged Inuyasha. Inuyasha also saw the vortex of demonic energy for the first time and unleashed a wind scar, once again incapacitating Sesshomaru and Rei. Rei winced in pain. Fortunately, Tensega's barrier erupted, or else he might have died here alongside Sesshomaru. But after experiencing Sesshomaru's battles so many times and personally feeling his emotions, coupled with his current severely wounded body, Rei slowly realized that his consciousness was growing increasingly blurred. His sense of self seemed to have been sealed away. At this moment, Rei seemed to have completely become Sesshomaru. Lying beneath a large tree, Sesshomaru fell into confusion. Inuyasha, why were you able to gain Tessega's acknowledgement? Ridiculous, I was actually saved by Tenseiga. Did father truly not acknowledge me? Why did he leave me with nothing but a useless sword that can't even fight? At this moment Sesshomaru felt very lonely and uneasy. Just then there was a rustling sound from the bushes. Sesshomaru instinctively growled in that direction, issuing a dog demon's warning. A mute little girl appeared. She seemed both afraid and concerned. She cautiously approached the silver-haired yokai before her. The dog demon knew very well that even if he stood still, she wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. Perhaps it was because she posed no threat. Perhaps it was because he felt somewhat lonely. The silver-haired dog demon did not drive away the little girl. After a while, the little girl brought him a pot of water using a bamboo tube. The dog demon paid no attention to her. The little girl silently watched him from nearby. Only when dusk began to fall did she slowly leave. The next day, every mealtime, the little girl would bring the dog demon a pot of water and some meat. Even though the dog demon explicitly stated, "Human food doesn't suit my taste," the little girl continued doing so nonetheless. Perhaps healing required energy. Perhaps it was that peculiar feeling of being cared for. After the little girl left, the dog demon silently finished the food. The third day, to catch fish for the dog demon, the little girl secretly went to the village fish pond. She was discovered and beaten for her thievery. The villagers declared that if she repeated such behavior, they would drive the orphaned girl out of the village. Injured, the little girl limped away. Time passed quickly and the sun was about to set. The dog demon still hadn't waited for the little girl's arrival. Whatever, why would I expect a human girl to appear? The dog demon sat leaning against a large tree, continuing to heal his wounds. The damage from the wind scar was severe. Just then the nearby grass rustled. With a light sniff, the dog demon knew who had arrived. Sure enough, the little girl hid behind the tree, peeking out with her small head staring blankly at the dog demon. Then, she walked up holding some rice. The dog demon had no interest in such food, but when he saw the wounds on the little girl's face, though his expression remained calm, discomfort welled up inside him. Something like anger, something like heartache, the dog demon turned his head away. Slowly he spoke. "Who caused the injuries on your face?" The little girl didn't respond, instead revealing a happy smile. Her eyes were very cute. Since her parents were killed by bandits, the little girl had lost her ability to speak. Hearing someone care about her today made her genuinely happy. After staying with the dog demon for a while, as darkness fell, the little girl returned to the village. The little girl woke up early. The dog demon's concern yesterday had given her much warmth. Excitedly hopping around, she prepared to find more delicious food. Just as she was about to go home, a strange person who seemed like a yokai appeared in her small hut. Following the strange person came a pack of fierce, hungry wolves. The villagers were quickly devoured. The little girl single-mindedly ran toward where the dog demon was. In her heart, only that handsome man could save her. Unfortunately, the wolf pack chased closely. Running too frantically, she eventually fell to the ground. Soon, the little girl lost all signs of life. At that moment, the tenseiga at the dog demon's waist pulsed rhythmically. Rei's consciousness awakened. Is this little girl Rin? Before Rei could ponder the current situation, a scent carried by the wind made his heart suddenly tighten. The stench of wolves, the smell of blood, Rin's scent. Rei knew clearly Rin had been killed by the wolf pack. Even though he wasn't Sesshomaru, why was he so anxious? Was it because of completely merging with Sesshomaru over these past 3 days? Sesshomaru's experiences had become his experiences. The system had completely immersed him in Sesshomaru's role. After experiencing a series of events involving the struggle for Tessega, Sesshomaru's emotions had undergone many fluctuations. Ray personally witnessed it all. Arrogance, dissatisfaction, anger, vengeance, resentment, disappointment, despair. In the end, he lay alone beneath a tree as if he had been utterly abandoned by his father. His entire worldview as a demon nearly crumbled. Just as Sesshomaru's mind went blank and his heart felt as lonely as snow, Rin appeared, innocent, pure, and full of kindness. The lonely Sesshomaru was touched by the warm and cheerful Rin. His demonic power and injuries recovered much faster. Moreover, his state of mind gradually began to change. Before his self-awareness fully awakened, Ray clearly sensed that something special had appeared within that boundless white space. Water fish, a little girl. At this moment, Ray roughly understood what the system meant by the Tenseiga trial. It was likely about experiencing how Sesshomaru came to accept Tenseiga. To delve deeper, it was the process of Sesshomaru's redemption. Currently, Ray was in control of this body, and at this moment he had no other thoughts. Find Rin and save her. Because of Sesshomaru's feelings for Rin, he had personally experienced them as well. It could be said that their desire to save Rin was completely aligned. Ray slowly walked toward the location of the little girl. A few minutes later, Ray saw Rin, who had already lost her breath. The Tenseiga at his waist pulsed. This was Tenseiga's response to his and Sesshomaru's emotions. After drawing Tenseiga, Ray clearly saw a scene before his eyes. Several underworld imps were preparing to take Rin's soul away. Just as he was about to swing his blade to slay these underworld messengers, the system's voice arrived. Ding! Tenseiga Trial First Round Salvation Choice officially begins. At this moment, Ray felt like cutting the system down with a single strike. Why are you showing up now and freezing time and space around us? Host, don't be impatient. If simply swinging the blade once completed the trial, it would be too easy. Please listen to the trial's content. The system stalled again, saying nothing. Just as Ray was growing impatient, an image of another group of people appeared before him. It was the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, Robin, Chopper, and Chaochu. They were unconscious in 2 different locations within the demon realm. Host, you now have 2 choices. 1. Swing the Tenseiga blade toward Rin before you. 2. Change direction and swing it toward the image of the Straw Hat Pirates I have provided. These 2 choices will lead to different outcomes. Choice 1. Both sides will be revived. The Straw Hat Pirates will return to the One Piece world, but you will remain in this Inuyasha world until one day your consciousness is completely consumed by Sesshomaru. Choice 2. You can return to the One Piece world with the Straw Hat Pirates to continue your adventures, and rewards will be granted as usual. But Rin will die. Please choose. Hearing the system's words, Ray took a deep breath. Facing the system choice, his killing intent permeated the air. How dare it force him to make a choice? But in an instant, Ray recalled what the system had said when confronting the thunderous assault. Immediately, Ray regained composure. HMPH, still trying to manipulate me? Dream on, Ray's mind raced. He remembered what the system had said when distributing the Tenseiga reward. To ensure smooth distribution of the reward, forcibly initiating the Tenseiga trial. The meaning was clear: this reward would be distributed successfully. And the recipient could only be himself. If Ray himself ceased to exist, there would be no possibility of the system reward being successfully distributed. HMPH, still trying to scare me. Based on this reasoning, Ray immediately chose the option of taking both, without hesitation. Option 1, swing Tenseiga to save Rin and the Straw Hat Pirates. If you have what it takes, then devour me. This was also Ray's genuine thought. Both Rin and the Straw Hat Pirates must be saved. Even if he had misjudged the system's intentions, he would still have done the same. The worst outcome would merely be having to battle Sesshomaru's will. If he only cared about his own survival, Ray wouldn't have risked his life to protect the Straw Hat Pirates from the Reigo. Thus, the moment the system released control, Ray immediately swung Tenseiga at Rin's corpse without hesitation. As the blade's gleam flashed, the underworld imps dissipated with the wind. Ray held Rin's body, feeling it gradually warm up in his arms. Her breathing returned and her eyes slowly opened. At this moment, Ray could clearly feel the joy radiating from within this body. Sesshomaru-sama, you actually used Tenseiga to save this little girl. Ray glanced at the little yokai Jaken behind him but said nothing. He turned and walked into the distance. Seeing that she had been revived, the little girl happily skipped after him. Though Jaken hadn't yet grasped the situation, he still ran after them. Some time later, the little girl spoke. My name is Rin. Are you Sesshomaru-sama? MHM. Ding, congratulations host for passing the first part of the Tenseiga trial. The Demon Blade Tenseiga represents salvation and a merciful heart. If you abandon saving others to preserve yourself, you cannot wield this blade. Tenseiga abilities, healing and full resurrection, unlocked. The system's voice sounded somewhat playful. Ray snorted coldly and posed his next question to the system in his mind. How are Luffy and the others? The system indicated that the Straw Hat Pirates had already awakened in various locations throughout this world. Next, they would be rewarded with 3 months of training time in the Demon Realm. When the 3 months ended, the system would send everyone back to the moment before they come. It seemed this was compensation from the system, or perhaps a reward. 3 months here, yet time in the pirate world remained unchanged. This shared remarkable similarities with cultivation artifacts in Xianxia novels. For the Straw Hat Pirates, training in the Demon Realm would definitely enhance their strength considerably, as they would experience numerous life-and-death battles. Naturally, it would also be very dangerous, but Ray still had one more question. About Sesshomaru devouring me, explain yourself. Ray's tone carried killing intent as he coldly questioned the system. The system seemed to tremble humanly, its reply somewhat stumbling. Well, that statement was merely to test the host's merciful heart. The Tenseiga trial must continue. We hope the host will persist with renewed effort. Whether subsequent side quests can be triggered requires the host to explore on their own. I'll take my leave now. One more thing, for these 3 months, the host must fully embody the role of Sesshomaru. After the host departs, Sesshomaru's consciousness will return. Ray was speechless. However, after so many interactions, he developed a strange feeling. This system seemed to fear him, even though his strength posed no threat to it. Moreover, when facing the system, he naturally felt like a superior confronting a subordinate. Though it was just intuition, was this some kind of trap? Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to stop thinking about it. Everything would become clear in the future. As for the current situation, Ray was doing his best to sort things out. According to the system, for these 3 months, he was this world's Sesshomaru. But the system hadn't mentioned what would happen if he disrupted Inuyasha's story timeline. Since it wasn't specified, then changing the story's progression probably didn't matter. Was this also a parallel world? Then it didn't matter, he could do whatever he wanted. After thinking for a long time, Ray suddenly realized something troubling. Having been immersed in Sesshomaru's memories and emotions all this time, his first instinct now was, walk in a straight line. Sesshomaru's lifelong habit, walking without turning, just keep moving forward. Ray was speechless. What kind of bad habit had he picked up? When he returned to the One Piece world later, would he just keep walking into the ocean if he reached the beach and found no path? Had Sesshomaru's influence on him become so deep? He focused on sensing his current body again. A pure great demon missing his left arm, without Takajin at his waist, only the life-saving Tenseiga. His demonic power was incredibly strong, at least twice as powerful as before his transmigration. Having roughly figured things out, Ray prepared to set off to find Luffy and the others. Rin Jaken, let's go. Yes, Sesshomaru-sama X2. In a dense forest, tree shadows crisscrossed. Although it was daytime, the surroundings remained quite dark, as if sunlight could barely penetrate here. 2 men and 1 woman were currently lying on the ground. One man wore a straw hat, another was dressed in a suit. The girl wore a short dress with tight jeans. A gust of demonic wind blew past and Sanji was the first to open his eyes. Where is this? I remember that giant lightning ball nearly killed us. Eerie winds, feeling cold even in broad daylight. Thinking this, Sanji lit a cigarette. This must be hell, being this cold during the day. Suddenly, he noticed the motionless Nami beside him. Wow tilde Nami Swayan, I'm so happy to have died with you. Just as he was about to embrace Nami, she suddenly moved, pulling her climb attack from her chest with one hand and swinging it to knock Sanji away. You're the one who's dead. How could I die before getting my gold? Nami bared her teeth, her chest heaving, clearly putting on a fierce front to hide her fear. After all, this forest looked too much like the underworld. Another gust of demonic wind blew through and Nami completely dropped her act. Eek, you too, protect me quickly. Nami grabbed the still unconscious Luffy and used him as a shield, peeking out cautiously as she trailed behind Sanji. Sanji thumped his chest confidently. Don't worry, Nami-san, with this prince here, not even the king of hell can harm you. Sometime later, Luffy woke up from hunger. He immediately started clamoring for food. The three of them walked slowly through the forest when suddenly, it felt like they passed through some strange membrane and the world transformed before their eyes. Just then, a beautiful singing voice drifted from the distance. A woman appeared in the distance, her entire body snow-white, pure, gentle, yet with a bewitching beauty. The melodious singing instantly seeped into the minds of all three. Without hesitation, Sanji rushed toward the beautiful woman with hearts in his eyes. Nami found her body frozen in place, unable to move. Luffy just tilted his head, muttering in confusion. That woman just asked me to have children with her, but she won't give me any meat. How strange. The snow woman glanced at Luffy in surprise. This man had actually resisted her charm. He'd even demanded 10 tons of meat before he'd consider her proposal to have children. Was he even human? With his strange clothing and extraordinary physique, perhaps he was one of those demon exterminators. She glanced at Sanji, who had already reached her, hearts practically spinning in his eyes. For safety, she decided to lead him toward her small cabin deep in the mountains. The moment the snow woman left, Nami regained her mobility. She'd heard the enchanting song. She knew exactly why Sanji had fallen under the spell. The woman's magic, however, was tinged with a sharp jealousy and hatred for other women. She hadn't charmed Nami, only immobilized her, planning to eat her later. Though aware of the woman's intention to devour her, Nami's determination to rescue Sanji won out over her fear. Sanji is in danger, she yelled at Luffy. Let's follow them. Yeah, I also think that woman is no good. Luffy's first thought, seeing her peculiar abilities, was to recruit her, but her tone was all wrong. He sensed nothing but killing intent and another strange emotion. If Ray were here, he would have identified it as resentment. Luffy, stand in front of me and block the wind and snow. Okay. Nami hid behind Luffy as they cautiously advanced in the direction Sanji had disappeared. However, it's so cold, Nami wailed, her voice trembling. I wish Chopper, Chaochu, and Ray were here. Dressed for an adventure, not a blizzard, the two were freezing in the magical snowstorm, their noses running. They dearly missed their furry companions. Meanwhile, in a mountain range far from the snowy area, another group dressed in stark contrast to the local customs was running frantically. Suddenly, a man riding a fire wheel, his ears pointed like an elf's, swooped down from the sky. He wielded a sparking thunderstrike blade and aimed it at the only woman among them. Ha ha ha. This human woman with strange powers must come with me today. Heitan-sama needs your strength for his plans. Just as the blade was about to strike Robin, a green figure intercepted it. 3-sword style. Extreme Tiger Hunt, Toragari, do you prefer it in Japanese or English? The attack, imbued with armament haki, resembled a proud white tiger soaring through the sky, clashing with the thunderstrike blade. After a stalemate of several seconds, Zoro grit his teeth. His muscles were already seizing up, paralyzed by the electricity. He was forced to leap back, creating distance. Behind them, another yokai with rat-like features and a completely bald head came riding on a cloud. Heitan, I tricked that stupid dog demon into the Black Lake where he's now fighting the old dragon monster. This way, these humans and the deer demon are sure to fall into our hands. Heitan, holding the thunderstrike blade, revealed an excited, cruel smile. Man, I still have use for this woman. After I'm done with her, you can have her to make hair growth cream. As for the 2 men and the deer demon, just eat them. Remember to preserve the deer demon's fur properly. We've just been revived and need some cold weather clothing. Understood, Brother Heitan. Hey ha. The ugly, bald yokai man grew equally excited. He remembered that boiling tender human women made an excellent ointment for application on the head and was very effective for hair growth. With that, he opened his large mouth wide, gathering massive amounts of lightning energy. In an instant, yellow thunder filled the sky as it surged downward towards Zoro, Robin, Usopp, and Chopper. Zoro's armament haki flared again, his enhanced 3000 worlds stance ready. Robin activated her flower fruit ability, forming hundreds of hands into a rotating defensive shield in front of the terrified Usopp and Chopper, who looked to be on the verge of fainting. Meanwhile, Ray was walking slowly with Rin, Jaken, and a two-headed ox demon called Mumu. Ever since regaining her ability to speak, Rin had become quite chatty, either singing or bothering him constantly. Sesshomaru-sama, I picked a flower for you. Sesshomaru-sama, that rock looks so interesting. Wow, Sesshomaru-sama, that leopard wants to eat me. Thus, Ray now had a small yellow flower tucked over his shoulder. Mumu's back carried a peculiarly shaped rock, and their last dinner had been roasted leopard meat. Ray sighed inwardly. It really felt like taking care of a child, but he could also clearly feel this body's own care, tolerance, and special affection for Rin. Ray was actually quite conflicted. Having transmigrated from modern Earth, he still found it difficult to accept such a special emotional relationship, especially with such a large age gap. Rin was only about 10 years old. This was purely criminal territory. Unfortunately, he wasn't just controlling Sesshomaru's body, his emotions were also being shared. Given time, would he also fall in love with Rin? That was super terrifying. But from another perspective, he was only staying here for 3 months. After that, it would still be Sesshomaru interacting with Rin. So Ray decided to go with the flow, simply following his emotional feelings when interacting with Rin. He just didn't know whether Sesshomaru would inherit his memories of these 3 months after he left. If Sesshomaru learned that his body had been controlled by an unknown consciousness for 3 months, would he break down and commit suicide? Or perhaps in Sesshomaru's memory, these 3 months would simply feel like his own experiences. Thinking of this, Ray actually developed a rare, somewhat wicked thought. You, Sesshomaru, made me suffer so much and nearly assimilated me completely. Shouldn't I make you pay some price for that? After all, Ray wasn't one to willingly accept losses. The pain from those times in Ayasha slashed him remained vividly etched in Ray's memory. Especially after Sesshomaru was wounded by the wind scar when Ray's own consciousness was trapped in a small dark room. At that time, Ray truly thought he was about to vanish and nearly self-destructed within Sesshomaru's consciousness. Then over these 3 months, I'll leave you with some lasting impressions. Epic drama. Ray's revenge against Sesshomaru, script pending, stay tuned. Of course, Ray wouldn't deliberately go against his own habits just to get back at Sesshomaru. If he were to do anything, he'd wait until he had a chance to meet Inuyasha again. As for the other culprit, the system, Ray believed he would eventually find a way to deal with it. The most important thing now was to ensure the safety of the Straw Hat Pirates. Jaken, find some earth demons and ask if they've seen these people. Ray then described the appearances of the Straw Hat Pirates to Jaken. Though Jaken was puzzled why Sesshomaru would be searching for several oddly dressed humans, he would definitely comply. Naturally, Jaken had no doubts about Ray's search for Chaochu, since he was a fellow dog demon. Understood, Sesshomaru-sama, I'll go find them right away. The little yakai Jaken took his staff and headed into the forest. Ray remained by the riverside path. Rin will have fish tonight. No problem, Sesshomaru-sama. Ray then sat under a large tree watching Rin catching fish in the stream, entering a state of mental emptiness. He carefully examined Sesshomaru's memories from childhood to adulthood in his mind. Although these memory images were clear, Ray could distinctly recognize that they weren't his own memories. They felt more like watching a movie. Only the experiences of these past few days were something shared by both Sesshomaru and Ray. Looking at the lively Rin ahead, Ray sighed. The desire to protect Rin belonged to both Sesshomaru and himself. Of course, the number of people Ray wanted to protect was somewhat larger than Sesshomaru's. Meanwhile, in the Snow Woman's territory, the mysterious snow mountain, Luffy and Nami were frozen to the point their limbs were stiff. Each step was a grueling effort. Luffy, Nami panted, her voice trembling. Is there any way to keep warm? If this continues, we might not even make it to that cabin in the mountains. Hearing Nami's words, Luffy remained silent for a moment before inspiration struck. I've got an idea. Gear second. By accelerating his blood circulation, his metabolic rate rapidly increased. The steam that began to vent from his body's surface was a welcome, if strange, source of warmth. Nami, to save time, I'll carry you on my back. Thus, a red, steaming streak flashed by, rapidly charging toward the cabin at the mountain peak. Moments later, they skidded into the courtyard where the Snow Woman resided. When they got a clear look, their pupils dilated. Sanji was slumped against a post, completely drained. His cheeks were sunken, his eyes lifeless, the very picture of someone who had been utterly broken. Seeing this scene, Luffy flew into a rage. Bastard, what did you do to my cook? The Snow Woman merely glanced at Luffy without responding. At this moment, she appeared as nothing more than a pitiful, delicate young woman, the kind that would evoke sympathy from anyone who saw her. But Luffy couldn't care less whether she was a wolf or a tiger. Seduction tactics were utterly useless against him. He roared at the woman before him. Return Sanji to normal immediately. Otherwise, even if you're a woman, I'll punch you flying. Nami hugged Luffy's steam-emitting body to keep warm while joining in. Our captain's a monster, you better listen to him, you witch. Hearing their provocation, the ice-gold beauty's eyes revealed a trace of anger and irritation. Yet she didn't attack Luffy or Nami. Instead, she slowly stood up and walked toward a young man dressed in deep blue monk robes who appeared to be a priest. Nami's expression turned grave. She had been organizing her thoughts throughout their journey. When this woman first encountered their group, she immediately launched a mental attack. A paramecia-type devil fruit, Nami had thought. But then she saw the woman disappear into the vast snowy mountains with Sanji, as if merging with the environment. That's a Logia ability. But no one can possess two devil fruit abilities. Nami had been deeply puzzled, unable to comprehend what kind of monster this woman was. But when Luffy used Gear Second, Nami remembered the person who helped Luffy develop this technique. Among their crew, there was one who shared similar bizarre traits. Ray. Ray can wield a light whip like a paramecia, he can fly, he can release poison, he can transform into a giant dog, which would be a Zoan. In summary, Ray alone possessed at least 4 abilities, defying all common knowledge about humans and devil fruits. But Ray wasn't human, he was a yakai. Nami's eyes widened. Only yakai could display such illogical, multi-ability states. Does this mean the beauty before us is also a yakai? Luffy, Nami warned, this woman might be the same kind of creature as Ray. We must be careful. Luffy immediately got excited. A yakai? Awesome, I wonder if she knows transformation techniques. Nami felt a vein pop in her temple. When Luffy learned that Ray and Chaochu were yakai, he had constantly pestered them to show him transformations. He only shut up after Ray had beaten him down until he couldn't get up. Just as Nami was about to remind Luffy to take this seriously, a weak, raspy voice came from beside her. So, she is a female yakai, truly. Beautiful. Nami snapped, veins bulging on her forehead. Sanji, you might as well let her suck you dry. Sighing, Nami exhaled heavily. With such 2 unreliable teammates, she felt utterly exhausted. Wait. Luffy, quickly save that priest. If the Snow Woman kisses him, he'll definitely be drained dry too. That priest clearly looked like an ordinary person, unlikely to have Sanji's robust physique. He'd probably be drained with a single kiss. Even Luffy, dense as he was, understood this woman was no good. He immediately sprang into action. Gear Second, jet pistol. A steam-powered fist instantly shot toward the Snow Woman's face, striking her squarely. She was immediately sent flying straight out of the house. Only now did she realize that the 2 people she had overlooked were no ordinary humans. Enraged, the Snow Woman threw her head back and howled, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek. Moments later, she transformed from a gentle and beautiful woman into a fierce snow yakai with sharp fangs and vicious features, standing at least 5 meters tall. Witnessing this scene, Sanji's mentality shattered. Had he just been kissing such an utterly hideous monster? My first kiss. Heartbroken, Sanji began shedding tears like a streaming brook from his already dehydrated body. No one knew where this moisture came from. Meanwhile, Luffy grew even more excited. Nami, she transformed, Yakai really can change forms. Nami chuckled, whatever makes you happy, hurry up and defeat her, Luffy. Stop fooling around. Hearing Nami's urging, Luffy's expression turned serious as armament haki coated his hands. Jet Gatling. The high-speed black Gatling strikes completely pummeled the Snow Woman, soon scattering her into a flurry of snowflakes. Yet Luffy showed no joy of victory, instead growing more solemn. Not just him, Nami and Sanji also noticed something wrong. The haki-infused fists had struck the enemy's body directly, yet not a single drop of blood was seen. Not even Logia types were this absurd. Just then, the monk nearby regained consciousness. Smiling at Luffy and Nami, he approached them. Many thanks for your heroic rescue, I am Miroku. Might this young lady be willing to bear my children? As he spoke, Miroku held Nami's delicate hand with his left while his right hand caressed her curvaceous ass simultaneously. The outcome, naturally, was Nami slapping him flying while a near-death Sanji unleashed his latent potential with a neck-meat shoot. Now buried headfirst in the snow with twitching legs, Miroku appeared on the verge of expiration. Luffy roared with laughter. This monk actually touched Nami right in front of Sanji, breaking two major taboos at once, truly courageous. Suddenly, Luffy's expression tightened as he launched a jet whip kick behind Nami. A newly formed snow monster was instantly kicked apart. Startled, Nami immediately jumped behind Luffy, standing back-to-back with him. How can something be completely unaffected by haki? At that moment, Miroku pulled his head out of the snowdrift. He smiled at the two. Friends, this snow woman is formed from vengeful spirits. Conventional means cannot harm her. Allow me behold spiritual power. With a wave of his hand, Miroku sent several talismans flying like hidden weapons toward a female statue in the house. Instantly, the statue emitted a terrifying scream. Then, a wisp of gray smoke slowly dissipated from the statue. No further snow yokai appeared across the vast, snowy landscape. As the gray smoke faded, a green light flowed into Sanji's body, restoring elasticity to his withered skin. Wow, so magical, Luffy exclaimed with curiosity, running to Miroku's side. Is this the legendary exorcism art? Such an interesting ability, join my pirate crew. Miroku didn't refuse but instead turned to gaze at Nami. As long as this young lady agrees to bear my children, ah. Before he could finish, a beautiful woman clad in a black and red-striped bodysuit appeared behind him. The woman carried a giant bone boomerang on her back, accompanied by a large two-tailed cat with flames erupting from its paws. With a heavy punch, she struck Miroku in the kidney, causing the lecherous monk to cease his inappropriate behavior. A dignified monk like you, Miroku, taking half a day just to exorcise a minor monster? No wonder. You were out flirting, and here I was worried something had happened to you. Sango, it's not what you think, let me explain. Hey, what are you doing, you brat? Just as Miroku was about to justify his actions, a dark figure appeared before Sango. Sanji bent forward in a gentlemanly bow, holding Sango's left hand. Fair lady, my name is Sanji. I am overjoyed to meet such an elegant and noble woman like you. Would you honor me by joining me for a meal? As he spoke, Sanji leaned in to kiss the back of her hand, only to be struck down by Nami's staff, landing face first in the snow. The atmosphere finally calmed. Observing the attire of Nami, Luffy, and Sanji, Sango couldn't help but consider one possibility. You're not locals, are you? Not locals, what do you mean? Nami was puzzled. Among their new acquaintances, the monk Miroku's clothing certainly stood out. Sango's form-fitting combat suit, however, had a sleek silhouette that didn't starkly contrast with Nami and the others. If there was any real difference, it was the pervasive, chilling aura that had lingered since they first arrived in this strange place. Luffy, being thick-headed, couldn't discern such subtleties, but that didn't dampen his fervent desire to recruit them. Seeing Sango's peculiar, giant boomerang and the strikingly cool two-tailed cat behind her, he lost all restraint. Join my crew, let's be pirates, sail the world and go on adventures together. How about it? Miroku and Sango were left speechless. The term pirate was unfamiliar to them, but it certainly didn't sound like something good people would do. Nonetheless, out of a habitual duty to protect humans, Sango and Miroku decided to escort Luffy and the others down the mountain, planning to part ways once they reached a village. Along the way, Luffy pestered the two relentlessly. Sanji, meanwhile, hovered around Sango, showering her with concern and earnestly requesting to cook her a grand meal. In all his years, Sanji had never met a woman like Sango. Her demeanor was reminiscent of a female general with looks to match. As for Miroku, he stuck close to Nami. Though he no longer voiced his request for her to bear his children, his gaze kept drifting toward the pale curves accentuated by her outfit. While Luffy's group of 3 journeyed with Miroku and Sango, their other 5 companions were suffering greatly. Zoro, Robin, Chaochu, Usopp, and Chopper, 3 humans and 2 monsters, were fighting while fleeing, each bearing fresh wounds. "What are these 2 things? They're not as absurd as Enel, but they're still a pain," Zoro grumbled as he ran, having just been redirected by Robin after going the wrong way endlessly. "Indeed. If this continues, we'll all be boiled alive and eaten, bones and all." While gasping for breath, Robin had already analyzed the group's grim predicament. "Robin, please don't say such terrifying things." Usopp and Chopper were so frightened they nearly rolled their eyes back, but their will to survive kept them pushing forward. "If I hadn't been injured by that old dragon, I, Lord Chaochu, could swallow these 2 low-level yokai in one bite." The small white dog Chaochu, nestled in Robin's arms, was severely wounded and near death, yet still looked down upon the 2 monsters who relied on external power. Since arriving in this world, Chaochu had clearly felt himself becoming stronger. The reason was simple. Rei was currently assimilating with Sesshomaru with far greater demonic power and bloodline. Chaochu, having been transformed by Rei's essence blood, was connected to him. As Rei enhanced, he naturally grew stronger. This world, pervasive with demonic energy, made him feel completely at home. Initially, he had been able to beat up Highton and Manton. But unexpectedly, the bald thunder demon had pretended to be severely injured and lured him into a dragon demon's lair. After a long, brutal battle, Chaochu was severely wounded, though the dragon demon was dead. With his last ounce of strength, he had sent Highton and Manton flying just as they were about to capture Robin and the others, then carried everyone some distance before finally exhausting his energy and reverting to his small dog form. Now Highton and Manton were about to catch up. "Ha ha ha, man, we'll have meat to eat soon. Remember not to kill that woman first, we'll need her tonight." "No problem, Highton. Since reviving this morning, we haven't eaten any meat and I'm starving. Human flesh is the most delicious." Such straightforward, brutal words made Zoro, Robin, and the others feel both furious and deeply anxious. Was there really no way out? Just blocking one of their major attacks earlier had exhausted all their strength. "Damn it, I'm still too weak," Zoro cursed himself, suddenly skidding to a halt and turning around. "Robin, take them and leave. I'll buy you some time." Not only Robin, but even Usopp objected. In the past, he would have been willing to leave Zoro behind, believing he would be fine, but these 2 opponents were clearly beyond Zoro's ability to handle. "Don't hesitate and waste time here," Zoro barked. "You'd better hurry and find someone to save me. No matter how you look at it, this place seems like a yokai world. Since we're here, that means Rei must be nearby too." Robin nodded. She had considered this possibility long ago, but could Zoro hold out? There was no time to waste. "Swordsman-san, hold on, we'll be back soon." HMPH. Finally, those hindrances are gone. Zoro placed Wado Ikemanji between his teeth. Enduring suffering without resentment, this is the path of Asura, born toward death with the awareness of the deceased, open the gates of hell. 9-sword style. Asura deceased's play. This wasn't a bluff. He was, after all, the most diligent trainer among the Straw Hat Pirates and the one who received the most private instruction from Rei. Coupled with the exclusive manual detailed explanation of sword art tailored for him, the 3-sword style practitioner had gained a preliminary understanding of his own demonic aura and swordsmanship. At this moment, refusing to yield to fate while accepting death, the demonic swordsman faced the thunderous yokai head-on. Highton originally intended to send Manton to pursue the fleeing group, but now his expression turned grave. From this human swordsman, he actually sensed a threat. "Manton, let's attack together and finish him quickly." "All right, Highton." Manton opened his enormous mouth, golden lightning gathering within it. Highton stepped on his fire wheel, gripping the thunderstrike blade tightly as he charged. The golden lightning cascaded over Highton's body, further enhancing his power. "Die, human swordsman." Wielding the Thunderstrike blade now coated with both golden and blue lightning, Heighten's Thunder Flash clashed with Zoro's demonic sword technique. The two passed each other. In an instant, sword energy and lightning poured out within a 50-meter radius, ravaging the forest and earth beyond recognition. Gah, a mere human actually managed to cut me. Heighten flew into a rage, his face filled with killing intent as he stared at the charred, immobilized Zoro behind him. The fact that a human swordsman could inflict such a massive scar on his chest was a disgrace. He immediately prepared to execute Zoro, but then, a voice, strikingly familiar to Zoro, rang out from the forest ahead. No wonder I detected a familiar yet disgusting scent. It's you two brothers after all. What, even the underworld didn't want to keep you two pieces of trash. That familiar, insulting tone made Zoro's chest tighten with overwhelming disappointment. Gathering his last breath, he shouted toward the unseen figure. "Use up, are you back here to die? Run away quickly." Here's an added reference for readers who might not know. Inuyasha and Usopp share the same voice actor. This chapter introduces an item, a fragment of the sacred jewel of 4 souls. It can enhance a yakai's power or resurrect them. Just a quick reminder. Now back to the story. The Shikken no Tama, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Jewel of 4 souls, also known as the Sacred Jewel or Shikken Jewel, was a powerful marble-sized sphere which grants immense power to whoever possesses it. It is considered by Kid as an unholy jewel which boosts a yakai's spiritual power. Kagome, is that human calling for me? The man from the woods had now revealed himself. He was a young man dressed in curious red attire, his flowing silver hair reaching his shoulders and 2 adorable dog ears perched atop his head. Before the young woman beside him, wearing a green and white school uniform with a short skirt, could respond, Zoro started shouting again. He was still paralyzed from the electrocution and couldn't clearly make out the person's appearance. He only vaguely discerned the silver hair. As for the red clothing, Zoro mistook it for Usopp having painted himself blood red to scare people. Dressing up like a blood-soaked Ray won't frighten them. Hurry up and run, Usopp, go find the real Ray. Usopp was utterly bewildered. Ray, Usopp, what in the world are you talking about, human? I'm Inuyasha, he turned to the girl. Kagome Shippo, take this human to a safe place. I'll deal with Heighten and Manton. The girl addressed as Kagome possessed an extremely pure, cute, and energetic beauty. Shippo, meanwhile, was a small fox yakai in human form, standing less than 40 centimeters tall. Inuyasha, be careful, I sense the presence of jewel of 4 souls fragments on their foreheads, Kagome warned while walking toward Zoro. So they were revived by the sacred jewel fragments, what a convenient delivery. Inuyasha leaped high. Take this, soul-scattering iron claw. He immediately engaged Heighten and Mance in battle. After a few exchanges, Inuyasha was already bleeding. They're tougher than they look. He wiped the blood on his claws, blood-blade claws. Hundreds of massive crimson blades shot toward Heighten and Manton once more. After several more exchanges, Inuyasha climbed up from the ground, spitting dust. Am I really weaker than that human without using Tessega? Damn it. Earlier Kagome and Shippo had witnessed Zoro's battle. A human, using human weapons, had actually managed to wound Heighten, relying purely on his own strength. Recalling his own encounters, Inuyasha knew that without Tessega, he wouldn't have been able to even injure these lightning-wielding yakai. Inuyasha, I think you're actually weaker than this human swordsman, Shippo taunted. Provoked by the taunt, Inuyasha had chosen to fight without Tessega, and as expected he still couldn't significantly injure the 2 brothers. Of course, his physical constitution was far superior to Zoro's. Several attacks that would have killed Zoro only managed to wound Inuyasha. My reaction speed, physical ability, and durability are all better than that human, yet I can't achieve the same results. Inuyasha smiled slightly, as a newfound respect for Zoro growing in his mind. Kagome Shippo, move this human further away so I don't accidentally hurt him. I want to talk with him when he wakes up. With that, Inuyasha drew the sword at his waist. The moment it was unsheathed, a golden light flashed. What was originally a normal-sized katana suddenly transformed into a massive demon blade. It was a pity Zoro had already fallen unconscious. Had he seen this sword, he would have been ecstatic. Heighten and Manton wore cautious expressions. This was the very Tessega that had slain them before. Back then they were much stronger, yet they were still cut down in a single strike. The brothers had no intention of dying again so soon after being revived. They flew into the sky. Only fools would confront Tessega head-on. HMPH in Ayasha. Though Tessega is sharp, what can a flightless half-yokai like you do against us in the sky? You can only wait to be struck down by our lightning. Lightning attacks rain down. I've been waiting for this. A vortex of demonic energy formed as Tessega's true power began to manifest. Wind Scar. A massive golden light instantly enveloped the Heighten and Manton brothers in the sky. The terrifying attack not only destroyed the mountain peaks behind them but continued extending upward, even dispersing the low-hanging clouds. As for the Lightning brothers, they were utterly annihilated once more, leaving only 2 sacred jewel fragments falling from the sky. Just as Inuyasha prepared to retrieve the fragments, several poisonous insects flew out, snatched the fragments, and fled. What? That's Naraku's poison insects, so the brothers' revival was indeed Naraku's doing. 2 hours later, about 10 kilometers away from the mountain range, 4 figures were slowly advancing. Sesshomaru-sama, an earth demon, said he saw that green-haired man carrying 3 swords in the mountains ahead, Jakin reported, walking respectfully behind Rei. Hearing this, Rei stopped in his tracks. Rin, stay here and wait for me. Remember not to wander off. Jakin, protect Rin well. Yes, Sesshomaru-sama, X2. Immediately after, Rei floated into the air and flew into the distance. Just moments before, he had already caught the familiar scent along with the smell of blood. The bloodline call received no response from Chaochu either. Rei knew Chaochu wasn't dead, but the inability to communicate meant he was severely injured and unconscious. Sensing the direction where Chaochu was, Rei quickly flew toward it. About 10 kilometers away, at a thatched cottage on the edge of a village, Inuyasha, Kagome, and Shippo were tending to the injured Zoro, Robin, and the others. Let's rewind time a bit. After running for some time, Robin and Usopp discovered they were surrounded by deep mountains with no living person in sight. Even with Robin's ability, they couldn't find any trace of Rei. Since they couldn't find him, they decided to return to help Zoro, even if it meant dying together. When they returned to the scene, they encountered the trio of Inuyasha, Kagome, and Shippo, who had already defeated Heighten and Manton. A strange thing happened. Inuyasha became confused upon hearing Usopp's voice. Usopp felt the same way, and neither dared to speak to the other along the way, as if they had both seen a ghost. Watching this, Robin and Kagome covered their mouths to suppress their laughter. After about 2 hours, everyone returned to a village at the foot of the mountains. Zoro, Robin, Chopper, and Usopp all entered recovery mode. Chaochu, due to its special constitution, fell into an unconscious state, but its physical recovery was remarkably fast. At this moment, Inuyasha was glaring sideways at Chaochu, finding the small dog increasingly irritating. He took out a kitchen knife ready to chop Chaochu to pieces. Inuyasha, what are you doing? It's just a cute little dog, Kagome intervened, firmly preventing him from harming Chaochu. It's demonic energy. It's very similar to Sesshomaru's, Inuyasha growled, his voice low. If we don't kill it and it attracts Sesshomaru here, you'll be in danger. Inuyasha was deeply concerned about Kagome and Shippo. In his eyes, Sesshomaru remained that bastard yokai who wanted to eliminate him. Although he had learned the wind scar, what if Sesshomaru targeted Kagome? In his mind, killing Chaochu was the safest course of action. Just then, Inuyasha's nose twitched. He detected a scent he deeply despised. Simultaneously, the entire sky outside became overcast with dark clouds crisscrossed with lightning. When a great demon appears, heaven and earth change color. This scene immediately caused reactions among the villagers. Inuyasha, sensing this familiar presence, instantly felt his hair stand on end. Grabbing Tessega, he rushed out of the village. Kagome quickly followed, leaving only Shippo to care for the sleeping group. Outside the village, Inuyasha had already drawn Tessega, growling low at the figure who had just landed. Sesshomaru, what are you doing here, Inuyasha? Kagome followed closely, arriving just outside the village. Sesshomaru. Seeing the imposing, silver-haired great demon before her, Kagome was extremely cautious. She stood behind Inuyasha, her bow already drawn, the arrow fixed intently on Sesshomaru's direction. Ray felt a strange, conflicting sensation. For Inuyasha, he harbored a natural, instinctual dislike, a feeling that clearly stemmed from Sesshomaru's body. Yet his own curiosity was piqued. Before crossing worlds, Ray had quite liked Inuyasha, a tsundere but ultimately an adorable little dog. Ray glanced at the two blocking his path and snorted coldly. "I'm not here to fight you today, hand over that little white dog." Every time Inuyasha saw Sesshomaru, he felt irritated. Now this guy was even giving him orders. "Why should I listen to you? I'll kill you right here today." Ignoring the threat, Ray expressionlessly began walking toward the hut where Chaochu was. "You dare ignore me," Inuyasha roared. "Die, Sesshomaru." He swung Tesega and charged. Ray genuinely hadn't wanted this fight, but since the boy attacked first, he supposed he had to teach him a lesson about respecting his elders. Demonic power surged within him and he flashed. Even Ray was surprised. Sesshomaru's full power was terrifyingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Inuyasha. The light whip flicked from his fingertips, wrapping around his half-demon brother's neck before Inuyasha could even react. From this single exchange, Ray had a clear gauge. Even his pre-transmigration self could likely defeat the current Inuyasha. In terms of raw speed and physical strength, Inuyasha was indeed far superior to Luffy and Zoro, but he still couldn't match Momosaga's speed, and his strength was roughly on par with Takake's. Overall, Inuyasha's combat ability was likely comparable to a vice admiral's. However, thanks to Tesega's terrifying enhancements, his destructive power was undoubtedly admiral level. This made it clear. The energy hierarchy of this Inuyasha world was likely a notch above that of the One Piece world. After all, enemies capable of fighting Inuyasha, or even stronger ones, were far from rare here. When Ray first arrived, recalling the anime, he had assumed the power levels here were rather mediocre. But upon closer thought, he understood. Anime was just anime, limited budgets inevitably toned down the spectacle. The wind scar wasn't just a flashy beam, it was a technique capable of annihilating hundreds of demons in a single swing. The backlash wave was a demonic tornado capable of obliterating valleys. In the future, Inuyasha could likely reach the level of an admiral or Yonko. And this Sesshomaru body, which hadn't even reached its strongest state yet, would be even more terrifying. Ray grasped the upper limits of his current template. A peak powerhouse here and undoubtedly a top-tier existence in the One Piece world. Ike about this, can someone who still remember Inuyasha come from this? Inuyasha. Seeing him strangled, Kagome panicked. Channeling spiritual energy, she fired a sacred arrow straight at Ray. The pale purple arrow shot faster than a bullet, but to Ray's current perception it was far too slow. He released the whip, casually catching the arrow between two fingers. It crumbled to dust. Inuyasha seized the chance, leaping back and raising his sword while glaring at Ray. Ray knew exactly what he was doing, sensing the demonic energy. Inuyasha was preparing to unleash a wind scar. Ray didn't give him the chance. He channeled his demonic power and swiftly closed the gap. Inuyasha's speed was too slow to catch the shifting gaps between the swirling demonic energies. Without that, the wind scar can't be unleashed. Understanding the mechanics of the technique, Ray fought with a calm, tactical ease the rage-blinded Sesshomaru never could. Sure enough, Inuyasha couldn't keep up, let alone pinpoint the gaps in the whirlwinds. Left with no choice, he could only swing his sword and clash head-on. The scene repeated itself. After a few more futile exchanges, the dog boy was once again bound. This time, Ray didn't give Kagome a chance. He lifted Inuyasha by the neck, holding him as a shield. "My patience is limited. Bring me that little dog. You have 3 minutes. If I don't see that little dog demon, I'll kill Inuyasha." Kagome hesitated, her heart torn. She didn't want to hand over the puppy to Sesshomaru. In her mind, he was still an absolute villain. But if she didn't comply, Sesshomaru would undoubtedly kill Inuyasha. At this moment, Kagome's hatred for Sesshomaru deepened. This guy doesn't deserve to be Inuyasha's brother. Even so, she quickly dashed toward the hut. Inuyasha tried to claw his way free, only for Ray to smack him on the head with his fluffy tail, nearly knocking him out. He stubbornly clung to consciousness, still resisting. Ray sighed inwardly. Then, coating his tail with demonic power and armament haki, he proceeded to pummel Inuyasha's head relentlessly until the dog boy was thoroughly knocked unconscious. Having only one arm is such a pain. Tossing Inuyasha aside, Ray waited for Kagome to bring Chaochu. Once that was done, he'd need to arrange Luffy and the others' training plan. Though his face remained an expressionless mask, Ray's inner state was entirely different. Inuyasha and Kagome really are a good match. Even before transmigrating, he'd liked this pair. Their love story was heartwarming. Back then, Ray had merely enjoyed their dynamic as a casual shipper. But now, seeing them fighting desperately to save each other, he felt a slight ripple in his heart. A few mischievous ideas surfaced, true payback against the Sesshomaru consciousness that had nearly devoured him. For example, cradling the unconscious Inuyasha in his arms, gazing tenderly at his little brother's face. Just imagining the scene made Ray's skin crawl. Forget revenge, he couldn't stomach it himself. Moreover, this body clearly held a deep-seated aversion to Inuyasha. Perhaps the system wanted him to experience these emotional fluctuations. Thinking about it, this likely had something to do with Tenseiga. In less than 3 minutes, Kagome returned with Chaochu in her arms. But looking ahead, Ray sighed inwardly, because behind Kagome stood another person. Robin. Though she had appeared to be asleep while recovering, Robin had spent her childhood in constant flight from pursuers. In an entirely unfamiliar environment, she remained vigilant, never slipping into deep sleep. Hearing the commotion outside the village, she had awakened. Using her flower fruit abilities, Robin had witnessed everything that transpired. At first, she had thought Ray had come for them. But after hearing Inuyasha and Kagome's dialogue and observing Ray's actions and his missing arm, Robin grew suspicious of the newcomer's identity. This Sesshomaru was far colder, more murderous, and noticeably stronger than Ray. His weapon was also different. She was almost certain this wasn't Ray. Whether his intentions toward Chaochu were good or bad, Robin couldn't tell. Seeing Kagome carry the injured, unconscious Chaochu outside, Robin grew even more worried and followed. Ray was exasperated. His original plan had been to take Chaochu, then stage a scene where he'd pretend to release it. Chaochu would inform the Straw Hats that Ray was being devoured by Sesshomaru with only 2.5 months left to live. He wanted them to train hard, defeat Sesshomaru, and rescue him. Finally, he'd keep Chaochu as a hostage to prevent the loose-lipped pup from spilling the plan. All this trouble was to maximize the Straw Hats' motivation to train. Otherwise, given Luffy's personality, they'd likely spend the next 3 months fooling around. Moreover, Ray needed to attempt triggering Tenseiga's second stage trial, preferably while maintaining this world's timeline. Thus, revealing his true identity was ill-advised. While the Straw Hats trained, he'd periodically harass them as Sesshomaru, testing their progress. A perfect training plan. But now, with Robin's appearance, Ray had an extra task acting, ensuring she didn't recognize him. Seeing Kagome and Chaochu before him, Ray extended the light whip to retrieve the pup. Then, suddenly, Millefleur. Clutch. Dozens of Robin's arms and legs sprouted from Ray's body, executing the close combat techniques he himself had taught her. Ray knew Robin was likely testing him, so he couldn't respond as he normally would. A surge of terrifying demonic energy enveloped his body, its malevolent aura instantly corrupting Robin's conjured limbs. From afar, Robin felt an invasive, icy energy seep into her, paralyzing her entirely. This combat style was something she had never seen from Ray. And for good reason, Ray's demonic energy was nowhere near as potent as Sesshomaru's. With Sesshomaru's flawless demonic power, he could essentially nullify any Hax-like devil fruit abilities. Right now, Ray was practically cheating. After this single exchange, Robin was certain this wasn't the Ray she knew. Gathering her resolve, she shouted toward him, "Who are you? What do you want with Chaochu? And do you know someone named Ray?" As she awaited his response, Robin scrutinized his expression with unwavering focus. Ray was impressed. Robin's espionage skills were top-notch, her tactics was layered and precise. "HMPH, so you're the one who attacked me. Do you want to die that badly?" Ray tossed Chaochu onto the ground behind him. A suffocating wave of killing intent engulfed Robin. In an instant, he closed the distance, his right hand raised with oozing venom. Robin felt death's grip tighten. She couldn't move, just as she thought she'd die at the hands of this Ray lookalike. Wind tunnel. A massive suction force yanked her backward. The black hole-like technique pulled Robin away rapidly. Sensing the wind tunnel's terrifying power, Rei retreated. As Robin nearly got sucked in, Miroku sealed the technique with his prayer beads. Sanji leaped from behind Miroku, catching Robin midair and gently setting her down. "Robin, what's going on?" Sanji's scalp prickled. He barely registered the thrill of holding Robin, his gaze locked on Rei. Luffy and Nami were equally looking grave. Neither could comprehend why Rei would attack Robin. It made no sense. Luffy bellowed at Rei, "Rei, why would you do this? If there's a problem, just talk it out." But he received no response, only saw Rei walking toward Chaochu. Sesshomaru Dai. Rei's hair stood on end. Damn it, he'd been so focused on acting he'd forgotten Inuyasha's rapid recovery. Inuyasha had seized the moment of distraction to unleash the wind scar. A massive, razor-sharp golden shockwave surged toward Rei. Rei raised Tenseiga before him, activating its barrier. As the barrier deflected the wind scar, Rei transformed into a sphere of demonic light, scooping up Chaochu and vanishing from the place. "Damn it, Sesshomaru still took the little white dog," Inuyasha clicked his tongue in frustration. Kagome sighed and hurried to Luffy and Robin to apologize. After learning the truth, Luffy and the others assured her they held no grudge. Without their help, Robin, Zoro, and Chaochu would have died. Sanji even knelt before Kagome, taking her hand as if to kiss it in gratitude. Shippo could only muttered from the side, "Is he a long-lost member of Miroku's family?" Soon after, Kagome led Luffy and the others to where Usopp, Chopper, and Zoro were recuperating. With that, the Straw Hat Pirates and Inuyasha's group were fully assembled. "Dog-kun, could you tell me who that Sesshomaru is?" Robin posed the question to Inuyasha. "Hey woman, who are you calling a dog?" Inuyasha roared. You're Usopp." Hearing Inuyasha's voice, Luffy immediately jumped to conclusions. "I'm not that long-nosed liar, you guys are unbelievable." Inuyasha clenched his fists, exasperated. "No way, you've gotta be Usopp in disguise. My grandpa said no two people in the world sound exactly alike. That guy lying on the ground is totally a fake you made, right?" Luffy stretched his arm while grabbing Inuyasha's nose. "Time to reveal your true form, Usopp." Inuyasha, "Huh, you bastard, I'll kill you." "Sankin Tasso." "Inuyasha, sit," Kagome commanded. Thud, Inuyasha faceplanted, crushing Luffy beneath him. Amid the chaos, both groups realized the other wasn't hostile. They even shared similarities. Both teams revolved around a reckless idiot, with the others constantly cleaning up his messes. The Straw Hats and Inuyasha's group gradually warmed up to each other. Through conversation, Luffy and the others finally grasped this world's nature and formed an impression of the great demon Sesshomaru. He didn't seem like the same person as Rei. Both are cool, aloof types, but Sesshomaru's way more ruthless. "Rei's much gentler," Nami said, her eyes sparkling nostalgically. Sometime later, the two groups ventured into the mountains outside the village. Along the way, Kagome and Inuyasha analyzed the situation for Luffy and the others. Sesshomaru likely wouldn't kill the little white dog Chaochu. From Inuyasha's perspective, Chaochu's aura resembled that of their extinct dog demon clan. Given Sesshomaru's habits, he'd probably raise Chaochu or at least abandon him. Inuyasha had never heard of Sesshomaru harming a fellow dog demon, unless the other party held a higher status, like challenging his father for supremacy. As for Sesshomaru always trying to kill Inuyasha, that was because Inuyasha had taken something Sesshomaru wanted, a half-breed defying his superior. "I think Sesshomaru came for your little white dog because he wants to keep the dog demon clan close," Inuyasha deduced. "He doesn't trust a half-demon like me to protect our weak kin. After all, our clan seems to have gone extinct. He undoubtedly retains the dog demon's pack mentality, he just prefers solitude." Even before Inuyasha could finish, Luffy cut in. "So you're saying Chaochu's safe, right?" Yep. Nami sighed, their captain only processed conclusions. Ignorance is bliss. The rest of the Straw Hats, however, kept pondering the connection between Rei and Sesshomaru. None were in high spirits, but to Luffy, since they couldn't find Chaochu or Rei now, they might as well eat. "Since we're on this weird island and met cool people like Dogyasha, let's throw a bonfire feast." Bonfire feast. What's that? Inuyasha, Miroku, and Sango were baffled. "Hey hat guy, who are you calling Dogyasha?" Inuyasha immediately squared up. Meanwhile, Kagome grew increasingly certain these people weren't just dressed like her eras. Their habits were similar too. How did they end up in the Sengoku period sometime later? Hey Sanji, should I skin this boar? Inuyasha hauled a massive wild beast twice his size into the firelight. Thanks. Cut it into 10 even portions. Got it, Senkin Tesso tilde. Sanji, Shippo, Chopper, and I gathered some veggies and mushrooms, Nami called out, returning with the two small creatures, their arms full of fresh produce. Thanks, Nami-san, have Mosshead wash them and put them on that plank. Zoro, still recovering on the ground, grumbled loudly, Hey, I'm injured here. Sanji scoffed, lighting a cigarette. What, are you gonna make the ladies do all the work, you useless lump? Zoro, oh Chinese letter, Japanese letter, oh you're dead. Hahaha, everyone's in good spirits. Nice, Luffy grinned broadly from his seat until Sanji hurled 2 empty buckets at him, knocking him over. No freeloading, go fetch water. Luffy, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, fine, fine. Kagome and Sango watched the bustling scene with smiles. Who'd have thought we'd meet such interesting people while searching for the sacred jewel? Sango agreed, they dress like you, Kagome, and their habits are similar too. Could they be from the future as well? Kagome shook her head. But in my time, pirates don't exist anymore. Just then, Robin joined them while taking a seat. We're from a place called the Grand Line. It's a world of seas and islands, heard of it? Kagome and Sango shook their heads. Our world has oceans too, but it's made of seas and continents, must be different. Robin pondered, ever heard of the Age of Pirates? No, we use the Gregorian calendar here. Afterward, Robin asked Kagome many more questions about this world. Kagome felt as if she were conversing with a history teacher, finding the woman's intellectual curiosity quite marvelous. After some time, the banquet began. Inuyasha, Miroku, Sango, Shippo, and Kurara all expressed that they had never tasted such delicious food before. Even Kagome praised Sanji's exceptional cooking skills, remarking that he was likely better than any 5-star chef in her world. Later, led by Luffy, Usopp, and the others, the bonfire party grew increasingly lively. Even Inuyasha started dancing around the fire. Though he had initially refused vehemently, he couldn't withstand Luffy's persistent pestering. Slowly, they all grew wild with excitement. By now, Inuyasha and Usopp were arm in arm, already calling each other brothers. Inuyasha, my brother, our voices sound so similar, it must be fate. Usopp, my brother, I think you're right. Usopp suddenly had a brilliant idea. Since Inuyasha was so powerful, he absolutely had to latch onto him. Then, let's swear brotherhood. Inuyasha looked utterly confused. What's swearing brotherhood? In the end, Usopp dragged him along and they ended up haphazardly pledging loyalty as sworn brothers. Meanwhile, Kagome and Sango were discussing their respective clothing and style preferences with Nami and Robin. Glancing sideways at Inuyasha's joyful expression, Kagome felt genuinely pleased. Aside from getting along with their own group, she had never seen Inuyasha harmonize so well with strangers he had just met. That human named Luffy seemed to possess some kind of miraculous power. After the banquet ended, most people fell asleep. Only a few remained awake. Inuyasha was keeping watch in a tree. Whenever Kagome wasn't in a safe environment, he would vigilantly protect her. Especially since Sesshomaru had come looking for trouble earlier that day. As for the other 3 still awake, they were Zoro, Robin, and someone entirely unexpected, Monkey D. Luffy. The 3 of them headed toward the cliff at the back, and Inuyasha secretly followed them. Even though they had gotten along well today, he was still the cautious dog who had been wary for 100 years. His guard was always up. Hiding in the grass about 50 meters away, Inuyasha could clearly hear their conversation. Luffy, do you think that Sesshomaru we met today is Ray? I'm not sure, but I have a feeling something must have happened to the real Ray. I think the same. If Ray weren't in danger, he would definitely come find us. Inuyasha continued eavesdropping. The 3 of them discussed many things, with Robin and Zoro doing most of the analyzing. If Sesshomaru and Ray were the same person, it would mean they were different consciousnesses within the same entity. In any case, the one who appeared today was definitely not Ray. If they weren't the same person, Ray would likely be targeted by Sesshomaru as well. After all, Sesshomaru had already found Chaochu, who carried a similar aura to Ray. There was no reason he wouldn't be able to locate Ray, whose aura was far stronger. Whatever the case, we must go find Ray and Chaochu first thing in the morning. Luffy's expression was unusually serious. Zoro nodded with a smile. Yeah, Ray got into trouble because he was protecting us. Robin smiled as she looked at Luffy, feeling a deeper appreciation for his sincerity and kindness. The captain, deep down, was also very worried about Ray and Chaochu, but to let everyone rest peacefully, he had resolutely chosen to hold a banquet to soothe everyone's emotions. As for Luffy himself, he couldn't sleep at all. Captain, you should go rest too, huh? Robin was initially moved but suddenly heard the sound of snoring. After making his decision, Luffy had already fallen into a deep sleep like a log. He was dragged back to the banquet platform by Zoro. The gravel and dirt along the way didn't affect his sleep in the slightest. PFFT tilde Robin covered her mouth and chuckled, thinking how amusing her captain was. On her way back to the camp, Robin saw Inuyasha under a tree, arms crossed and holding Tessega. Hey, I don't recommend you all to go find Sesshomaru. Why? You're too weak. In Sesshomaru's eyes, human lives are no different from ants. Robin sighed, but there are some things we can't avoid just because we can't win. That's our captain's order after all. Inuyasha carefully studied Robin's expression. Do whatever you want. Robin smiled and then headed toward the camp. Thank you, Inu-san. You damn. As for what Ray, whom they were discussing, was doing at that moment. In a forest about 20 kilometers away from Luffy, Inuyasha, and the others, Rin and Jaken were peacefully asleep, leaning against Aeon. Ray stood by a small stream in the distance with the now-awake Chaochu. Master, are you sure you want me to act? Yes, just do as I say. Chaochu's dog face drooped and he let out a human-like sigh of frustration. But if we do this, when the truth comes out in the future, Luffy and the others might blame you, Master. That's still better than them dying in the future, Ray replied calmly. I understand, I'll do as you say, Master, please take care of yourself. Rest for one more day, then we'll head back. Understood. Before going to sleep, Ray transferred some demonic power to Chaochu, accelerating the recovery of his injuries. The next day, Chaochu pretended to be very displeased but allowed himself to be held in Rin's arms. Together with Ray and Jaken, they embarked on a journey heading straight ahead, in another direction. Luffy, Inuyasha, and the others opened their eyes one by one under the morning sun. Since they each had their own matters to attend to, after exchanging greetings, Luffy led the Straw Hat Pirates and began advancing in the direction Sesshomaru had left the previous day. Everyone wore expressions of grim determination, making Inuyasha, Kagome, and the others sweat nervously for them. After the Straw Hat Pirates left, Kagome looked worriedly at Inuyasha, who was stomping his feet beside her. If you're worried, let's go help them together. Kagome knew Inuyasha too well, his thoughts were completely transparent to her, but upon hearing Kagome's words, Inuyasha grew even more agitated. You're not allowed to go. This is between Sesshomaru and me. If anyone goes, it should be me alone, though I hate to admit it, that guy is related to me by blood. I can't just stand by and watch Sesshomaru kill Luffy and the others. Miroku Sango and Shippo looked at Inuyasha with disdain. What, looking down on us? Who was it that we saved so many times along the way? Inuyasha was so stunned by these words he couldn't speak. You guys, damn you. Fortunately, Kagome chimed in from the side. Let's go, Inuyasha. If it gets too dangerous, we'll keep our distance. Besides, I was the one who gave that puppy to Sesshomaru to protect you. I have a responsibility to save it. Fine, but you must be careful. Inuyasha relented, though his tone remained gruff. Let me emphasize again, fighting Sesshomaru is my business. It's not your place to risk your lives. Understood. There tilde. Kagome patted Inuyasha's head as if comforting a little dog. Half a day later, Ray suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had caught a familiar scent. At this moment, Ray realized he had overlooked one thing. Given Luffy's personality, why would he give him a full day? Still so brainless, you just come straight to die with your entire crew. Ray had only wanted Chaochu to fully recover before leaving, while also letting the Straw Hat Pirates heal their injuries and directly enter training mode. Yet here was Luffy bringing this whole group to find him. Whatever, I'll just beat them up and find an excuse to leave. Oh, someone's actually bringing me an excuse, truly, what a good little brother. Ray shook his head. How could Inuyasha be willing to help Luffy after just one day together? One could only say this was the effect of Luffy's passive charisma. Why have you stopped? Is something wrong, Sesshomaru-sama? Jaken looked puzzled. Ray didn't respond, instead turning around and heading straight back the way they came. Since Inuyasha would find him anyway, he might as well go beat them up directly to save time. Inuyasha, my brother, I'm so moved that you'd fight your own brother to help us. Usopp wore an expression of deep gratitude. Although he had prepared to sacrifice his life to save Rei and Chaochu, having Inuyasha's help meant there was hope for survival. If I didn't think you'd definitely die, I wouldn't be helping at all. Inuyasha put on a tsundere expression that made Kagome shake her head. Nami and Robin covered their mouths to hide their laughter. They were thinking how amusing it would be if Rei made such an expression. If they survived this, they'd have to ask Kagome for tips on how to train such an adorable dog. Nami was so lost in thought she accidentally bumped into Sanji's back. It turned out Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji had all stopped walking. Like Inuyasha and the others, the three wore serious expressions as they stared at the bend in the mountain path ahead. A breeze swept through as a silver figure gradually appeared in everyone's view. Behind him stood a two-headed ox demon and a small yokai holding a staff with a human head. On the ox demon's back sat a human girl holding a listless Chaochu. The moment he saw Sesshomaru, Inuyasha drew Tessega, however his pupils were trembling. The same went for Kagome, Miroku, and the others. For the first time they discovered there was a human girl among Sesshomaru's followers. How was this possible? Didn't Sesshomaru despise humans? Seeing the expressions on the four of them, Rei realized his mistake. Because he knew these people wouldn't harm Rin, he had carelessly brought her before everyone. Wasn't this tarnishing Sesshomaru's image, completely ruining the persona he had established in Inuyasha and the others' eyes? Looking at it from another perspective, it's quite satisfying. Consider this the first step in my revenge against Sesshomaru for devouring my consciousness. Beneath Rei's calm expression lay a hint of concealed delight. He had confirmed with the system last night that when he left, Sesshomaru's consciousness would return. Moreover, Sesshomaru would regard all of Rei's actions as his own. So when Sesshomaru's consciousness recovered and recalled how he had been humiliated before his younger brother, Rei wondered just how amusing his expression would be. Thinking this, Rei glanced at Jaken, who was currently confronting Inuyasha and Luffy, his eyes revealing obvious sympathy. After he left, this little yokai would be the only one to bear Sesshomaru's wrath. As for why Sesshomaru would definitely feel ashamed and angry, Inuyasha had already provided the answer. Oh, I remember someone saying before, of our great father's bloodline I, Sesshomaru, have inherited none of the compassion for humans. You're not going to say this little girl is your dinner, are you, Sesshomaru? Hearing Inuyasha's sarcastic remarks, Rei felt somewhat divided, both pleased and angry. Pleased because he could get revenge on Sesshomaru, angry because of instinct. This body instinctively disliked seeing Inuyasha, let alone being mocked by him. Rei speculated that this body's reaction to Inuyasha would likely undergo significant changes over these 3 months. This was probably part of Tensega's subsequent trials. When the time came and Sesshomaru's body no longer rejected Inuyasha so strongly. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, Rei looked at Inuyasha with a slightly murderous gaze. The half-demon immediately bristled. Sesshomaru, give that puppy back. Luffy also yelled from the side, hey, Rei number 2, give Chaochu back to us. Rei almost lost control of his expression. He snorted coldly as he focused on Inuyasha, ignoring Luffy. He's a member of the Dog Demon clan, what business is it of yours, half-breed? With that, Rei's light whip shot out, striking toward Inuyasha. The moment Tessega and the light whip clashed, attacks from Luffy and the others arrived as well. Second gear, jet gatling. 3-sword style, 108-pound phoenix. Diable jump. Special move. Firebird star. Thunderbolt tempo. Millefleur restraint. Brachio bomber cherry blossom clash. The Straw Hat Pirates' attacks came swarming in. All were fighting styles that Inuyasha, Kagome, and the others had never seen before. Sango marveled, so humans can train to this level. Miroku nodded in agreement. Each of them could be considered general-level figures in this era, but such attacks are still far from enough against Sesshomaru. Sure enough, the moment Miroku finished speaking, the Straw Hat Pirates' attacks collided with Rei's physical body. The instant they made contact, Luffy and Sanji shouted in alarm, retreat quickly. Demonic energy swirled around Rei. Anything that touched it would inevitably be corroded. Even Usopp's continuous explosions, Nami's thunder attacks, and Zoro's flying sword slash failed to break through the demonic power barrier surrounding him. All of you, get back. Inuyasha brandished Tessega and began slashing at Rei. Rei could only repeatedly evade, he couldn't withstand Tessega's power head-on. Seizing this opening, Luffy pulled everyone away from Rei. Just from that brief exchange, he already recognized the gap in their strength. Without Inuyasha's assistance, their entire crew would have come here just to die. Luffy stared intently at the great demon Sesshomaru, his brow furrowed tight. He realized just how difficult it would be to retrieve Chaochu today. But I must do it. Luffy could never stand by and watch a comrade be taken away by outsiders. Like in the original story when Robin was taken by CP9, even knowing the vast difference in power, he still chose to fight. Rei naturally understood Luffy's character. He would give him the respect he deserved. He also wanted to see just how far Luffy would go for Chaochu and whether he could achieve a breakthrough in this desperate fight. As the light whip forced Inuyasha back, Rei instantly closed the distance to Luffy. His speed was like teleportation. Even though Luffy sensed it, he couldn't formulate a countermeasure. The demonic energy swirling around Rei was suffocating. Merely approaching within 30 centimeters was enough to make Luffy dizzy and disoriented. Rei threw a casual punch, sending Luffy flying hundreds of meters. The attack, infused with demonic power, had the same debilitating effect on devil fruit users as armament haki. Luffy collapsed, eyes rolled back, vomiting blood, but the Straw Hat Pirate's coordination was truly impressive. The moment Rei sent Luffy flying, Usopp's bombs exploded right in Rei's face. Did Usopp predict this in advance? Not bad. Although the explosion didn't harm Rei, it obstructed his vision. Inuyasha seized the opportunity to press the attack, forcing Rei to retreat. Unfortunately, the difference in power was simply too great. Facing Rei, the current Straw Hat Pirates were like when they faced Kizaru on Sabayati Archipelago. A world of difference? More terrifying was that they couldn't even touch him. The sinister invasion of perfect demonic power on their minds and bodies completely sealed their close combat abilities. Only Inuyasha could barely hold his own. With a casual slap, Zoro lost his combat capability. With a light kick, Sanji vomited blood and collapsed, just as Rei had knocked out all the male members, leaving only Nami and Robin protected behind Inuyasha. A miracle occurred. Luffy struggled to his feet, his eyes fixed tightly on Sesshomaru. Chaochu is our comrade. No matter who you are, no matter how strong you are, I'm going to beat you up. First for Chaochu. And also to give Rei a better chance when he faces you later. Hearing Luffy's words, Rei struggled to conceal his turbulent emotions, desperately maintaining a calm expression. So this was the kid's real objective. He had probably deduced from Sesshomaru's interest in Chaochu that Sesshomaru would also come for Rei. The crew must have agreed that even if they couldn't retrieve Chaochu, they would at least try to injure Sesshomaru to increase Rei's chances of survival. Rei felt a pang of sympathy, wondering if he should just reveal his identity. Training could be taken slowly, there was no need for such intense pressure. But when he thought about the situation the Straw Hats would face after leaving this world, Rei hardened his heart. They had rejected the Shichibukai invitation. Once they left Sky Island, they would inevitably face a marine siege. They would confront Aokiji. Even if Rei broke through the 60% template fusion and used all his enhancements, he estimated he could at best fight Aokiji to a standstill. The likelihood of defeating a seasoned admiral was low. And the world government's decision regarding the Straw Hats was annihilation. It was highly unlikely that Aokiji would go easy on them like in the original story. He had to train this group to cooperate well enough to briefly hold their own against an admiral. The benchmark for this was his current self. Controlling Sesshomaru's body and holding back slightly, he was roughly on par with an admiral. 3 months was too short. The only way was to push them to their limits, forcing rapid growth. Strength was the only guarantee of safety. For now, Luffy and the others would have to endure. He sighed silently in his heart. Rei shoved away Inuyasha, who was clinging to him, and glanced at Luffy, who had just managed to steady himself. How dare an insect threaten me? After I kill you, I'll go deal with that guy who shares a similar aura to mine. Rei played his part to the fullest, enveloping Luffy with killing intent. Yet Luffy remained unaffected by the chilling hostility. He stared intently at Ray and shouted angrily. Ray risked his life to save all of us. Of course we'll fight with everything we have to help him too. How can we stand by and do nothing when we know he'll be killed by you? Luffy might usually seem foolish, but his emotional intelligence was surprisingly sharp. Noticing how similar Ray and Sesshomaru were, and knowing Ray wasn't Inuyasha's brother, combined with what Inuyasha had said about Sesshomaru's nature, Luffy had concluded that Sesshomaru would try to kill Ray. How could a proud being like Sesshomaru allow another version of himself to exist? Since they had only seen Chaochu today, Sesshomaru hadn't encountered Ray yet. There was still a chance. Luffy took a deep breath, his determined eyes revealing a newfound resolve. Ray is usually my teacher, but right now, I am his captain. With Luffy's roar, an immense aura erupted from him, spreading outward and pushing back the killing intent Ray had directed at him. With a heart set on protecting others, the awakening of a king power within him was achieved. For the first time, Luffy used Conqueror's Haki. As a result, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper, who had been slowly getting to their feet moved by Luffy's speech, were suddenly knocked unconscious by the burst of Haki. Helpless, the group had already been beaten to near exhaustion by Ray. Just as they mustered a bit of will to resist, their own captain shattered it. Along with them, a cute little fox named Shippo also fainted, foaming at the mouth. Inuyasha, Kagome, and the others stared at Luffy in astonishment. This aura gave off the feeling of a great demon making an entrance. Yet it differed from the erosion of demonic energy. It carried an aura of pure, kingly dominance. When minor yokai faced a greater demon, their reactions were limited to weakened legs or paralysis. But the strange ability Luffy unleashed directly stunned those with weak willpower. Inuyasha cast a disdainful glance at Shippo. How could a yokai get frightened unconscious by a human's aura? Just as he was about to mock Shippo, Sesshomaru moved. He wouldn't give Inuyasha any time for idle chatter. Ray leaped forward, feigning an attack with his poison flower claw. Inuyasha immediately swung his sword to block. Little did he know this was merely bait. In a flash, Ray appeared behind Inuyasha and struck his back with a claw, sending him flying dozens of meters away and leaving a corroding claw mark on his back. Ray felt helpless. Even if Luffy had awakened his Conqueror's Haki, it couldn't block his attacks. To make the performance convincing, he had no choice but to let Inuyasha take the hit. After all, his younger brother's body was sturdy enough to handle it. The moment Inuyasha was sent flying, Kagome and Sango simultaneously sprang into action. Kagome drew her bow and fired a purple light arrow straight at Ray's head. Yet Ray caught it with one hand, his venom corroding it to dust in an instant, but continuing to attack despite knowing it was ineffective. This felt wrong. Sure enough, from behind Ray, the Hurekatsu came flying. The rotating giant bone boomerang shattered every large tree and boulder in its path, heading straight for Ray's vulnerable waist. Targeting that spot? Do they really think I'm a dog? Were they applying the iron head, steel bones, but weak waist logic based on observations from Inuyasha? Unfortunately, the gap between them and Ray, or rather, the gap between them and Sesshomaru, was still far too vast. Ray lightly leaped, effortlessly dodging Sango's Hurekatsu. However, just as he jumped into the air, another attack arrived. Wind Tunnel. Miroku opened the seal on his right hand, unleashing the wind tunnel's terrifying suction force. Facing the horrifying pull, Ray frowned slightly. He knew full well that no matter how strong he was, once sucked into that void, there would be no escape. He enveloped his body in demonic power, transforming into a sphere of energy, while using his light whip to lift a massive rock and place it in front of himself. Using the leverage, he pushed off, shooting out of the wind tunnel's range, just as Ray was about to land. Wind Scar. Inuyasha seized the moment, carefully sniffing the vortex of demonic energy, and unleashed a wind scar straight at Ray. Unfortunately, his speed was still a bit too slow. Ray teleported away, leaving only a scar on the forest floor that would take years to heal. Ray had to admit this coordinated assault was impressive. Their teamwork was remarkably precise. If not for the sheer strength of Sesshomaru's body, it could have been disastrous. Meanwhile, Kagome, Sango, and Miroku were equally astonished. Since when did Sesshomaru fight with such high intelligence? This didn't feel right. In previous battles, he wasn't exactly a reckless fool, but his fighting style wasn't much better than Inuyasha's. Why did it feel like this time he was fighting like a human general? Especially that move to evade the wind tunnel. If it were the old Sesshomaru, he would have likely burst forth with raw demonic power to force his way out. A purely demonic beast's behavior relying on sheer strength. But today he chose leverage and tactics. Could it be related to that little girl? Has Sesshomaru developed human-like thoughts? Or is that Rei truly another consciousness of Sesshomaru? Are the two influencing each other? Kagome, Miroku, and Sango couldn't figure it out either. But one thing was certain, today's Sesshomaru was extremely difficult to deal with. Rei flew in front of Jaken and Rin. Jaken, take Rin farther away, be careful of accidental injuries. Jaken and Rin acknowledged simultaneously, but before leaving, Rin said something. Sesshomaru-sama, these people don't seem to be bad. Could you spare them? I feel like Little White looks very upset seeing those people get hurt. This Little White was naturally the name Rin had given to Chaochu. After all, Rei was currently playing Sesshomaru's role. Even if he knew Chaochu's name, he wouldn't use its previous nickname. From Sesshomaru's perspective, you belong to me now. I won't allow you to use the name given by your previous master. This was indeed more domineering compared to Rei. Rei glanced at Rin. He knew today's opportunity had presented itself. Even if Sesshomaru wanted to kill someone, if Rin pleaded, Sesshomaru would probably stop. Let alone himself. Rei snorted coldly. Don't meddle in others' affairs, get away quickly. I'll teach them a lesson and come find you. The pretending Chaochu in Rin's arms was utterly confused. Why would his master listen to a little girl like this? Nami, Robin, Vivi, and the Gravity Woman would probably cry if they knew the truth. No wonder the master never responded to those human women's expressions of affection. So he prefers young girls? Tisk, I Chaochu have discovered another shocking secret about my master. Suddenly, Chaochu felt Rei's gaze and instantly bristled with fear, pressing closer into Rin's arms. To Rin, this behavior just seemed like Chaochu wasn't feeling well and she didn't think much of it. As Rin and Jaken were leaving with Chaochu, Luffy instantly charged over. No, give Chaochu back, Gear Second. Jet Rocket. Rei blocked Luffy's rocket with one hand. Luffy's hands hissed as they were corroded by Rei's poison. If not for being coated in armament haki, they would have been destroyed immediately. The still conscious Nami and Robin just watched and was horrified. This Sesshomaru showed no mercy toward Luffy. No matter how harshly Rei trained them, he would never use poison on his comrades. They became even more certain that the person before them wasn't Rei. Or even if he was, whatever remained of Rei's consciousness must be minimal. Yet, as women who had held affection for Rei and with their stronger intuition, they still clung to a sliver of hope. They decided to bet their lives on it. Robin looked at Nami. Use that move Rei taught us. Nami nodded. Right, let's go together. Robin activated her ability. Countless hands and feet emerged from the trees and ground surrounding Rei. Nami charged forward, swinging her climb attack. Their target was directly aimed at the male weak spot, a full coverage attack. If he uses poison on me, then he's definitely not Rei. Just as they were about to strike, Kagome shouted. Step back quickly, Sesshomaru isn't the type to hold back against women. As she spoke, Kagome's sacred arrow shot over again. Rei actually felt grateful to Kagome at that moment. He genuinely hadn't wanted to use poison on Nami and Robin. While dodging the sacred arrow, Rei used a blast of demonic power to knock Nami and Robin away. To outsiders, it appeared ruthless enough, but it spared them the venom. Taking advantage of Rei's distraction, Inuyasha charged forward again. Together with Luffy, one attacked Rei's left side while the other slashed at Sesshomaru's right. Simultaneously, one got punched by Rei while the other was whipped by Sesshomaru. Before Rei even got injured, these two protagonists were already covered in wounds. Finally, Rei lost his patience. With an explosion of demonic power, he swung a single hand and sent out a ball of demonic energy, blasting both of them flying simultaneously. Rei glanced toward where Rin was and noticed the young girl waving at him. He snorted coldly, I'll spare you all for today. After saying this, Rei leaped up lightly and flew toward Rin in the forest behind them. Thus, the Straw Hat Pirates' challenge against Sesshomaru was declared a complete defeat. 3 hours later, with help from Kagome, Sango, Nami, and Robin, the Straw Hats were all wrapped in supreme-grade bandages. The entire crew leaned against the grassland where yesterday's banquet had been held, each wearing expressions of pain and sorrow. Luffy punched the ground with tears streaming down his face. How can the gap be this huge? Even if I fight with my life, I can't help Ray even a little bit. Zoro and Sanji were even angrier at their own incompetence. What kind of warriors faint halfway through a battle? They had even caused Robin and Nami to rush forward, ready to die fighting. Especially Sanji. If the two ladies had died before him, the regret would have been unbearable. Usopp, Chopper, Nami, and Robin weren't faring much better. They were confused. If giving their all couldn't help Ray one bit, what else could they do? One wrong step and they might fall into the abyss of despair. Just then, Inuyasha swung his sword, the terrifying destructive power drawing everyone's attention. "You said that Ray isn't dead yet, right?" Inuyasha barked. "What's the use of crying here? At least all the humans I know are incredibly resilient. If you're not satisfied, then just keep getting stronger until you can defeat Sesshomaru. Isn't that simple?" Later, Kagome helped analyze the oddities in Sesshomaru's behavior. Oddity 1, Sesshomaru is accompanied by a human girl. Oddity 2, though Sesshomaru's attacks were ruthless, he didn't kill any of you. Oddity 3, that little girl stopped him from killing you and he genuinely didn't. Oddity 4, the little dog named Chowchu held by that girl didn't show any obvious resistance. Oddity 5. Just a few days ago, that same Sesshomaru harbored absolute killing intent toward me and Inuyasha. Definitely no mercy involved. At this point, some of the brighter members of the Straw Hat Pirates had already picked up on the key detail. Sanji lit a cigarette. "Kagome-san, are you saying that the yokai named Sesshomaru has changed drastically in just a few days?" Kagome nodded and Inuyasha agreed. Nami pursed her lips, analyzing seriously. "Though his behavior doesn't resemble Ray's compared to the Sesshomaru you described, he's indeed become much gentler. And we only arrived in this world a few days ago." Robin nodded. "There's one crucial point. Ray and Sesshomaru are indistinguishable in appearance. Could they be the same person? Building on that, I have an even wilder theory. What if Ray, after arriving in this world, merged into Sesshomaru's consciousness?" Usopp smacked his forehead, immediately understanding. "I've read about a condition called dissociative identity disorder. What if Ray is another personality of Sesshomaru's? Maybe Sesshomaru developed a personality named Ray, one that's kinder and more friendly toward humans. Naturally, Sesshomaru would despise Ray. Then one day, Ray somehow gained a physical form and entered our world. But while protecting us from Enel, he accidentally triggered something and returned here, merging with Sesshomaru. That would explain why Sesshomaru changed so much in just a few days." Though the theory sounded outrageous, everyone found it strangely plausible. "But," Zoro grunted, "then why did Sesshomaru say he wanted to find and kill the person with a similar aura to his?" Robin rested her chin on her hand. "Maybe he doesn't want others to know his secret. After all, Ray is the same, quite the tsundere." Luffy scratched his head, utterly lost. "You guys are making this way too complicated." If Ray had been nearby, hearing their speculations, his emotions would have been in turmoil. These people's imaginations were wild, way too good at guessing. Even if he hadn't come, Sesshomaru would have changed drastically because of Rin's presence. Unfortunately, they didn't believe Sesshomaru could change so suddenly. And yet, they had inadvertently guessed the very drama Ray had intended to show them. What an ironic twist! Dissociative identity disorder, isn't that just something from storybooks to scare kids? Sanji took a drag of his cigarette, his brow furrowed in skepticism. To a pragmatic cook, the idea sounded like a ghost story. However, Chopper tilted his head, his small hooves tapping against his chin as he dug through his memories. "Actually, I once saw a book in Doctorine's study that mentioned this condition. It's a fracturing of the mind, but no one really paid attention to it because it's so rare and there's no known cure." Kagome, sitting by the fire, nodded solemnly. "In my era, this condition is well documented. It's said to affect people who have experienced extreme trauma or profound, crushing loneliness. Generally, a split personality emerges as a self-protection mechanism, a way for the mind to hide from pain." Loneliness. The word hung in the air like smoke. Hearing this, the realization hit the Straw Hats simultaneously. their faces lit up with a mix of understanding and sorrow. "Ray is lonely," Luffy murmured, staring into the flames. "And Sesshomaru? He's always alone, isn't he?" Nami added softly. "That makes perfect sense." It fit too well. Ray, the man who always stood apart, and Sesshomaru, the demon who walked a solitary path. Two sides of the same isolated coin. Inuyasha, leaning against a tree nearby, nodded slowly. Even he had to admit it sounded plausible. After all, their archenemy Naraku was a being literally stitched together from fragmented souls. But as he thought about it, his emotions churned into a cocktail of disdain and strange pride. "Sesshomaru split? How weak," Inuyasha scoffed, crossing his arms. "A real man endures any hardship without breaking. Pathetic." He puffed out his chest, a smirk playing on his lips. "Look at me, I've suffered tragedy after tragedy, been sealed to a tree for 50 years and despised by both humans and demons. But did I split, did I break? No. Sesshomaru really is just a pampered weakling." Kagome sighed, giving him a flat look. Yes, Inuyasha, you're the strongest, most emotionally stable boy in the world." Ignoring the banter, Nami raised the question that was weighing heavily on the entire crew. Her voice trembled slightly. "So, how do we cure this? How do we make Rei's consciousness dominant again? If Sesshomaru is the original, won't Rei just disappear?" Kagome frowned, racking her brain for any psychology trivia she'd picked up in the modern world. "I remember a movie mentioning two theoretical methods. First, complete fusion, the two personalities merge into a single new entity. Second, one personality eliminates the other, becoming the sole owner of the body." The Straw Hats collectively gasped. The implications were terrifying. "Can Rei win?" Usopp whispered, terrified. "Sesshomaru is so strong," Robin noted analytically, though her eyes betrayed her worry. "It seems unlikely Rei could overpower him mentally without help." "Then we have to create conditions for Rei's victory," Zoro said, his hand tightening on his sword hilt. "We have to weaken Sesshomaru before his personality overwhelms Rei completely." "But how?" Sanji exhaled smoke, frustration evident in his posture. "That guy is a monster, we couldn't even touch him." As they debated strategies and theories, the sun dipped below the horizon, surrendering the sky to a blanket of stars. Exhaustion, both physical and emotional, finally caught up with them. One by one, the Straw Hats drifted into a restless sleep, huddled around the dying fire. Inuyasha and his group hadn't left. Guilt gnawed at them. After all, they were the ones who had handed Chaochu over to Sesshomaru, a decision that had indirectly led to Luffy and the others getting brutally beat. So Inuyasha, Kagome, and the others decided to stay, standing guard while the pirates recovered. It wasn't just guilt, though. They genuinely enjoyed this chaotic group's company. Late at night, the forest was silent save for the chirping of crickets and the rhythmic breathing of the sleepers. Inuyasha sat on a high branch, arms crossed, eyes closed but ears swiveling at every rustle. Suddenly, his nose twitched. He caught a scent that made his scalp tingle and the scar on his back throbbed with a phantom pain. "Is Sesshomaru back?" Inuyasha's eyes snapped open, hand reaching for Tessega, then he paused. "No. It's that little dog." Indeed, a small white shape emerged from the underbrush under the cover of darkness. Chaochu had returned. Seeing Inuyasha drop down to block his path, the puppy stopped. His eyes were serious, far too intelligent for a normal animal. He spoke in a childish yet urgent voice. "I need to talk to Luffy and the others, immediately." Inuyasha stared for a moment, then nodded. He followed Chaochu into the camp as the little dog went from person to person, nudging them awake. Within minutes, the crew was gathered, bleary-eyed but attentive. Chaochu wasted no time explaining Rei's current situation. The gist was grim but offered a sliver of hope. Rei is trapped deep within Sesshomaru's consciousness. Normally, he is suppressed, but when Sesshomaru sleeps or meditates, Rei's consciousness can emerge briefly. However, because Sesshomaru's will is too strong, Rei's consciousness is being eroded. He will fade completely in 2.5 months. The only way to save Rei is to defeat or severely injure Sesshomaru within this timeframe. Pain and weakness will shake Sesshomaru's mental hold, giving Rei a chance to seize control. After relaying this, Chaochu looked anxious. He explained that to avoid arousing Sesshomaru's suspicion, he had to return immediately. He had only been able to sneak away because Rei had briefly taken control of the body during meditation to let him out. But Rei's control was slipping and Chaochu had to be back before Sesshomaru woke up. With his mission complete, Chaochu bid a hasty farewell to the Straw Hats and vanished back into the night shadows. Silence reigned in the camp for a long moment, but this time it wasn't the silence of despair. Now fully understanding the situation, the crew's earlier disappointment and exhaustion vanished. It was replaced by a fiery, terrifying determination. "Train," Luffy said, his voice low but vibrating with power. "We train like our lives depend on it because Rei's life does." 2.5 months, Zoro said, standing up and tying his bandana tight. "We have to break through our limits, we have to become monsters." Reality had aligned with their wild speculations and Rei had provided the solution himself. With a clear goal, their morale didn't just recover, it soared. "Since meeting Rei less than 2 months ago, my strength has more than doubled," Zoro declared firmly, the moonlight glinting off Wado Ikamanji. "And on the ship, we've wasted too much time being lazy. We relied on him too much." This time, Sanji stood up, stamping out his cigarette, his eyes shadowed but fierce. "To save Rei, every single one of us must push ourselves to the brink of death." As the combat leaders, Zoro and Sanji were usually at odds, but tonight there was no bickering. No insults, just a shared, deadly seriousness. Watching them, Inuyasha felt a strange warmth in his chest. He grinned, revealing his fangs. "Kagome," he whispered, "I really like these guys. It'd be great if they could help us find the sacred jewel shards after this is over." Hearing this, Kagome, Miroku and Sango exchanged shocked glances. "Inuyasha actually wants humans to join us?" Miroku whispered, scandalized. "That's rarer than a dog falling in love with a cat," Sango noted, eyes wide. "Maybe Inuyasha is just that unique kind of dog," Shippo snickered. "You guys, Kanada kincha enus, Chinese letter Kanada kincha enus. Arg, shut up, you're pissing me off," Inuyasha barked, face flushing red. Only Kagome smiled gently, understanding the truth. Though Inuyasha acted tough, deep down he was insecure. He had been ostracized and abandoned by humans and demons alike since childhood. Seeing humans who would fight so fiercely, so unhesitatingly for a comrade, even one who was a monster, had clearly moved something deep within his soul. Less than 2 hours later, the combined group of Straw Hats and Inuyasha's party arrived at the mouth of the valley. It was a desolate gash in the earth, lying at the edge of a 100-kilometer uninhabited zone. The air here was thick, heavy with the scent of sulfur and old blood. It was teeming with yokai and beasts, a literal hive of malice. Upon arrival, Luffy, Sanji, and Nami shivered, the chill seeping past their skin and into their bones. It wasn't just the temperature, it was the pervasive, malevolent, demonic energy that hung like a fog. Seeing Nami trembling, Kagome kindly offered her coat, which the navigator accepted with gratitude. As they ventured deeper, the reality of their training ground set in. Within the first hour, they slew over a dozen monsters just to secure a cave for their base camp. For the first time, Luffy, Nami, and Sanji felt the true, terrifying weight of this world's low-tier yak. Take the centipede demon and scorpion demon they encountered near the cave entrance. These weren't simple animals. Their shells were harder than steel, their movements erratic and lethal. To put them down, Luffy was forced to activate Gear Second, his steam rising in the cold air, while Sanji had to ignite a diable jam just to crack their defenses. Ordinary attacks didn't just fail, they bounced off. Worse, these monsters were everywhere. Dozens lurked within every 100 meters, lying dormant beneath the soil, waiting for a footstep to trigger their hunger. And every 3 kilometers the difficulty spiked. Bear demons, tiger demons, and boar demons, behemoths standing over 10 meters tall, roamed these lands. Fighting one felt less like a brawl and more like a raid boss battle, requiring full coordination and exhaustive effort just to survive. And hovering above them all were the near-great demon-level yokai, humanoid nightmares with territories spanning 10 kilometers. Even Inuyasha gripped Tessega tighter when their auras brushed past. For now, the Straw Hats had to avoid them entirely. They simply weren't ready. The first night, it was a sleepless hell, except for Luffy, who could sleep through a hurricane. No one rested well. Zoro, Sanji, and Inuyasha rotated watches, their nerves frayed. The low-tier yokai were relentless, sniffing out the fresh scent of humans. Inuyasha would twitch his ears and bark a warning, but he held back, forcing the Straw Hats to handle the threats themselves. Day 2, sporting dark circles under their eyes, the crew split into 2 teams to hunt. Luffy, Robin, and Usopp took one flank. Sanji, Nami, and Chopper took the other, with Sanji keeping a strict eye on Zoro to prevent the swordsman from wandering into another dimension. Since demon meat was highly toxic to humans, they were forced to hunt local wildlife, a task that inevitably provoked the yokai guarding their food sources. That night they returned battered and bruised, managing only 2 rabbits and a deer. The rest of their kill had been stolen by opportunistic monsters or lost in chaotic skirmishes. Thankfully, Inuyasha and Shippo had caught some fish, ensuring everyone except the bottomless pit that was Luffy had enough to eat. Night 2. More attacks? The exhausted crew fought on instinct, their bodies screaming for rest. The only silver lining was that the sheer fatigue finally overpowered the fear, allowing them to snatch a few hours of deep sleep. Day 3, adaptation began. Familiarity bred efficiency. Under the extreme stress of constant survival, the haki of Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and even Usopp began to bloom. Their observation haki, forced to differentiate between wind, beast, and demon, advanced noticeably. They bagged more game and their movements grew sharper. Night 3, Inuyasha stopped giving verbal warnings. Unless a yokai breached the inner perimeter, he remained silent. Thankfully, Zoro and Sanji's honed senses picked up the threats in time. Day 4, spirits began to lift. The crew's combat experience against serpent monsters and centipede demons had grown substantial. They learned the weak points, the attack patterns, reducing their energy expenditure by half. Night 4, Usopp and Chopper took the watch. Usopp, sweating but focused, used his expanding observation haki to detect threats from hundreds of meters away, waking the combat trio only when absolutely necessary. Day 5, a breakthrough. Nami and Usopp, utilizing traps and weather manipulation, teamed up to defeat a low-tier yokai without Luffy or Zoro's help. They hugged in sheer excitement, tears of relief in their eyes. Meanwhile, Inuyasha's group stumbled upon a bear demon carrying a sacred jewel shard. After dealing with it and securing the quest item, they decided to stick with the Straw Hats a little longer, impressed by the pirates' growth. Day 6. Chopper's moment of glory. The little reindeer soloed a spider-headed, snake-bodied yokai using a brilliant combination of brain point and heavy point. "Even if you compliment me, I won't be happy, you bastards, Tilda." His signature tsundere dance, performed over the corpse of a monster, lifted everyone's mood. Day 7, they had finally hunted enough for a feast. Zoro even sparred with Inuyasha, the half-demon, fascinated by the precision of the 3-sword style, having only ever relied on brute force and demonic energy. That evening, Luffy insisted on a cave feast. The fire crackled warmly, casting long shadows against the stone walls. Miroku tried to harass Nami and Robin, earning a swift, violent correction from Sango. Sanji, ever the gentleman, served the ladies flawlessly, winning their approval and Sango's respect. Shippo sighed, shaking his head at the monk. "Get it together, Miroku." For a moment, amidst the laughter and the smell of roasting meat, they could almost forget they were in a hellscape. But the laws of the jungle are absolute. The Straw Hats' efficient hunting had depleted the local wildlife and thinned the low-tier yokai population. This ecological disruption angered the area's overlord, the Tiger Demon King. Though considered a minor yokai to someone like Sesshomaru or Inuyasha, this beast was a nightmare for mortals. Standing 15 meters tall, with fur like iron wire and claws the length of swords, it was a force of nature. Tonight was supposed to be its monthly feast, but its territory's yokai population had dropped by a 50th, and worse, its reserved appetizer, a 3-meter prize boar, was gone, consumed by these hairless apes. Enraged by this disrespect, the Tiger King gathered dozens of low-tier minions and stormed the cave. "If you dare eat my snacks, I'll make you my midnight snack." A deafening roar shook dust from the cave ceiling, silencing the Straw Hats' party. "Humans on the mountain, come out and face me." The Straw Hats snapped to attention, food forgotten. Inuyasha, who had been in the middle of a drunken dance with 2 twigs shoved up his nose to entertain the group, froze. He hadn't even noticed the Tiger King's approach over the noise of the party. Furious at the interruption of his fun and embarrassed by his appearance, he stomped outside, twigs still lodged in his nostrils, glaring down at the massive beast. "You insignificant yokai dare disturb me, do you have a death wish?" The Tiger King squinted, looking down at the silver-haired figure. This half-demon looks familiar. But the memory was hazy, and the Tiger King's arrogance was absolute. "If I can't remember him, he can't be that important." "You half-dog freak," the Tiger King roared, spit flying like rain. "How dare you talk to me like that? You're the one with a death wish." Veins popped on Inuyasha's forehead. He reached for Tessega, ready to cleave the beast in two, but a rubbery hand stopped him. "Wait, Inuyasha." Luffy stepped forward, his face shadowed by the brim of his straw hat. He adjusted it as a sharp grin cutting across his face. Behind him, Zoro tied his bandana, Sanji lit a fresh cigarette, and the rest of the crew readied their weapons. "If they've come for us, we'll face them," Luffy said, his voice calm but heavy with power. "We didn't spend a week in this hell just to hide behind you." Zoro drew Wado Ikemanji, the steel glinting in the moonlight. He licked his lips, a predatory light in his eyes. "After a week of grinding against the small fry," Zoro growled, "it's time to test our progress on a minor boss." The tiger demon sneered at the humans daring to challenge it, saliva dripping from its meter-long fangs. After a bout of arrogant trash talk, the Straw Hats struck first, moving with a synchronization born of a week in hell. It was the Tiger Demon and 30 low-tier yokai versus the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy and Sanji immediately engaged the Tiger Demon head-on, drawing its attention. Meanwhile, Zoro, Robin, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper fanned out to handle the swarm of minions. After 7 days of brutal survival training, they had learned each yokai type's weaknesses and exploited them with lethal precision. For those without deadly poison or corrosive skin, Robin activated her Hana Hana no Mi ability. Dozens of arms sprouted from the monsters' bodies, directly targeting vital points, eyes, throats, joints. When 2 hands weren't enough, she used 10. Her clearing speed was remarkably fast, snapping necks with a sickening crunch before moving to the next target. For those with toxic surfaces, Zoro took the lead. Infusing Wado Ikemanji with armament haki, he became a whirlwind of steel, instantly slicing through their hardened carapaces without fear of contamination. Nami and Usopp provided critical support from a distance. Ordinary monsters couldn't withstand more than a few of Nami's high-voltage shocks before collapsing, twitching on the ground. Usopp, meanwhile, had foregone his usual explosives. Instead, he pulled out a modified large slingshot, loading it with ammunition crafted from the sharp parts they had collected over the past few days. Claws, fangs, venomous stingers. Sango had taught him the secret methods of the yokai slayers to eliminate the residual demonic energy from these parts, turning the monster's own weapons against them. Perched high at the cave entrance, Usopp rained down piercing death, making the monsters howl in pain as their own brethren's fangs tore into them. As for Chopper, the little reindeer improved the most. He single-handedly held off 3 monsters at once, engaging them in a brutal back-and-forth brawl. Everyone noticed that after days of constant fighting, his hooves had grown darker, shimmering with the telltale black sheen of armament haki. In less than 10 minutes, 29 of the 30 minions were dead. The last one was still fighting Chopper but was being relentlessly pushed back by the reindeer's haki-infused hoof attacks. This was a Chopper enhanced by Rei's demonic power, finally reaching his potential. Usually timid, he needed this push to discover just how amazing a monster he could be. Seeing the field cleared, the others moved to support Luffy and Sanji, but Luffy stopped them with a raised hand. "The 2 of us are enough." Sanji lit a cigarette, the ember glowing bright in the dim light, signaling for the others to step back. Balancing on 1 foot, he spun rapidly, friction igniting the air until his right leg was wrapped in roaring flames. "Let's go, Luffy, let's show this big cat some pirate-style shock and awe." "Right." Sanji used Saru to vanish, reappearing in a blur of motion. He unleashed a devastating series of kicks coated in armament haki, shoulder meat, neck meat, chest meat, abdominal meat, a continuous explosive combo that battered the tiger demon relentlessly. The beast howled in pain, stumbling back, but its skin was like iron, its muscles dense as stone. Its health bar barely dropped. In extreme agony and rage, the tiger demon roared, a sound that scattered all beasts in the mountains. The sonic wave slammed into Sanji, briefly stunning him. Seizing the opening, the tiger demon swatted him away with a massive paw. Fortunately, Sanji had instinctively crossed his arms and coated them in haki just before impact. He skid across the ground but stood up, shaking off the dust, relatively unharmed. The tiger demon grew anxious. These humans weren't normal. The pressure it felt now was suffocating, comparable to when it had fought elite demon slayers decades ago. Above the cave, Sango and Miroku watched in awe, involuntarily applauding. These passionate young people are becoming increasingly skilled at fighting yakais, Miroku noted. That black armor not only increases attack power but seems very effective for defense too, Sango added, eyeing the haki with envy. If only we could learn it, but we've tried without success. They watched with great envy but accepted the reality. Natives of one world could rarely master the power systems of another. Down below, the tiger demon prepared to lunge at the recovering Sanji, intending to swallow him whole. Suddenly, a sensation of impending death enveloped its entire body. The fur along its spine stood on end. What is this? The tiger demon's pupils shook violently as a shadow fell over it. It looked up to see a black fist, larger than its entire body, crashing down from the sky. Luffy's full power strike had arrived. Gear 3rd Elephant Gun. Boom! The massive, haki-coated fist smashed directly into the tiger demon's head. In an instant, the skull of the creature that had dominated this area for a century cracked. Internal bleeding began instantly, and its eyes rolled back into its head. The impact sent the beast flying 100 meters, crashing into a cliff face with enough force to dislodge boulders, burying it in a tomb of stone. Almost simultaneously, the last minion monster had its chest pierced by Chopper's black hoof and collapsed. The incident provoked by the local lord had been resolved by the Straw Hat Pirates alone. Inuyasha showed a happy smile. Kagome, it seems we no longer need to provide protection for them. Yes, Inuyasha, she agreed softly. They can survive here on their own now. Tomorrow morning, we should continue our own journey, searching for the sacred jewel fragments and defeating Naraku. The Straw Hat Pirates began the grisly but necessary work of harvesting materials, preserving lethal parts for Usopp. If only this monster meat was edible, Luffy groaned, looking utterly dejected. He hadn't eaten his fill for an entire week and the massive tiger corpse looked so juicy. At this moment, Robin thought of something and turned to Sango. Sango-san, since you can remove the demonic energy from monster remains, could you also eliminate the evil demonic power lingering in the meat? Sango smiled slightly. I didn't tell you earlier only to help you adapt faster to this survival of the fittest environment. Once the evil aura is removed, it's definitely edible. It's just that monster meat tends to be tough and doesn't taste very good. The moment these words were spoken, Luffy's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. As long as it's edible, that's fine. No matter what ingredients, Sanji can turn them into delicious feasts. On this point, Inuyasha and his group completely agreed. Another important reason they had been reluctant to leave was Sanji's cooking. Grilled meat, vegetable soup, stews, even simple dishes tasted like heaven. Kagome felt like she was dining at a 5-star hotel every day. Ah, I really wish Sanji-san could travel with us, both Kagome and Sango sighed wistfully. Sanji happily danced circles around the two women, hearts in his eyes, looking ready to pledge his eternal devotion. Inuyasha and Miroku watched with displeasure from the side. So what if he can cook? We'll learn it tomorrow. Amid their noisy banter, they remained unaware that deep in the forest, 2 kilometers away, a figure had been silently observing all along. Ray had erased his presence completely. Seeing how quickly Luffy and the others were progressing filled him with satisfaction. Keep this up, he thought. I hope your overall combat strength can reach the level from 2 years later in the original story. By then, combined with Ray's newly acquired Admiral-level strength, their group could be considered a small Emperor-level crew. If the world government moved against them, they'd have to carefully consider the consequences. The new week began. Early in the morning, Inuyasha's group bid farewell to Luffy and the others. Before parting, Sango taught Usopp her Demon Slayer village's weapon-making techniques and the purification rituals for monster meat. From this point on, the Straw Hat Pirates had completely adapted to life in the Monster Mountain Range. They were improving every single day, the second week in the Monster Mountain Range. Now that Luffy could hunt monsters and eat his fill, his physical strength and haki reserves had noticeably increased. He was a bottomless pit of energy, refueling his body with high-protein monster meat after every brawl. Sanji had mastered Jeppo to a new level, now able to walk on air for 3 full minutes without landing. Zoro's sword slash grew increasingly potent. He could now slice through the hardened shells of small fry monsters without even needing to coat his blades in haki. Usopp, inspired by Sango's teachings, crafted more hidden weapons using monster carcasses as materials. The claws and fangs he harvested were of exceptionally high quality, far surpassing ordinary steel. The third week, Chopper became more proficient in using haki. After transforming with a rumble ball, he could maintain his powerful monster point for half an hour, eliminating the need for additional consumption during battles. Robin's Hana Hana no Mi ability improved drastically. She went from producing a maximum of 2,000 arm clones to 4,000, doubling her battlefield control. Nami, meanwhile, learned to create thunderclouds inside her Climatact, significantly reducing the charge time for her lightning-based skills. Every day, the crew dedicated over 3 hours to sparring. Zoro fought Sanji, Nami practiced evasion against Robin, Usopp tested his traps on Chopper. As for Luffy, he fought daily against the massive monster mini-bosses that roamed the deeper woods. He won some, he lost some. When injured, he would feast heartily, receive treatment from Chopper and bounce back stronger the next day, the fourth week. Luffy successfully executed 2 Gear 3rd attacks infused with armament haki. Within a 10-kilometer radius, no mini-boss could stand against him. The tiger demon that hadn't died in their first encounter had essentially become the Straw Hat Pirate's pet. It now guarded the cave entrance daily like a terrified door god. Zoro often practiced his 3-sword style, Toragari, on the poor beast. The power of his skills grew formidable. When he executed the technique, one could distinctly sense the majesty of a forest king radiating from him. Unconsciously, Zoro felt a powerful ability awakening within him. Sanji became more skilled with Jeppo and Saru. As his physique strengthened, he noticed his muscle density increasing at an alarming rate. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. If this is what it takes to rescue Ray, I can accept it. But if I truly become a muscle-bound monster like that mosshead, I must have Ray cut me down. Robin and Nami's physical constitutions also grew tougher. Both were determined to master basic armament haki coding within the remaining time. Similarly, Usopp's observation haki grew daily, but he knew that for an elite sniper to survive in the new world, mastering armament haki was essential. As for Chopper, besides his combat improvements, he discovered many strange herbs in this mystical land. Some were medicinal, while others possessed bizarre abilities almost like plant yokai. He gave all those strange seeds to Usopp for the weapons master to study. The monthly review. Today was the final day of the first month. Organized by Luffy, the Straw Hat Pirates sat cross-legged inside the cave for their monthly review meeting. Their original clothes were tattered beyond repair. Now they wore garments cobbled together from leaves and animal hides, looking like a tribe of wild warriors. Luffy began with a brief address. Our crew has accomplished many great things this month. As for what exactly, let Nami report since I don't really get it. And just like that, the boss logged off, picking up a freshly roasted bear demon paw and digging in. Secretary Nami stepped into the center of the circle. She was dressed in a tiger fur vest and a snakeskin bodkin skirt, wearing wooden-soled wolfskin high heels she'd fashioned herself. Auo tilde Nami Swan is so beautiful, wee tilde, Sanji whistled, playing the role of atmosphere booster perfectly. Sanji, quiet down, Nami said, though she smiled. Over this past month, each of us has made significant progress. First, let's give ourselves a round of applause, but... Her expression turned serious. She went on to summarize the strategy she had developed with Robin and Usopp. Our goal is to defeat Sesshomaru, so everyone's improvement must focus on countering him specifically. Ray previously assigned us a task to memorize the detailed explanation of haki. This book contains the solution. She pointed to a diagram drawn in the dirt. Our biggest challenge is hitting him. We failed to break through the demonic power surrounding his body. Among the variations of armament haki, there is one technique we need: flowing cherry, Ryu. Unlike simple coating, this haki flows outside the body, capable of damaging the enemy without direct contact. She looked at the monster trio. At minimum, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji must learn this. You three are the frontline. You must be able to engage him. Everyone else needs to master basic coding to enhance attack power, Nami continued. I'm a special case. Lightning doesn't mix easily with haki, so I'll focus on increasing voltage. Usopp, you need to develop vicious hidden weapons to disrupt his rhythm. She looked at Robin and Chopper. It would be best if you two could also learn Ryuo. If not, your primary task is protecting the backline, me and Usopp. As they continued talking, the summary meeting gradually turned into a full-blown raid strategy session. It was like a guild sitting together discussing how to take down the final boss. Meanwhile, the day after the meeting, Ray led Rin, Jaken, Aeon, and Chaochu toward a certain mountain village. During the first 3 weeks, Ray had actually stayed close to the Straw Hats. He had planned to use his Sesshomaru persona to beat them up periodically, fearing they would slack off without pressure. But he never had to. By the end of the 3rd week, every member was still training with fanatical intensity, throwing themselves into life-or-death combat daily. Under such strain, adding more pressure might break them. Watching them from afar, Ray's lonely heart surged with warmth. They were truly giving their all to save me. One night, Chaochu had involuntarily reminded him, "Master, you're bound to face their complaints later. Maybe everyone will get angry and ignore you." Ray had snorted coldly, appearing unconcerned. But in reality, a seed of anxiety had taken root. He was afraid of losing such a unique group of companions. It's all for their survival later on, Ray muttered to himself. Chaochu said no more. He knew the difficulties awaiting them back in their own world. Ray arrived before a village, gazing at a giant demon head resting on the ground. He fell into thought. The teeth of this demon still carried the aura of Tessega. It seems this was Naraku's incarnation, Gashinki, the one who bit through Tessega. To trigger the next stage of Tensega's trial, Ray picked up Gashinki's head. Rin, stay in the woods and don't wander off. Chaochu, protect Rin well. Yes, Sesshomaru-sama, understood Master, Mu. Ray grabbed Jaken and flew toward a certain forge from his memories. As he traveled, he recalled the powerful demonic energy he had sensed earlier. This should be Inuyasha's demon transformation. My current feelings are full of confusion, puzzlement, and a slight sense of relief. Hey, Sesshomaru, you've truly changed after all, or perhaps this is the real you. Time passed slowly. While the Straw Hat Pirates were still training through combat with Yakai, Ray continued his main mission in the Inuyasha world. Several days later, Ray brought Jaken and Chaochu to the location of Kaijinbo, the demon swordsmith. A few days earlier, Ray had commissioned Kaijinbo to forge a sword for him using the fangs of Gashinki, the incarnation of Naraku who had broken Tessega. This sword would be the Takijin. This was different from the Takijin Ray had obtained when he first arrived in the One Piece world. That one was refined, this one was in its primal state, overflowing with raw, untamed evil energy. A true demonic blade. When the 3 Yakai arrived at Kaijinbo's hut, they noticed something unusual. Both the swordsmith and the newly forged sword had disappeared. Ray quickly pieced it together. Kaijinbo must have been consumed by the sword's malice and under the lingering influence of Gashinki's resentment, had gone to seek revenge on Inuyasha. Ray recalled the events leading to this. Gashinki had bitten through Tessega, thinking he had Inuyasha at his mercy. But losing the sword had triggered a fail-safe. The great dog demon bloodline within Inuyasha activated to preserve his life. When Inuyasha fully demonized, his combat power skyrocketing. With a single swipe of his claws, he had torn Gashinki to pieces. Ray estimated that Inuyasha in that state possessed strength equivalent to a marine admiral. In this world, any being worthy of the title Great Demon operated on that tier of power. The Takijin was forged from Gashinki's teeth and hatred. Kaijinbo couldn't resist it. At this moment, he was likely already dead or battling Inuyasha. Ray had no choice but to intervene. The body belonging to Sesshomaru needed to see just how powerful Inuyasha had become after demonizing. Moreover, Rei could sense a deep-seated, conflicted thought bubbling up from Sesshomaru's subconscious. Inuyasha, can you become a clansman recognized by me, Sesshomaru? Despite his superficial disdain, Sesshomaru harbored a buried protective instinct toward his half-brother. It explained why he had spared Inuyasha so many times before. When he seized Tessega from their father's grave, he aimed his lethal strike at Kagome, not Inuyasha. When he obtained Naraku's arm to wield the sword, he ultimately let Inuyasha live. This great demon was a walking contradiction. Perhaps it was the pack instinct of the dog-demon clan, or perhaps it was simply Sesshomaru's profound loneliness. Detecting the demonic transformation aura from Inuyasha, Rei clearly sensed a shift in Sesshomaru's attitude. The next day, Rei, accompanied by Aeon and Jaken, located Inuyasha's group. Chaochu was left behind at the camp, tasked with protecting Rin. By the time they arrived, Kaijinbo had already been reduced to dust, destroyed by the sword's power. Only the Takajin remained, planted upright in the ground, pulsating with malice. Inuyasha, Kagome, Miroku, and Sango stood nearby, debating how to seal the cursed blade. Rei approached slowly. He reached out and gripped the hilt of the sword that felt both familiar and alien to him. The moment his skin touched the leather, the Takajin's consciousness lashed out, attempting to invade his mind. HMPH. The consciousness of a mere weak demon dares to try and control me. Releasing his own Rei demonic power, Rei easily crushed the sword's will. The Takajin submitted completely, its malice quieted by a greater darkness. Rei cast a cold glance at Inuyasha. Make your move, let me see your current strength. He did this based on his body's instinctive drive. Rei speculated that the second stage of the Tenseiga trial related to Sesshomaru gradually accepting the sword he despised. And a crucial step in accepting Tenseiga was letting go of his obsession with Tesseiga. The two engaged in battle. It was brutal and short. Inuyasha's Tesseiga was knocked from his hand by a single strike from Rei. The terrifying pressure of the Takajin left Inuyasha battered. Pushed to the brink, Inuyasha's aura changed. His eyes bled crimson, his fangs and claws elongated, and purple-red demon markings similar to Rei's own etched themselves onto his cheeks. The moment Inuyasha's aura shifted, Rei's body involuntarily felt a surge of fear. It wasn't fear of power. Even in his demonized state, Inuyasha wasn't strong enough to threaten Sesshomaru. This aura actually made me, Sesshomaru, feel a moment of fear. Why does it feel like Inuyasha's demonization can kill him? Sensing these thoughts, Rei shook his head slightly. So the fear you felt, Sesshomaru, was the fear of losing your brother. My goodness, how tsundere can you be? I'm not even on your level. But it made sense. In this world, Sesshomaru's only family were Inuyasha and their mother. No matter how indifferent he acted, the blood tie remained. It echoed the disappointment he felt 50 years ago during the Panther Cat Tribe War when Inuyasha failed to show up. Rei didn't continue the fight. He watched as Kagome and the others restrained the demonized Inuyasha, pulling him back from the abyss. A few days passed. Guided by Sesshomaru's memories and instincts, Rei sought out Bokusino, his father's former advisor, to learn the truth about Tesseiga. The revelation was stark. His father hadn't given Inuyasha the Tesseiga because he favored him, he gave it to him as a seal. Inuyasha, being a half-yakai, couldn't control the great dog-demon bloodline. Without the sword to suppress it, his demon blood would consume his mind, turning him into a mindless monster. He needed a babysitter. Sesshomaru, being a full-fledged great demon, needed no such protection. Tenseiga was enough because his father trusted his strength. Such a powerful weapon actually given to a half-yakai as a babysitter, is this father's reasoning truly laughable? I must witness it with my own eyes to believe it. At this moment, Sesshomaru's desire for Tesseiga wavered. He decided to observe whether his brother would truly become a mindless beast without the sword. Rei noticed that the body's aversion to Inuyasha was shrinking, replaced by that stubborn, unadmitted protective urge. Just as Rei recalled that in the original story, this was the turning point where Sesshomaru stopped trying to kill Inuyasha. The system chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully triggering the second trial of Tenseiga. Mission: in 50 days, use Tenseiga and defeat the Panther Cat leader together with Inuyasha. Reward: Mado Zanjitsuha, Dark Path of the Dawn Moon's Wave. Hidden mission: if you improve your relationship with an Ayasha, you may receive additional rewards. Hearing the system's words, Ray frowned. This isn't right, is it? You want me to get along with an Ayasha? When Ray left and Sesshomaru's consciousness returned, making him realize he had been buddy-buddy with his brother, wouldn't he be so ashamed he'd want to commit seppuku? Is the system even harsher on Sesshomaru than I am? Or is this system a fujoshi who enjoys breaking down tsundere handsome guys? It was strange. In the One Piece world, the system just gave him rewards and vanished. This was the first time it actively issued a mission, and one focused on relationship improvement, no less. Combined with the system's odd subservience toward him, Ray had several bold guesses about the system's nature. But he pushed them aside. Forget it, everything will be revealed when the template fusion reaches 100%. Ray decided not to overthink it. He would go check on Luffy and the others first. As for getting along with an Ayasha, he'd play it by ear. Using it to torture Sesshomaru's future consciousness seemed like a fun bonus anyway. It had been 1.5 months since the Straw Hat Pirates began their training in the Monster Mountain Range. Currently, the crew was advancing toward a valley suffocated by demonic energy where even the air bit with an unnatural chill. Luffy, isn't it a bit early for us to challenge that guy now? Usopp asked, his voice trembling as he adjusted his goggles. Zoro chuckled, his hand resting on Wado Ikemanji. Usopp, have some confidence in yourself. That guy is already the weakest yokai overlord around us. Sanji blew out a plume of smoke, a confident smile playing on his lips. Don't be afraid, you, Nami-san and Robin-san can safely stay far away and provide long-range support. That's enough for us. Besides, the plant seeds you've recently developed are quite remarkable. Upon hearing the praise, Usopp instantly puffed out his chest. Of course, who do you think I am, ha ha ha. Nami pursed her lips and quietly hid behind Usopp's suddenly broad back. Captain Usopp, you must protect little old me. I'm still scared. And Chopper, you must protect me too. The little reindeer currently wore a very serious expression, his nose twitching as he constantly sniffed the air. With Chaochu absent, I have to rely on my nose to detect danger in time. Robin patted Chopper's furry head. Our ship's doctor is really reliable. High above, Ray stood on a cloud, watching the scene unfold below. Only Chaochu was by his side. Ray didn't want Jaken to know about his actions yet. If the little imp learned Ray was secretly aiding humans, he might fight him to the death out of sheer loyalty to Sesshomaru. Ray actually quite liked Jaken and didn't want to have to kill him. Master, Luffy and the others have improved so quickly in just half a month, Chaochu noted, tail wagging slightly. Ray responded calmly. True, otherwise how could they be worthy of being our companions? But Chaochu remained worried. But the opponent they're challenging today is really powerful, even stronger than that old dragon I encountered before. Ray nodded in agreement, then gestured for Chaochu to relax. This was exactly why Ray had come today. The blue Oni ruling this valley had strength roughly equivalent to an elite vice admiral. Given the Straw Hat's current level, this was a dangerous gamble. If the opponent proved too strong, Ray would simply pass by and eliminate the threat. Sometime later, Luffy and the others reached the depths of the valley. The demonic energy here had reached its peak, heavy and suffocating. Dressed in animal skins, the Straw Hat Pirates resembled primitive hunters stalking their prey. Nami-san, Usopp, you'll provide long-range support today. Find places to hide, Sanji ordered. Chopper, Robin-san, don't venture more than 100 meters away from them. The four acknowledged and scattered. Usopp set up a massive bone slingshot, nearly 1.5 meters tall. The elastic band was made from the tendon of a flood dragon they had slain days ago, a hidden boss that would have been vice admiral level in their world. Its toughness had been a nightmare, forcing Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro to use Ryu for the first time, albeit in a crude form. Now that dragon's strength powered Usopp's artillery. Meanwhile, Nami began discreetly releasing thunderclouds from her climb attack. In the gloomy, primeval forest, a sudden thunderstorm wouldn't raise suspicion. Usopp had reinforced her staff with Yakai Bone, boosting its durability for melee combat, though the magic remained entirely Nami's domain. Chopper and Robin's mission was simple: guard the backline. Robin would use her devil fruit to intercept attacks while Chopper stood ready with a handful of Usopp's lethal Yakai Bone shuriken. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji approached the blue Oni. Accustomed to being the apex predator, the creature slept deeply, fearing nothing. It was a behemoth, nearly 10 meters tall with muscles that looked capable of shattering mountains. Luffy, shitty cook, I'll wake it up first, you two be ready to follow up. After a month and a half of hellish training, they no longer held back. A foe like this wouldn't fall to a single strike. Zoro tied his bandana tight. He coated all 3 swords with armament haki, a layer of red-black energy about 1 centimeter thick enveloping the blades. 3 sword-style purgatory onigiri. Zoro swung at the blue Oni's nape. In the instant their figures crossed, a fountain of demonic blood sprayed into the sky. Simultaneously, the Oni's massive head fell with a thunderous thud. Silence reigned. Holy crap, Zoro's amazing. Is it over already? Chopper's jaw dropped and the shuriken in his hand slipped, piercing his foot. Oh, a tilde, that hurts. All that thunder I've been building up and I didn't even get to unleash a single bolt, Nami wailed, exasperated. My poor thunder. At least I didn't have to use these seeds, Usopp sighed in relief, pocketing his rare ammunition. Zoro, well done. Sanji and Luffy, however, looked sour. Mosshead, you're so sneaky, stealing the spotlight like that. I never thought Zoro to actually one-shotted it. I wanted to test out my new move. Zoro endured their complaining, equally baffled. Shut up. I didn't know I was this badass. High above, Ray shook his head slowly. Zoro accidentally struck the blue Oni's weak point. Normally, the blue Oni had no such fatal weakness. But Zoro's unique power resonated with the Onis, and the creature's nape happened to be softer than the rest of its iron hide. Combined with Zoro's 1cm Ryuo, it bypassed the defense entirely for a critical hit. Anyone else would have had a grueling fight, so this is Zoro's unique conqueror's haki manifesting, not bad. With that, Ray turned to leave since he knows the Straw Hats is far stronger now. Sure enough, below, the headless body of the blue Oni suddenly stood up, groping blindly for its missing head. Sanji immediately kicked the severed head into a ravine. The headless corpse began to rage, attacking the air indiscriminately. The Straw Hats lit up with excitement. Such incredible vitality, truly worthy of being a yakai. But it's attacking randomly, it can't see us. Isn't this the perfect living punching bag? Nami finally released her pent-up thunder. Usopp tested his new ammo and the monster trio focused intently on their haki. Mosshead, you only have 1cm, that's too short. I'll break through to 3cm today and show you, Sanji taunted. Perverted cook, stop boasting. I'll reach 4cm, Zoro shot back. You're both too weak, I'm going for 10cm today, Luffy roared. The 3 charged the headless giant like hungry wolves. Ray smiled faintly. The Straw Hats were now the rulers of this valley. As for him, it was time to check on his foolish younger brother. Ray had Chaochu return to Jaken and Rin's side while he headed in another direction. His younger brother was probably about to undergo demon transformation again. Inuyasha, let me verify if what Boku-seno said is true. Sensing Sesshomaru's thoughts, Ray gently shook his head. After this incident, Sesshomaru's obsession with Tesseiga would decrease by another significant level. Inuyasha's group was currently resting in a village. They didn't know that a yakai capable of taking human form, Gatenmaru, leader of the Moth Demon Bandits, was leading his subordinates toward them. The next day, Ray found Inuyasha's group amidst the wreckage of a battle. Inuyasha had once again transformed into his crimson-eyed demon form. Unlike the previous 2 times, this time he was extremely ferocious, showing no mercy as he killed the bandits, attacking the villagers one after another. With each kill, he felt intense pleasure. The blood of the great dog demon had overwhelmed Inuyasha's rationality. Just as he ignored everyone's calls and prepared to strike down the last 3 bandits with his claws, Inuyasha suddenly trembled all over. He sensed a threat. A silver figure stood in an open space 50 meters ahead of him. Kagome and the others also saw the newcomer. Sesshomaru, what are you doing here again? Ray was speechless. This sister-in-law really has quite the opinion of me. Of course, I'm here following Sesshomaru's thoughts to save my younger brother, right? But on the surface, I still need to maintain the dignity of a generation's killing god, a super great demon. Ray calmly watched the demonized Inuyasha and drew Takajin. Let me see how strong you really are in this form. Inuyasha instinctively felt the threat from Rei and rushed before him as if teleporting, immediately attacking with his claws. Rei pressed forward with Takajin, the terrifying sword pressure pinning the demonized Inuyasha midair, making it impossible for him to approach even a single step. If he continued to approach Rei, Inuyasha's body would inevitably be torn apart by the sharp sword pressure. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Inuyasha actually used his fist to deflect Takajin. Even as blood gushed wildly from his left hand, he showed no trace of fear or pain. So that's it. You've become a beast that knows no pain, only slaughter. How pitiful, Inuyasha. Rei heard these words echoing in his mind, sensing Sesshomaru's emotions. In this moment, he discovered that this body held no killing intent toward Inuyasha whatsoever. If not for Tesega's protection, you useless half-demon would certainly die. What a waste. Forget it. After all, I Sesshomaru am powerful enough. Tesega isn't necessary. For what remains of your half-demon life, let Tesega protect you. Worthless little brother. Feeling Sesshomaru's thoughts, Rei continuously dodged all of the demonized Inuyasha's attacks. To outsiders, the two moved with speed akin to teleportation. If not for Miroku, Sango, and Kagome being extraordinary individuals, they wouldn't have been able to follow the movements before them. Finally, Rei sent Inuyasha flying with a slash infused with demonic power. Inuyasha, having lost too much blood, finally collapsed at Rei's feet. Just as it seemed Inuyasha was about to be slain, Kagome frantically ran to his side, shielding him with her own body. Her eyes showed no fear as she glared at Rei. "Get away, you bastard." Slightly exasperated by Kagome's scolding, Rei slowly halted his steps. This woman has remarkable courage. But Rei showed not the slightest change in expression. Instead, he swung Takajin to clean it and sheathed it at his waist. Return Tesega to him, otherwise when Inuyasha wakes up he'll become like that again. Having said this, Rei walked off into the distance. Kagome watched Rei's departing figure, her lips slightly parted. Sesshomaru actually came to stop Inuyasha. Sango, Miroku, and Shippo also looked incredulous. Heavens, the sun must be rising from the west. Has Sesshomaru changed so much? Or perhaps there's another possibility. This Sesshomaru before them is the Rei that Luffy and the others are searching for, but they currently lack the energy to ponder Luffy's situation, mainly because Inuyasha's injuries were truly severe. Ah, if only little Chopper were here. His medical skills are so excellent. "Hey, Luffy, stop fighting, you still need to rest," Chopper yelled at Luffy, who was covered in bandages. Luffy insisted he had no time to rest, that he must quickly master the use of Ryuo. Zoro and Sanji felt the same. The three main combatants were the most dedicated to their philosophy. As long as the training doesn't kill you, train until you're nearly dead. The Straw Hat crew had moved to a new cave. After all the powerful yokai within 10 kilometers of their previous cave had been wiped out. Now, they began their campaign against the deeper monster mountain range. In Sanji and Robin's plan, the entire crew needed to reach the level where they could steadily defeat Overlord-class yokai before they'd stand a chance against Sesshomaru. So everyone continued to immerse themselves in their rigorous training regimen. Time passed quickly. Only half a month remained until Rei would be devoured by Sesshomaru. The Straw Hat Pirates had been battling in the Demon Beast Mountains for 2 full months. "Hiya, take this you." Chopper had transformed into a 1.7-meter tall form, his kung fu point. Through the Rumble Ball and Rei's demonic power, he had now developed an entirely new combat style. His moves were executed with masterful skill, though his mouth was a bit foul. At this moment, Chopper was engaged in combat with a giant leopard. This was the yokai leader within a 3-kilometer radius, slightly weaker than the tiger demon who was still serving as a subordinate of the Straw Hat Pirates. Guard point for enhancement. The moment the leopard yokai tried to swallow Chopper, he transformed into a massive black fur ball over 6 meters in diameter, forcibly stretching the leopard demon's jaw until it completely dislocated. The pained leopard demon howled miserably, swiping its paw at the black fur ball. However, its right paw became trapped by Chopper's armament haki-enhanced fur. Meanwhile, from a hill 2 kilometers away, "Take this, special attack. Salamander Star." Usopp fired a salamander grass seed at the leopard demon leader. When the seed came within dozens of meters of the target, it transformed into a massive, dark green salamander yokai with black demon patterns covering its body. With one powerful charge, it sent the leopard demon flying through the air. Hee hee, my turn now, Thunderbolt tempo. Nami gently waved her split climb attack, holding one piece in each hand, guiding lightning to strike the leopard demon from both front and back simultaneously. Two violent bolts of lightning entered the leopard demon's body through its mouth and rear. Since its external defense was strong, she would electrocute it from within its vulnerable interior. The effect was excellent. The dignified leader was electrocuted until black smoke poured from both ends. Of course, Chopper, who was still stuck to the leopard demon's paw, also suffered greatly. That evening, the Straw Hat Pirates ate leopard demon meat while holding their second-month review meeting. Tomorrow, we'll challenge the local overlord to a duel. This time, we'll face the enemy head-on to test our strength. I hope Moss Head here will be honorable enough and not resort to sneak attacks. Zoro looked disdainfully at Sanji, who was presiding over the meeting. Me, sneak attack. That's blatant slander, okay? As everyone shared their growth over the past 2 months, just as the meeting was about to end, Robin suddenly stood up. What's wrong, Robin? Nami asked with concern. Robin smiled and shook her head. Nothing, I'm just going out for a walk. With that, she left the cave. Once out of sight, she used her Hana Hana no Mi clone ability to appear under a large tree 1 kilometer away. Robin looked at the person and dog resting under the tree. She sighed, crossed her arms, and pouted slightly. Ray, I'm angry, Tilda. Chaochu suddenly became agitated. Robin, don't talk nonsense. My master isn't called Ray, it's that big bastard Sesshomaru, okay? PFFD, Tilda. This directly made Robin burst into laughter. If not for my improved abilities, I really wouldn't have been able to detect you. Robin looked at Ray. She talked with a cheerful voice and with a knowing smile playing on her lips. There was no fear in her eyes, only the confidence of a woman who had solved a complex puzzle. Seeing that expression, Ray knew the jig was up. He sighed, finally dropping the cold facade. What if I am Sesshomaru and I've simply eat Ray's consciousness? He asked, his voice dropping an octave. By sending your real body here, aren't you just delivering a lamb into the tiger's mouth? Perhaps out of guilt for deceiving them, or perhaps because it was Robin, Ray found himself being unusually talkative. Robin answered with a soft chuckle. A few days ago I recalled a detail. Do you remember when you fought Inuyasha in the village, you used haki? Ray's brow furrowed, a slip-up. He remembered gripping Inuyasha's neck with one arm, but when the half-demon struggled, Ray had instinctively coated his tail in armament haki to knock him out. Ha! Ray scoffed, looking up at the moonlit sky. I really am not suited for acting after all. Outwardly, he remained the picture of aloof calm, but in his heart, a trace of panic fluttered, not because he had been exposed in a lie but because he was terrified of the implication. He wasn't afraid of losing face, he was afraid of losing them. He didn't know when it had started, but he had grown increasingly attached to this chaotic group of pirates. Yet Robin did not express anger. She merely studied him, her blue eyes reflecting the moonlight. In Robin's understanding, Ray was an exceptionally rational and reliable man. He never did anything without purpose. As she pondered the why, the pieces fell into place. In just 2 months, every member of the Straw Hat Pirates had undergone a qualitative, almost impossible improvement in strength. To outsiders, such progress was miraculous, but they had achieved it. And it was all thanks to the brutal pressure exerted by Sesshomaru. So the question remained, why was Ray so urgently trying to enhance their strength? Ray, Robin asked softly, is it because you cannot return to our world? Ray shook his head. Seeing his reaction, Robin's smile faded, replaced by a somber realization. Then there's only one possibility. The danger we'll face upon returning is something even you cannot handle alone. This time Ray did not deny it. As expected of Nico Robin, she had faced pursuit since the age of 8, surviving alone in the treacherous world of pirates for 20 years. Her ability to read people and analyze situations was truly exceptional. Robin, you should already know where the problem lies, right? Ray asked slowly. Robin thought for a moment, then nodded. The light in her eyes dimmed. If I leave you all after we return, It should reduce the danger Luffy and the others have to face. Robin was well aware of her burden. She was an existence the world government would not permit to live. In the past, she survived because she lived in the shadows. But now, the Straw Hat Pirates had publicly rejected the Shichibukai invitation. Their captain constantly proclaimed his ambition to become the Pirate King. The Pirate King was linked to the Poneglyphs. By joining this crew, she was openly declaring war on the world government's secrets. The government would undoubtedly implement an extermination plan, largely because of her. Without Nico Robin, the Straw Hats were just ambitious rookies. With her, they were a threat to the world order. A look of heartbreaking resignation washed over her beautiful face. I will withdraw from the CR. Thud. Before she could finish, a blur of silver cut through the air. Ray thrust his sword sheathed in its scabbard through the loose fabric of her leather jacket, pinning her firmly against the large tree behind her. Bullshit. Ray glared at her, his eyes burning with an intensity that froze her breath. If I wanted you to leave, I wouldn't have invited you to join the crew in the first place. Ray stepped closer, his face inches from hers. He pulled Takajin from the tree bark and slowly sheathed it at his waist, never breaking eye contact with Robin. The air between them crackled with his domineering aura. Robin was stunned. Her heart raced not from fear but from the sheer weight of his conviction. Unable to suppress her curiosity or perhaps succumbing to Ray's innate charm, she reached out, her fingers brushing toward his hand. Much like Nami before her, she was unsuccessful. Ray caught her wrist gently but firmly, stopping her. HMPH, such an unromantic man, Robin teased, quickly regaining her composure. She was more mature than Nami. She knew when to retreat. From the bushes, a small white head popped up. Even Chaochu couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Master, I really thought you were going to pin Robin against the wall for a kiss. Got my hopes up for nothing. Hey. Stop, Master, I was wrong, I won't say any more. Tilde. Whack, Chaochu was instantly silenced, lying on the ground with all four limbs in the air, foaming at the mouth. Robin chuckled softly, the tension breaking. Ray, thank you. A surge of warmth flowed through her lonely heart. She recalled a scene from the distant past. A giant laughing as he froze to death, his final words echoing across time. Live on, Robin. One day, you will definitely meet companions who cherish you. The memory overwhelmed her. A single tear escaped, tracing a path down her cheek. For so many years, she had held it in. This was the first time she had lost control in front of anyone. Seeing the woman cry, Ray become flustered. He was good at fighting demons, not comforting crying women. He didn't make a move to hug her. Instead, he spoke with a low and steady voice. Don't tell them the truth, let them continue to improve. With Luffy and the others' current rate of progress plus my presence, even if admirals come, they won't be able to take you away. He turned his back to her, looking up at the moon. Everyone has the right to live. The world government has no right to demand your death, and you have no right to give up on your own life either. Luffy and the others would risk their lives for me, and they'd do the same for you, so don't do anything meaningless. With that, Ray said nothing more. He grabbed the unconscious Chaochu by the scruff of the neck and flew high into the sky, disappearing into the night. Robin wiped away her tears, her gaze fixed on the spot where the silver figure had vanished. Yes, she whispered to the empty forest, if I give up my life, that would truly mean harming them. Although the topic had been heavy, Robin felt lighter than she had in years. However, as her analytical mind spun back up, a new, confusing thought took root. I wonder what's up with Ray. He doesn't react to me or Nami. But I saw him being particularly gentle with that little girl, Rin. Her eyes widened. Does Ray have a daughter? No, that's impossible. Then who's his wife? Wait. Inuyasha said the girl was human. A horrifying realization struck her. Oh my God, does he like young girls? Robin's brilliant mind was completely tangled in a misunderstanding of epic proportions. The next day, early in the morning, the Straw Hat Pirates set out, fully armed and grim-faced. Their target, the overlord of this area. Half an hour later, Luffy and the others reached their destination. It was a festering, dark swamp. Standing in the center was the overlord, a half-transformed dragon yokai. It possessed a dragon's face but a humanoid body, wielding a massive spiked club. It stood 12 meters tall, its scales glinting like dark steel. It looked infinitely more ferocious than the blue oni they had dispatched weeks ago. High in the distance, Ray watched from the clouds. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. If that face were made a bit more human-like, wouldn't it just be Kaido? Fate was a funny thing. He wondered if Luffy would get beaten into gear 5th by a few swings of that club. Ray shook his head, dismissing the thought. If awakening were that easy, he would have beaten Luffy into becoming a Yonko long ago. Speed, strength, defense. This overlord has them all maxed out. Let's see how you handle a mini-emperor, Luffy. Soon, the Straw Hat crew engaged in battle with the dragon-headed, human-bodied yokai. It was truly worthy of being in existence, approaching a great demon. The demonic energy rolling off its body was thick and suffocating, putting the Straw Hat crew in grave danger from the first second. But after all, Luffy and the others had previously fought against a being of Sesshomaru's caliber. They didn't freeze, they instantly switched to combat mode. The monster trio, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, ignited their haki. Each of them now maintained a 3 cm layer of flowing cherry Ryu around their bodies. When attacking, they could focus this aura to their striking points, extending their range to a lethal 5 cm. At this moment, the power of flowing cherry became evident. Not only did it allow them to resist the corrosive invasion of the dragon's demonic energy, but it also enabled their attacks to penetrate its iron-hard scales. No matter how tough the monster's surface was, the internal shockwaves from their blows struck firmly against its organs and muscles, causing it to howl in pain. However, the dragon yokai was extremely fast. Seizing an opportunity, it swung its spiked club with terrifying speed, catching Luffy midair and sending him flying hundreds of meters into the forest. Seeing this, Zoro and Sanji immediately adjusted. Using Saru and Jeppo, Sanji engaged the dragon yokai head-on, a blur of black-clad motion disrupting its offensive rhythm. Meanwhile, Zoro flanked to the rear, his swords glowing with dark energy. 9 Sword Style. Asura Demon 9 Flash. The illusion of 3 heads and 6 arms manifested. Zoro's technique, infused with his sharpened haki, instantly tore a large gash in the dragon yokai's waist. The beast roared, spinning around and striking him with the back of its club. Zoro was sent flying, but he managed to block the impact with 3 temporary haki blades. Without them, his ribs would have been dust. The moment the dragon yokai attacked Zoro, Sanji launched his own assault. Spinning 1080 degrees in the air to generate maximum momentum, he dropped like a meteor. Diable Jamb. Dragon Head Crush. A fiery heel slammed into the dragon yokai's skull. The flowing cherry shockwave pierced through bone and struck its brain, leaving the monster dazed. Unfortunately, the dragon yokai's resilience was monstrous. Even dazed, its instincts were sharp. It grabbed Sanji by the ankle mid-kick and opened its maw to devour him. At that very moment, Thousand Blooms Gigantesco Slap, hundreds of Robin's arms sprouted from the ground, weaving together to form a massive, haki-coated hand. With a thunderous crack, she delivered a powerful slap to the dragon yokai's face, knocking its head aside. Taking advantage of its momentary confusion, she pulled Sanji free. Robin winced, clutching her right hand. A red burn mark had appeared in the center of her palm. Her current armament haki was still insufficient to fully resist the erosion of the yokai's demonic energy, but the Straw Hat Pirate's offensive rhythm wouldn't stop. Take this. Chopper's hidden weapon Rain. Chopper transformed into his ball form and launched a barrage of weapons made from yokai remains, knives, daggers, kunai, embroidery needles, all hidden within his fur. Although each one felt like nothing more than a mosquito bite to the dragon yokai, it couldn't withstand hundreds of mosquitoes biting at once. The cumulative venom and pain left its body stiff and numb. Before Chopper's attack even ended, Nami unleashed 3 thunderous strikes from 3 different directions. One struck its mouth, one its buttocks, and one its sensitive parts. Nami remarked with a wicked grin that women's self-defense techniques weren't just for close combat. One had to grasp the underlying logic of vulnerability. Just as the dragon yokai was convulsing from the electric shocks, several seeds flew toward it, propelled by Usopp's slingshot. Tiger Star, Bamboo Forest Star, Flea Star. This forest was home to many unique yokai plants. For self-defense, they produced specialized seeds that could be used for both reproduction and combat. Usopp had harvested them all. The tiger star transformed into a plant-based tiger, slashing with vine claws. The bamboo forest star erupted from the earth beneath the dragon yakai's feet, its sharp bamboo tips targeting the monster's already suffering lower body. The flea star turned into hundreds of parasitic flea yakai, clinging to the dragon's scales and sucking its blood voraciously. Of course, these attacks were one-time uses, but they were effective. It took the dragon yakai a long time to swat away the annoying fleas. By then, it was in excruciating pain, its mind dazed, its limbs weak, and its vision blurred. When it shook its head to clear the fog, it saw the rubber boy it had sent flying earlier rocketing back toward it. Luffy pulled back a flaming, elongated arm. Gear second. Red Hawk. Luffy imitated Ace's attack, using Haki to enhance his rubber's heat resistance while incorporating Ryuho to ignite the air. Boom! The punch connected squarely with the dragon's chest, sending the massive beast flying backward, vomiting black blood. Before it could even hit the ground, 2 more attacks arrived. 3 sword-style Extreme Tiger Hunt. Diable Jam by Incuit Grill Shot. Zoro attacked from below while Sanji struck from above. Their ultimate moves hit simultaneously, sandwiching the dragon demon in a pincer of steel and fire. The Straw Hat Pirates combo was executed with remarkable smoothness. Watching from a distance, Ray nodded in approval. Their current strength seemed quite close to their post-timeskip level from the original story. What they lacked was enlightenment, like how Luffy would develop Gear 4th when Sanji would awaken his exoskeleton, or how Zoro would awaken that special conqueror's haki. These all required time. However, some individuals were even stronger than their immediate post-timeskip counterparts. Like Usopp, this world had provided him with sufficient external power and materials that simply didn't exist in the Blue Sea. Just then, Chaochu reminded Ray from nearby, "Master, are you sure about fighting these sly foxes later? I know you definitely won't go for the kill against them, but those 2 ranged attackers, Nami and Usopp, they would genuinely aim to destroy your penis." Ray sighed helplessly and smacked Chaochu upside the head. "Don't compare me to that dragon demon trash. Let's go. We should check on Rin." Ray flew with Chaochu toward where Rin and Jaken were waiting. When master and servant arrived at the camp, Rin happily ran toward Ray. "Sesshomaru-sama, you've finally returned." Ray nodded in response. "Rin, have you been well behaved today?" "Yes, Rin has always been good." "Very well." At that moment, Jaken came running over, bowing low. "Sesshomaru-sama, I heard from an earth demon this morning that Inuyasha defeated Ryukatsuse." Hearing this, Ray slightly furrowed his brows. "I see." After speaking, Ray walked toward the large tree near the camp. "Rin, Jaken, go catch some fish." Ray sat down and the familiar alien thoughts drifted into his mind. Inuyasha defeated Ryukatsuse. It seems my little brother isn't completely useless after all. Even if it was a weakened Ryukatsuse just released from its seal, that's still decent. At least he's not disgracing Tesseiga. But the Tenseiga father gave me. Is it really just for saving lives? This was Ray's daily routine. Whenever he heard news about Inuyasha, he could hear Sesshomaru's thoughts clearly. Ray was actually quite puzzled. After he left, how would the system make Sesshomaru convert Ray's actions into his own memories? Or would the system delete Sesshomaru's memories related to the Straw Hat Pirates? He had asked the system twice these past few days, but that thing never responded. So Ray stopped asking. He had a reason for considering this issue. It was because of the hidden task the system had mentioned. Improve relationship with Inuyasha to obtain hidden rewards. Since there were rewards and the Straw Hat Pirates would face great difficulties after returning, Ray decided to go for it. Get the rewards first, regardless of how miserable Sesshomaru might feel later about being nice to his brother. So, the schedule was set. In 15 days, I'll have a sparring match with Luffy and the others. In 20 days, I will complete the 2nd stage mission and the hidden mission for Tenseiga. 2 weeks passed quickly. Just yesterday, the Straw Hat Pirates defeated their 3rd overlord, a wild bull yakai that had trained its power for nearly 1,000 years. No one was injured in this battle. Counting the previous Blue Oni and the Dragon Monster, the Straw Hat Pirates had become Super Overlord-level existences in the Monster Mountain range. All yakai with even a scrap of intelligence were communicating a single message through the forest network. Stay far away from the group of 7 hairless monkeys. Not only did they kill yokai, but they also ate them. Their cooking methods were diverse and never repeated. To the monsters of this mountain, they were the true apex predators. At this moment, Luffy was carrying a huge slab of snowflake wild bull meat standing at the front of the Straw Hat Pirates. This group looked like primitive mountain gangsters. Everyone's skin had darkened by half a shade from constant sun exposure, but their muscle definition was razor-sharp. Compared to when they were in the One Piece world, their faces had lost some childishness, replaced by a rugged maturity. Whether it was Chopper, Nami, Robin, or Usopp, they were all surrounded by a soul-shaking killing aura. The monster trio, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, were even more impressive, with fresh scars highlighting their absolute masculinity. "Guys," Luffy growled, adjusting his grip on the meat, "let's go save Ray." "YHHH." From afar, Ray spotted the Straw Hat Pirates heading toward the vicinity of Kidd's village. This battle location was where he had secretly sent Chaochu to guide them. He wanted to fight there to test everyone's growth. Afterward, they could just wait for the Panther Cat tribe to come cause trouble. The extra 5 days would be perfect for the Straw Hat Pirates to rest and organize their gains. After such high-pressure training, they needed a cooldown period. And hey, they could also beat up Inuyasha while they were at it. Why not take the opportunity? 10 hours later, as the sun set in the west, the dusky sky added an oppressive atmosphere to the forest 20 kilometers away from Kidd's village. Ray sat under a large tree, slowly releasing his demonic energy. Dark clouds began to swallow the sky, blotting out the twilight. Lightning crackled, filling the air with ozone, and strong winds began to rage through the canopy. The terrifying aura of a great yokai pressed down on the land, a heavy gravity that prevented any lesser demon within 10 kilometers from daring to approach. In Kidd's village, the priestess Kidd looked at the abnormal weather with dread. "What level of yokai is this? I hope he doesn't attack our village." Inuyasha, who was eating dinner in Kidd's hut, paused mid-bite. His ears twitched. From this distance, he couldn't smell Sesshomaru's scent, but the oppressive pressure triggered every alarm in his body. He walked outside and saw the blackened sky. "Kidd-sama," Inuyasha said grimly, "this is definitely a super powerful yokai appearing nearby, and it's in a combat state. No matter how many small yokai gather, they can't cause such massive celestial changes. At most, they make some dark clouds. This is different." Kagome, still wearing her school uniform and carrying her bow, ran outside. Their group had been resting in the village for the past week, thinking it would be a pleasant vacation, but the current situation shattered that illusion. "Inuyasha, can you tell who it is?" Inuyasha remained silent for a moment before responding. "I've only encountered such terrifying demonic energy from one guy before." At this point everyone understood, Sesshomaru. Then realization struck. It was already time for the Straw Hat Pirates to challenge him. "Kagome, you all stay here, I'm going to help." Before Kagome could respond, Inuyasha dashed toward the center of the demonic energy at incredible speed. "Hey, Inuyasha." "Kurara, let's follow him," Sango commanded, meow tilde. 20 kilometers outside the village, deep in the mountain forest, Ray calmly watched the aggressive group standing before him. "Are you all so eager to die?" Luffy took a bite of the giant steak on his back, swallowed, adjusted his straw hat and stepped to the front. "Sesshomaru, return Ray to us." Nami also shouted, her voice trembling but fierce. "You despicable dog yokai, release Ray from your mind immediately." This insult naturally earned Ray's top prize. His killing intent surged toward Nami's location like a physical wave. Being called a dog certainly didn't sit well with Ray, but the main reason was to test whether anyone in the Straw Hat Pirates could withstand this level of pressure. This was the greeting before a battle between the strong. Just like how the sky always splits when Yonko clash, Nami felt an extremely cold aura rushing toward her. Panic spiked and she instinctively pulled Usopp in front of her as a shield, but after waiting for a moment she realized the killing intent hadn't reached her. She peeked out. Luffy was standing firm, releasing a powerful wave of Conqueror's haki that collided with Ray's killing intent, creating an invisible barrier. Seeing this, Ray nodded in approval inwardly. Good. At least Luffy can control his haki release freely now. Being the overlord of the Demon Beast Mountains has truly hardened his spirit. After the aura clash ended, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all entered combat mode. The three of them activated Ryu protection combined with armament haki hardening, serious mode from the start. The other four stood together in a tight formation, refusing to disperse. Seeing this tactic, Ray silently agreed. If fighting against a speed-focused powerhouse like Sesshomaru, splitting up would only give the opponent opportunities to pick them off one by one. If they fought him the same way they battled the slower mountain overlords, the backline would be slaughtered instantly. Ray remained standing in place. His purpose was to go easy. He knew exactly how durable Sesshomaru's body was, but to the Straw Hats his stillness looked like supreme arrogance. Sanji narrowed his eyes. So arrogant. Zoro gripped his swords. Being too overconfident will get you in trouble. Chopper whimpered, hiding behind Usopp. Captain Usopp, this evil version of Ray looks down on me. Nami sighed, clutching her climb attacked. If it were the real Ray, I'd definitely be fangirling again. Robin also pretended to look furious on the surface, then let him know the price of offending us. Usopp pulled back the elastic of his giant bone slingshot. I'll lead the way, special attack, Yakai Star Meteor Stone Sword Swarm. Dozens of Yakai seeds shot toward Ray's location. Just as Ray swung his light whip to deflect them, the seeds suddenly split midair. Each one divided into 10 smaller projectiles, transforming into sharp stone swords. The material wasn't ordinary stone but possessed hardness similar to the stone sword ghost Yakai. In short, they were stones enhanced by demonic energy, equivalent to stone swords coated with armament haki. Usopp couldn't yet imbue his own haki, but he had found an alternative that delivered even greater output. The dense swarm of stone swords deftly evaded Ray's light whip and charged straight for him. Not bad. Ray summoned his demonic energy barrier, withstanding the wave of attacks. The stone swords shattered against his aura, but they kicked up massive clouds of dust, blinding him and providing excellent cover for the monster trio. Gear 3rd, Elephant Gun Gatling, 3-sword style, 1080-pound Phoenix, Diable Jam Spectre Flambe Shoot. The Straw Hat Pirates opened with their full offensive power, tearing through the dust cloud. Zoro and Sanji each adopted long-range attack strategies, their blades and kicks launching waves of haki-infused energy. Luffy, however, took the direct approach. He coated his elephant gun with a 6-centimeter layer of Ryu, a dense barrier of haki designed to clash with the corrosive demonic energy protecting Ray's body. The impact was thunderous. After holding out for a moment, Ray realized his demonic energy barrier would soon dissipate if he continued passively resisting. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He was rather pleased. Finally, the combined attacks from the monster trio broke through the barrier. Luffy's giant fist collided with Ray's poison claw. Luffy felt his Ryuo sizzling as it was corroded, but he gritted his teeth and continued pressing the attack. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances before charging toward Ray's position. 3-sword style, Purgatory Onigiri. Diable Jam Filling Shoot. Unwilling to dodge and break the invincible facade, Ray accelerated his arm movements to a blur, simultaneously countering all three attackers. Now, Chopper, Usopp, Luffy roared. Roger, Usopp shouted, his giant slingshot already loaded. The ammunition was none other than Chopper, who was currently chewing a rumble ball. Take this, special attack. Demon Star, Dear Demon Imprint. Propelled by the tremendous elastic force of the dragon tendon, Chopper shot rapidly toward Ray's position like a fuzzy cannonball. Rumble Ball Transform. Monster Point. Just as the small reindeer flew before Ray, he expanded explosively. Suddenly shifting into his massive, 10-meter-tall monster point, his enormous claws were completely coated in shiny black armament haki. With the enhanced kinetic energy, this strike proved significantly more powerful than Luffy's elephant gun. The monster trio retreated the moment Chopper arrived. The giant deer's hoof strike possessed unparalleled destructive force. Ray threw a punch to meet it, and the tremendous impact actually forced him back half a meter, nearly slamming him into the large tree behind. Foolish, Ray shook his head. Chopper, aren't you just charging straight to your death? Unexpectedly, the giant Chopper revealed a cunning, scheming expression. Take this, slug slime. While Chopper's right fist clashed with Ray's, his left hand flung a large mass of sticky fluid from a pouch between his legs. This fluid possessed powerful corrosive properties and a pungent odor 10 times more foul than Chaochu's poop. Usopp had tested it. It could dissolve steel. With his demonic armor not yet restored, Ray could only forcefully punch Chopper away with his right fist while simultaneously spinning his light whip to block the slime. Unfortunately, some splatter still landed on Ray's pristine white kimono. Of course, the corrosive property was completely useless against Ray's body, but it was insulting, and the smell, it was extremely foul. No wonder Chopper had stuffed cotton balls in his nose. Ray felt genuinely speechless. At this moment, Ray felt some regret. Standing still and holding back had been an oversight. This disgusting trick was definitely Usopp's idea. The purpose was likely to enrage Sesshomaru, causing flaws to appear in his combat rhythm. Sure enough, Usopp burst into loud laughter while feeling quite proud of himself. With a dog demon's sensitive sense of smell, biological warfare was the perfect strategy. Take this, special attack, Stink Star Barrage. Before Ray's light whip could cease spinning, Usopp's Stink Star Barrage was already unleashed. Dozens of pellets filled with concentrated skunk yakai essence flew through the air. While furious, Ray also felt a hint of approval. This kid's predictive attacks are becoming increasingly proficient. Recalling the disgusting nature of such moves, Ray transformed into an afterimage, dodging sharply to the right. Now's the chance, Thunderbolt Tempo. Seizing the opportunity, Nami released a lightning strike from Ray's left side, thick, massive, and blindingly bright. It had clearly been charging for a long time. For a moment, Ray appeared somewhat disheveled. Did they predict I'd dodge to the right? Seeing this, Nami laughed confidently. Sesshomaru only has one right arm. To use his right fist to block attacks promptly, he'd instinctively dodge to the right to keep his guard up. That means his left side is exposed. Even if he wants to defend, he'd have to turn around, and once he turns sideways, we can still find an opening. Sure enough, to counter the thunderbolt, Ray turned and swung a claw strike with his right hand, dispersing the massive lightning in one blow. But simultaneously, another attack had already reached his armless left side. It was dozens of arms from Robin, each holding a dagger, hidden weapon, or bomb crafted from yakai limbs, all coated with armament haki. These projectiles had been launched toward Ray's position precisely half a second after Nami's thunderbolt was released. Great coordination. Ray couldn't help but marvel. These guys had truly improved. If it were any other yakai, they would likely have perished under the earlier lightning strike, let alone Robin's follow-up. However, since their opponent was him, using Sesshomaru's body, these little tricks were bound to fail. The instant Robin's attack arrived, Ray transformed into a sphere of demonic power and charged straight toward Luffy. Gear 2nd, Super Saru. Luffy's Gear 2nd speed was already comparable to Saru. Over the past 2 months, to further enhance his speed, he had formally learned the technique from Sanji. He vanished, his speed increasing to an extreme, narrowly evading Ray's assault. The moment he dodged, Luffy threw a punch at Ray. Unfortunately, there was still a gap in power and speed between them. Ray caught his arm, kicked him in the abdomen, and sent Luffy flying hundreds of meters. Seeing this, Sanji and Zoro immediately rushed forward to intercept Sesshomaru. Their duty was to stall him as much as possible. The trick attacks had failed to deal significant damage, so now it was a battle of raw strength and endurance. Both of their attacks were imbued with Ryuo, unleashing a flurry of strikes from left and right against the one-armed dog demon. Yet their speed still fell short, not a single blow landed on Ray. After a brief delay, they were sent flying by 2 backhand slaps from Ray. Now, Ray glared at the distant quartet of attackers, Nami, Usopp, Robin, and Chopper, killing intent radiating from him. Only you all remain. How dare you attack me with such filth? You're truly seeking death. Feeling Ray's gaze, even Robin, who knew the truth, felt uneasy. It truly felt like Ray intended to kill them. Step by step, Ray advanced. Chopper, still in monster point, waved his massive black hooves protectively in front of the 3. He glanced back at the navigator. Nami, is it ready? Nami nodded, clutching her climattact. Yes, but Chopper, Robin. You must be careful. We'll do our best. Let's go. Relying on his enhanced strength and defense, Chopper charged alone towards Sesshomaru like a lone, furry tank. Ray frowned slightly. What wicked scheme is this little deer brewing now? Since he only intended to use Sesshomaru's inherent power, he hadn't employed his haki armament haki hardening. Twin black gold hooves. Seeing Chopper using only the simplest, most violent attack method, Ray thought it was too reckless. He swung his claw to clash with Monster Chopper, shattering the haki on Chopper's claws in a single strike. Enduring the pain, Chopper slapped the ground as Ray passed by, stirring up massive clouds of dust. Seeing this scene, Ray found it somewhat familiar. Planning to play dirty again? Sure enough, at that moment, Ray was suddenly grabbed by numerous black hands sprouting from his own body. Robin, it was clear that none of these four rear attackers had mastered Ryuo. Robin, are you trying to get hurt? Then I'll oblige you. Ray sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to release demonic energy to corrode Robin's arms, he paused. He discovered his entire body was soaked. Did Robin splash water on me? Moreover, he realized several iron rods were stuck in his clothes, rods that were crackling with static. Feeling Robin's arms vanish and realizing the combination of water and iron rods clinging to his body, Ray knew perfectly well he was about to get struck. There was no helping it in this world. The aura of a great demon caused celestial phenomena. And that sky full of lightning, it was prepared for Nami. Boom. The moment Robin's arms disappeared, dozens of thick, jagged lightning bolts descended. Guided by Nami using her climb attack, they targeted Ray with brutal precision. Compared to Enel's divine punishment, this was even more intense. This was natural lightning, amplified by the environment Sesshomaru's own demonic power had created. Because of the iron rods and the water Robin had drenched him with, Ray couldn't dodge. He had been turned into a living lightning rod. Zap, crackle, pop, his silver hair smoked, his body went numb, paralyzed by the relentless current. His demonic energy flared, but it couldn't completely block an attack conducted directly into his skin. Ray forcefully threw away the larger iron rods, only to discover numerous small iron beads still clinging to him, stuck in his clothing seams, his hair, even his tail fur. Ray was speechless. Nami and Robin are truly ruthless. This lightning strike completely restricted his movement speed. Nami kept directing more bolts from nearby, maintaining the pressure. While the damage to Ray's current body wasn't lethal, the control effect was perfect. Just then, Nami waved a single hand. Several lightning bolts converged in the sky, pointing directly at a massive figure in the air. While Ray was distracted attacking Chopper, Sanji and Zoro had launched Luffy skyward. Gear 3rd, Gum Gum Thunder Axe. This move, Tusk Tusk. Ray realized he now resembled Shiki the Golden Lion from the movies facing a plot-armored Luffy. This combat level is sufficient, then let me test how powerful this Thunder Axe really is. 100-meter-long giant foot, wreathed in lightning, smashed down directly toward Ray's head. Ray's demonic power surged violently, momentarily dispersing the paralysis enveloping his body. Then, Ray threw a punch upward, colliding directly with Luffy's Thunder Axe. Crack boom. In an instant, lightning rampaged across the entire valley. Usopp pulled out pre-prepared rubber blankets, wrapping Nami, Robin, and Chopper inside them. After a dozen seconds, the lightning dissipated. Centered on the battlefield, the area within 2 kilometers was utterly devastated. Smoke rose from the scorched earth. Luffy and the others watched Ray's position tensely, chests heaving. We should have at least managed to injure Sesshomaru a little. Not sure if Ray's consciousness can return. If Ray doesn't come back, we'll probably all perish here. Despite using so many techniques, the actual combat time was less than 3 minutes. In this high-intensity, coordinated battle, every member of the Straw Hat Pirates was mentally strained to the breaking point. Even while waiting, they maintained their combat stances, Usopp reloading, Nami charging clouds, the monster trio keeping haki active. As the dust settled, the figure of Sesshomaru appeared. His clothing was torn, traces of blood were visible on his body, and his eyes glowed with a demonic red hue. Yet moments later, the injuries inflicted by Luffy and the others began to knit together, healing completely before their eyes. I truly underestimated you all. Sesshomaru stared coldly at the Straw Hat Pirates. Robin's heart sank. No way is Ray still going to fight. Luffy and the others looked grave, immediately accelerating the flow of their haki. Zoro, Sanji were going all out. I Captain. HMPH. So I'm going to die together with this moss head after all. They said this because Sesshomaru had drawn his sword. During the entire previous battle he hadn't used a weapon. If he now wielded the Takajin, their chances of survival dropped to 0, but fight they must. Maybe dealing more damage would allow Rei to regain control. Rei felt quite pleased inwardly. The earlier exchange had demonstrated that with this level of strength combined with his full power, the crew was sufficient to confront a Marine admiral. At the very least, they could withstand the shockwaves and provide assistance. Moreover, he could sense that the individuals before him hadn't yet revealed their full power. So let's test whether they can withstand the Azure Dragon break. Rei raised Takajin demonic power swirling around the blade. This was the original Azure Dragon break. Even with suppressed power, it possessed attack strength comparable to an admiral's. Azure Dragon break. Pure demonic power in the form of a massive azure dragon erupted forth, tearing through the already ravaged land. Luffy and the others steeled themselves, preparing to use their untested trump cards in a final, desperate stand. But at that moment, a figure clad in red with white hair flashed before them. A massive sword swept through the air. Backlash wave, Bakuruha. Several gigantic tornadoes instantly formed, catching the powerful demonic power from the Azure Dragon break and surging back toward Rei. Within 3 kilometers, the world became a hellscape of demonic tornadoes. This scene terrified Robin. With such terrifying power reflecting his own attack, would Rei be killed? Yusan, stop. That's Rei ahead, not Sesshomaru. When Inuyasha heard this, he was utterly bewildered. The others were equally stunned, but before anyone could ask questions, Inuyasha spoke up while grinning. Once I unleash my Bakuruha, there's no stopping it. Let's see if he can block it. Don't worry, with his strength, he'll at most be seriously injured. Inuyasha wore a clearly confident expression, looking quite pleased with himself. However, just as the Bakuruha was about to push the Azure Dragon break back into Rei's demonic power erupted further. The power of the Azure Dragon break multiplied, forcibly pushing the tornadoes back. Just as the combined energy was about to hit the Straw Hat Pirates, Rei withdrew his power, causing both attacks to explode simultaneously in the middle ground. Barrier. Inuyasha activated Tesega's scabbard barrier, protecting the Straw Hat Pirates from the shockwave. Thus, the battle ended. 15 minutes later, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, and Chopper were sitting in a circle, glaring discontentedly at Rei, Robin, and Chaochu. HMPH, X5. This is so frustrating, X5. Seeing this scene, Robin quietly slipped over to Nami's side and joined the glare. Rei, you have to give us an explanation, X6. Actually, Luffy wasn't angry. After learning that Rei was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. What's the big deal? It's good that Rei is fine. With that, he immediately fell asleep. Rei shook his head helplessly and had Chaochu explain his reasons to everyone. After Chaochu finished explaining the real reason for the brutal training, Rei awkwardly added one sentence. I'm sorry. Silence fell over the scene for over 10 seconds. Seeing everyone's reactions, Rei grew a bit nervous inside. Just as he was about to force himself to say sorry, everyone suddenly started making a ruckus. Haha, so that's how it is. I can accept it. After all, I've trained to the point where I can kick Mosshead flying with one foot. The gains are significant. HUHHH. What? Let's fight, you bastard, X2. Usopp, you were secretly cursing Boss Rei just now. Tusk, that's too much of you, Chopper tattled. Hey Chopper, don't talk nonsense. I was praising Rei for his foresight, okay. Nami wiped away her tears and pulled Robin aside to whisper furiously. Seeing his companions' reactions, their immediate forgiveness and return to chaos, Rei breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more at ease. Just then, Inuyasha approached him with a serious expression. How is Sesshomaru now?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.